Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. We are continuing our discussion this morning on C2. So we have two IPA reports left, as well as our SSC report and AP report. So any members of the public wishing to testify, please do sign up on our e-agenda prior to the end of our AP report. Thank you. And so we have Dr. Hopla with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kate Hopla with council staff. I think you provided a good introduction to the C2 agenda item. I don't have much to add other than the council will begin with the CV Fleets IPA report, as well as their proposal moving on to the CP 2023 IPA report and performance, as well as their proposal.
Morning, Madam Chair and council staff. Council, not staff. Sorry. So my name is Susie Zagorski. I am the IPA catcher vessel inshore IPA representative, and I'm also a staff member at United Catcher Boats. And then with me here, I also have John Hendersheet.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. I'm John Hendersheet. I'm president of Phoenix Processor, and I'm also the president of the Mothership Fleet Cooperative and a board member of United Catcher Boats. And I'm here before you today in those latter functions.
Thanks. So this morning, we're going to walk you through the IPA report for both the mothership and the inshore sector. And then we'll go through the chum avoidance proposals that we had submitted per the council's request under alternative 4 at the last October meeting. And just as a preface, we have separate IPA reports, but when we came up with our chum avoidance proposal, the catcher vessels from both the motherships and the inshore sector came together, created a work group in which we also had Sea State involved to do some analyses and develop those proposals. There we go. All right, so as you all may know, the 679 language around for IPAs requires what tools must be contained and described in our sector specific incentive plan agreements, otherwise known as our salmon savings incentive plans. And these are the incentive plan agreements are legally binding contractual agreements. And every year annually, we provide a report back to the council on the prior year. So for the 2023 information, all AFA inshore CVs were members of the 2023 inshore IPA. This does also include the inshore open access. There was one vessel and they were members and participated in the avoidance measures. There was 100% coverage on all AFA catcher vessels. That does also include the motherships. And if we take a look back at the last 19 years of Chinook bycatch from 2005 to 2023, we see there was a slight uptick, but not by that much in 2023, but it was still low compared to the overall time series. So 2023 was managed under a lower Chinook limit and performance standard, and that limit was the limit is 25,020 for the inshore sector, and then bumped down for the performance standard was 18,525. We also take a buffer off of that, so we call it our insurance pool, before we start apportioning it down to the co-ops and to the individual vessels. So the A season Chinook bycatch was 4,435, which is the season in which we encounter most of the Chinook, unless we start fishing later into the B season. And our B season Chinook bycatch was 806, for a total of 5,241. This left 13,784 still within the limit. And due to the credit program, the Chinook Savings Credit Program in the inshore IPA, the vessels earned a total of 4,339 savings credits.
You can see a similar trend over the last about 20 years with respect to Chinook bycatch in the mothership fleet. In 2023, as you can see, we had a total of 918 Chinook taken as bycatch, 735 of that in the A season, 183 in the B season. Through the mothership's salmon savings incentive plan that generated 734 savings credits for 2023. Just a couple of reminders, those savings credits have a duration of 3 years. So in 2024, the fleet has available to it salmon savings from 23, 22, and 21. One other thing I'd like to call your attention to is that because of our operational need to have our catcher boats always working together and obviously working with the mothership, really all of the provisions in our savings incentive program are managed at the each mothership's fleet level. So it would not make any practical sense to have an individual vessel, let's say, excluded from an area or operating under a different in a different category, let's say, or under different limitations than all the other boats in that fleet. And so everything is taken to the mothership fleet level, and that has worked very well for us over the years.
And in addition to the savings credits that we just spoke about here, we also have rolling hotspot program. And so I'll get into the rolling hotspot closures for 2023. We also are able to use other tools within our IPA, which include paired transfers, specific October restrictions, Chinook priorities, and then there's additional penalties and restrictions involved with some of these tools. So for the rolling hotspot closures in the A season for the inshore sector, there were 7 catcher vessel Chinook closures. These generally started up in the Northeast and moved slightly south and then out to the west, just north of the Mushroom, which is this kind of contour that you see here on the screen. And I'll just point out with this is that, so this is A season, and the scope that you're looking at in terms of this chart essentially goes from Unimac Pass out to St. George. So just to the east of the Pribs. And in 2023, there were no Chinook allocation overages. There were no hotspot closure incursions for either Chinook or chum salmon. There were no October fishing restrictions exceeded, even though the fleet did fish into October. There were no they did not exceed any of those restrictions, and there were no Chinook conservation area closure incursions either.
Similarly, with the mothership fleet, our third-party audit indicated no infractions of our rolling hotspot rules and closures. I'll just note that because of the fact that the mothership fleet is able to work inside the catcher vessel, the CVOA, we use both the inshore and the offshore bycatch data to generate rolling hotspot closures. And so that's one of the reasons why we would generally end up with more rolling hotspot closures, because we're using all of the fishery data.
And I'll also just point out that in these charts, the orange squares and polygons, those are the Chinook closures, and the blue polygons will be the chum closures that we'll get to. So we're going to get into the 2023 chum salmon bycatch summary within our IP report, and a lot of these tools are similar for chum. Again, our main tool that we use that most people are quite aware of are the rolling hotspot closures. So just kind of back reviewing the genetic data that came out for 2023, the overall genetic data revealed that 10.6 10.6% of the average chum bycatch originated from combined coastal Western Alaska stocks, 8.3 of that being from Western Alaska and 2.3 of that being from the upper middle Yukon. And when the geneticists broke that out by the individual sectors, the inshore CVs, when looking at it, well, we had a chum bycatch reduction of about 50%. So our chum bycatch was at 66,659. That was a 50% reduction from 2022. The estimated combined coastal Western Alaska chum were 9,465. And that's based on the combined proportions for the inshore sector specifically that were 11.6 for Western Alaska and 2.6 for the upper middle Yukon. We also had 6 chum rolling hotspot closures in 2023. And the mothership sector also quite a reduction in their overall chum bycatch for 2023, about a 40% reduction, resulting in 19,125 chum. And their combined coastal Western Alaska stocks, based on the proportion, was about 956 chum. And so that was 4.4% from the Western Alaska proportion and 1% from the upper middle Yukon proportion. And the motherships, again, like John had mentioned, given that they use data from both the CP sector and the inshore sector when it comes to their salmon rolling hotspot closures, there were 8 chum rolling hotspot closures in 2023 for the mothership sector. There were also 2 voluntary herring avoidance areas in 2023 B season. These were 2 weeks long. There were 2 closures next to each other in an area where the inshore fleet was finding clean fishing in terms of chum bycatch. And while the pollock fishery is also up against a PSC limit for herring, we also are up against avoiding salmon to the extent practicable. And so this created kind of some trade-offs for us in terms of which PSC species do we avoid, where do we find clean fishing to avoid both. And since the fleet was prioritizing chum bycatch in the B season, we found that our herring was accumulating more so than we had anticipated, especially in these 2 areas. And I just want to point out that in trying to avoid herring and moving out of these 2 areas, we then got pushed into some areas with some slightly higher chum. And so if we did not necessarily have to be so constrained by a herring PSC limit, we likely would have been able to reduce our chum bycatch even more in the 2023 B season. And so these 2 herring avoidance areas, the timing was from 8/28, so August 28th through September 4th. Again, it was 2 weeks. And they were in the 65-54-30 ADF&G stat area and the 65-54-09 ADF&G stat area. And that timing and area overlaps with with the second peak that you saw in the genetics report in terms of that second peak of chum bycatch. So by being pushed out of the cleaner in terms of less chum, we got pushed into an area of kind of creating another peak of chum bycatch. So the 6 inshore catcher vessel chum closures, as you'll see here, many of them were on the northeast. And again, one out for a little bit further west, but not quite as far west into the Pribs, just south of the Mushroom. And the larger rectangle closer to Unimac had, it also was a 2-week closure. So while our rolling hotspot closures are 1 week in duration, we are able to reinstate them the following week if necessary. And this was one that we found necessary to reinstate a second week. And so this was a 2-week long duration. Mothership.
And then as you can see, for the mothership fishery, we have, in addition to the closures further to the east, a closure just south of the Pribilofs and one all the way up at Paranuts Canyon. Obviously, focused around offshore, the CP and mothership fishing.
Pause for a question, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I think it's for either of you. I know the closures, the chum closures change behavior because it's dictated then in the contract who's staying out of those areas. on a weekly basis. How much can you characterize change in behavior prior to the closure being in place? Like, is the data coming in? Are the data coming in such a way that people's behavior change before a closure is enacted? I haven't understood that timing very well.
Thanks, through the chair. So it kind of depends on what guys are seeing on the ground. So the data that comes in from the inshore sector, at least, has about a 2 to 3 day lag, only because of transiting out and then having to come back in and using catch data and landings data. If they are seeing it when they are essentially dumping the fish into the tanks and they start to see little bits of chum or any salmon in their bycatch, they'll start communicating that immediately. We also have a few catcher vessels in the fleet that have live feed video. And so if it's an area where they are starting to see that, the guys that have the live feed video, they see salmon in their catch or going into their net, they will generally try to share some of that information. So there's a lot of communication going on the grounds to try to get everybody in the same understanding of what conditions they're experiencing. And so if it's noticeable enough in that aspect, which often it can be, but isn't always, the fleet will start moving out of those areas. So it's oftentimes that you'll find that the fleet's already kind of moving and not exacerbating that bycatch that's occurring in that area. And so when we look at a rolling hotspot closure, though, we are also looking at the previous weeks of the individual vessel's bycatch. And comparing that to know if they're going to be a tier 2 or a tier 1 vessel. A tier 2 vessel is absolutely closed out of a rolling hotspot area. If they go in and fish it, there's monetary penalties and other potential restrictions that could follow given their co-ops management. A tier 1 vessel, they get a tier 1 designation if they generally have better performance. And those tier 1 vessels have the ability to go fish inside those rolling hotspot closures. Sometimes they do not, though. A lot of times they don't want to risk the increased bycatch, but if polyp fishing conditions are not good elsewhere, then they can essentially, if they can fish clean or cleaner, they can have access to that area. But oftentimes with just how much the fleet is communicating, you'll see some movement prior to the closure being closed on Fridays. So the announcement on Thursday and the closure on Fridays, at least that's for the inshore vessels.
Ms. Kimball, I think that for the mothership fleet, it's largely the same. A few differences are that we're getting bycatch information on a toe-by-toe basis. I would say that part of that, it's relatively rare for us to move as the result of a rolling hotspot closure because we're probably already gone. But I think that, one of the dynamics is the trend. I mean, I can envision situations in which we're in an area, we're sort of looking around, trying to find lower bycatch rates and doing that, but not really able to bring our average down enough to be in tier 1. So I mean, there are occasions when we're moved because of the closure, but it's fairly rare.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to go back to, I think it's slide 6, essentially your chum salmon bycatch summary for 2023. And I, of course, was pleased to see the reduction in overall chum bycatch from 2022. And so I was wondering, I think one of the challenges, which I do understand, is and one of the things, though, that is in the regulations for IPAs is challenging the fleet to try to determine the efficacy of your measures that you've taken to avoid both Chinook and chum salmon. So to the degree you've been able to do that for 2023, are you able to characterize or at least try to estimate? I guess, yeah, my basic question is, were there more chum rolling hotspot closures in 2023 versus 2022? Were there lower encounter rates generally throughout, have you been able to identify any factors that particularly stood out that may have contributed to the overall reduction?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I apologize. I don't have any statistics on it at the moment. I do believe that the amount of closures was slightly less because the encounters were slightly less. And I think that was essentially an artifact of the fleet in the prior year and having the previous genetic report come out from 2022 saying that, well, while we reduced our bycatch by 50% from 2021, we ran into more areas with Western Alaska chum after the genetic report came out. And so that compounding with the high chum bycatch year in 2021 on the fleet's mind, the behavior and the way that the fleet kind of addressed this in terms of thinking about where they're going to go fish, chum was very much so prioritized in terms of avoidance. And so it was almost as if every little bit that we saw, which is what we expect, they would move off of that. So anytime we started to encounter chum in the 2023 B season, we were extremely expedient about discussing it, communicating it with their entire fleet, and trying to move them, trying to think about where we shouldn't move them, given the past 2 years that we knew. And then also doing more test tows or kind of communicating with the guys that actually were in those new displaced areas. And so we generally, based on that previous fishing where we were seeing the encounters and then move the fleets off of, we generally would kind of have an idea that that's where the chum was for the most part. So we didn't want to move them back up into those areas immediately. So, and again, a lot of the areas where we found lower chum encounters was where we were also seeing increased herring encounters or increased sablefish encounters where you weren't seeing herring or chum. So it was in that aspect, this in 2023, at least, to characterize the 2023 B season, it was almost as if every single area that we would move to, we were contending with another PSC species or potential PSC, since sablefish didn't quite go to PSC yet. But it's, again, we were trying to minimize all of our bycatch to the extent practicable, but then prioritizing salmon, but then you're up against a cap for herring. So those were all the things that were on the minds of the fleet when they were moving around. In terms of thinking about the efficacy without having any statistics in front of you for that, think not only the reduction in chum, but I guess it's characterization of the fleet and how they were moving and when they were moving and when they were reacting and adapting to the situations in season. It was pretty immediate. They were extremely responsive and extremely adaptive. And I think for that matter, the behavior of the fleet is definitely changing, and they recognize that this is a serious concern and they don't want to exacerbate it any further either. But they also recognize that they need the flexibility to be able to go find those pollock fishing areas, since that is our target species.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think we're at the end of your summary of 2023, and I was hoping to get some insight into a point I noticed in an earlier presentation. The presentation on the genetics results from 2023 showed something for motherships that the red dot for 2023 was well to the north and west of where it typically lies in terms of the spatial distribution of chum bycatch in that sector, whereas for the other two sectors, the 2023 dot was really pretty near where it normally clusters. And maybe you sort of gave the explanation here as you talked about some of the unusual circumstances, particularly with the sort of the multi-species bycatch problem, but I'm wondering if you could shed some more light on, was that dot correct, and what's the story behind it?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Mr. Twite, I believe it was correct, and I think it does have a lot to do with what Susie was just describing. operationally, our mothership, the Excellence, started bee season quite late. We didn't take our first deliveries until early August. And we have normally fished further to the southeast in June and July and had a lot of, had a couple of trips in at least in that area. When we did start, we had a situation where herring and sablefish bycatch were a significant issue, in the southeastern area. And we were able to find fish that we could work on far to the west and put in, I think, 3 trips there before ever moving back down toward the Unimac area. And I would wager to guess that, doing that likely resulted in more chum bycatch, but less Western Alaska chum bycatch. If you look at the percentages that the mothership sector has, they're relatively low. And it did allow us then to stay away from the herring bycatch, try to ensure that those savings areas didn't close and further complicate chum and Chinook avoidance in the future. So it was an anomaly because of that operational difference, but it also serves to illustrate the interplay between the multiple objectives that we're working on in any given season.
Thanks. That helps a lot. So I guess if I'm tracking you correctly, this is maybe something we could expect to see the mothership sector return to some in future years, particularly because it seems that while chum numbers overall may have gone up, the Western Alaska chum was low and remained low with that, and you were able to move away from some of your other bycatch parameters. In other words, is this a shift that we may see more often? I'm sorry for the long-winded way of asking that.
Through the chair, I don't think I would draw that conclusion. First of all, as I said, we had some, operational issues that were quite unique in 2023. And we would normally certainly want to operate closer to Dutch Harbor when we can. I also want to be really clear about the fact that the 2 motherships have somewhat different operational approaches simply because of the size of the ships and the product assortment, et cetera. And I certainly wouldn't want to commit the other mothership to strategies that didn't really fit their business plan. But I do think that when we made that decision last year to fish where we thought that we were probably catching more chums than we might further to the east, we were also very mindful of the fact that we were fishing in an area where the likelihood of Western Alaska chum abundance was very low. And that was very much a part of our calculus in, how to balance these trade-offs. And that part of business strategy, that part of a fishing strategy, I think is very much already a part of our approach and certainly will develop going forward.
Yes, and Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for coming up. My question, you may have just answered. I was just wondering, it appears that there are varying degrees of dependency for the motherships to be fishing in Zone 1. Sometimes it seems like they're in there almost entirely, and sometimes it seems like they're not. Is that a difference in operational models, or is that more what you described in regards to moving like you did this year?
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, that's a very good question, and I think it's some of both. And I want to be really cautious, particularly given the focus of my role at the table right now, to not speak for others. But I think that, you know, whether we're talking about catcher processors or motherships or any at-sea operation, things like freezer hold capacity, product assortment, all go into the suitability to be in certain places and at certain times. And, you know, a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times, the fish further to the northwest is going to be smaller. It's going to be a little bit or a lot less suitable for fillet block production. And we're talking about a steam to the fishing grounds from Dutch Harbor of 2 to 3 days instead of 12 to 18 hours. And so these are all really important business considerations that don't that go along with all of these other, you know, sort of fishing and bycatch management considerations. And so I think that we're always looking for the best combination of those trade-offs, but each operation is sort of coming to that decision with a different set of limitations and capabilities.
Yes, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify or ask if I heard correctly, Mr. Hindersheet, that in that decision, which it wasn't the only factor in moving out to the east, but it was a clear decision that you knew the possibility of increasing chum bycatch was possible or even maybe likely, but the component of that was going to be Western Alaska chum was so unlikely that was an explicit decision, because I think that is part of our management problem here, is trying to discern where can we move the fleet, not just to avoid chum, but to avoid Western Alaska chum. So I just wanted to hear if that was really an explicit part of that decision making, or if it was just happenstance.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, in that particular instance, when we were faced with you know, a decision that was both, I mean, all of these decisions have a certain amount of operational impact, political implications. And, you know, if we're thinking about what should we be doing, what is the right thing to do, in that instance, the fact that we were fishing in an area where we knew from the data we've seen here at the council meetings that the abundance of Western Alaska chum is lower, it seemed like the right thing to do. Whether it was, you know, part of our IPA or a regulatory requirement was obviously not a factor, but the fact that in the overall scheme of things, that seems to be a pretty good trade-off to be making, especially given the fact that you know, had we not paid attention to that or not decided that that was an important factor, we could have played a role in closing the herring savings areas and had a much more detrimental overall impact to the fishery and to the bycatch results. I hope that gets at your question.
Thank you both. I think we're ready to proceed.
All right, moving on to the catcher vessel chum avoidance proposal in response to the council's motion in October. So the catcher vessel chum work group that was formed, we had inshore representatives, mothership representatives, as well as sea state analysts there participating. We considered the operational differences and similarities when developing this group and when thinking about any of the potential measures and strategies that we had discussed and analyzed. And so first, we had to think about, while the catcher vessels are quite similar in terms of operations, their deliveries are slightly different between the mothership and the shore side. The mothership deliver at sea and have per haul data. And the shoreside deliver, obviously, shoreside to the processing plants, and they get their data on a per trip basis. For the catcher vessels as a whole, though, we did also think about distance traveled, distance to the processor, as well as that data availability in terms of timing. We also considered the size of the vessels, the capacity. So thinking in considering these, we had to think about safety as well as efficiency. And then lastly, we took into consideration the communication and information sharing that our fleets are currently using and conducting. And that generally is similar across the fleet, while the motherships is more of a kind of like, I like to think of it as more of like a mother duck style of communication. They all communicate back to the mothership, and the mothership sends out that information back to the catcher vessels immediately. Whereas the catcher vessels for the inshore, it's kind of disbursement amongst everybody. You have your co-ops, the vessels are there's vessel to vessel communication, vessel to co-op communication, vessel to inter co-op communication, vessel to sea state communication, and all of those combined. So you can have a variety of ways that those are communicating, and you see similarities in the mothership too. They just have that extra feature. So again, we had Sea State with us, and so they helped us out a lot with a lot of these analyses. Again, the data that we get goes through our IPAs goes through Sea State. They are a third-party data monitor. And so all of this data is fishery dependent data, and it shows the pollock fishery catch data, and within that we can also see the bycatch data and how the fleet's moving for both pollock and bycatch avoidance. So the bullet points here on under analyses and evaluation, we did look into all of these bullet points. These are what the council had provided in the October motion. And while all of them were assessed and evaluated for all of the performance and for all of the measures that we had looked at, the ones that really stand out the most are application of closures to all vessels, genetic data, and additional vessel level incentives and penalties. That's not to say that some of the others aren't slightly included into how the measure works, but those are the main aspects of how some of our proposed measures work. And in the actual proposal that is in Appendix 3 in the DEIS, each of these bullet points are explained as to how they were evaluated. So we also tried to come up with a set of performance metrics, because otherwise, how do we know that these are going to likely work or not work? So some of the performance metrics we looked at were bee season. If the bee season was likely to be extended and therefore potentially increase Chinook bycatch, which again, there is a Chinook priority currently in our IPAs, we didn't want to inhibit that. We also looked at the likely effectiveness to reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch and overall chum bycatch, this being the priority of the task at hand. We also looked at whether or not a measure or a strategy was compatible with current fishing operations and the complex fishing dynamics that we encounter in season and throughout the season. We also wanted to be ensured that they were complementary to current and new tools, so that all these provisions would be complementary not only to each other, but to the current tools, so that we are not degrading the tools that we do already have in place in the IPAs. And then lastly, we also were thinking about this from a national standards look at this. Would these, if implemented, still allow us to meet national standards when we are managing our fisheries? And how do we balance those? So when we were looking at the genetic data, I think this was explained in the genetic presentation and analysis. And so first we have the genetic clusters. These are in the kind of pink and brown color scheme. And the pollock industry had worked with the geneticists from Auk Bay to really think about how can we narrow down these genetic clusters so they're more informative to our fishing, as well as our avoidance measures, and how do they kind of more so match the fishing grounds that our fishing does occur in. So I believe you saw this before, but we also have the genetic fishing ground areas in addition to the clusters, and they overlap in the same general boundaries. And there are 6 fishing ground areas, and the 2 that I'll refer to most often throughout the rest of this presentation and in our measures is the Unimac area in green closest to the near shore, and the shelf edge, which is in like a turquoise or light blue, just adjacent to the Unimac area. So the first measure that we have proposed for the catcher vessel sector is a weekly assessment of the likelihood of Western Alaska chum by stat area when determining weekly chum closures. This is a tool that was constructed by Sea State, and the image you see here is just a still screenshot of an interactive tool that would be able to be used. It would be applied in season and in tandem with the weekly rolling hotspot program and its parameters. This tool is supported by a database of historic annual genetic data, and the intent is to continue to add genetic reports and data to this database so that it can continuously be informed by the newest data that we have at hand. So this tool it generates the estimated mixing of chum stocks, and you can see it visually here in the form of pie charts. And within that pie chart, there's various colors, and those colors then represent different stocks of origin. And as you heard from the genetics report, it's not an individual fish basis, it's a mixing model that they use in order to determine stock of origin and proportions of that. And so what this does is it takes the bycatch data that has been analyzed by the genetics lab, and it essentially breaks it out by week. We can look at it by week and we can look at it by stat area. And this is all historic, we cannot necessarily predict this forward. So this is giving us a general idea of how it's been in the past few years and past previous years. And we can then use this in addition with our rolling hotspot closures and essentially see that if there's a higher encounter rate of chum bycatch in a specific stat area in that week that we're in, we can kind of look at what the proportion or the likelihood would be that we are going to encounter more Western Alaska chum or not. And so this would work within any genetic cluster or fishing ground area, although we recognize that in the past, historically, there have been more Western Alaska proportion chum bycatch in the Unimac area and the shelf edge. And so we would prioritize those in addition to this data. And so when thinking about the genetic clusters and displacing effort, we also had to consider the size and capacity of our smaller vessels in the fleet for safety and for operations. And this is why we did not keep this specific to any one specific cluster area as well. We want to make sure that this is broad and encompasses all the areas that the fishery could be fishing. It'll allow us to weigh the effectiveness of 2 potentially contending rolling hotspot closure areas if and when that occurs. And we anticipate this tool to lessen the proportion of the Western Alaska chum incidentally caught by the catcher vessels and allow our managers to better adapt to the weekly dynamics in season. And so this is just a slightly larger blown up image of those pie charts and what this tool would look like. So our second provision that we've proposed is a rolling hotspot closure for all catcher vessels when chum bycatch is 3 times the weekly base rate. When triggered, this tool applies the chum closure area, so the rolling hotspot area that has already been assessed by the likelihood of Western Alaska chum being in those areas. It would close that rolling hotspot closure to all catcher vessels, regardless of their individual vessel performance that week. So their tier designation, tier 2, tier 1. The chum closure area would have already been assessed for the likelihood of Western Alaska chum. And essentially this tool creates redundancy and it acts as a safeguard after the rolling hotspot closure has been created. We anticipate this tool to reduce the peaks in chum bycatch and lower our Western Alaska chum proportions. And it incentivizes the fleet not only to work on an individual vessel basis to reduce their bycatch, but as a whole. So it incentivizes the fleet to work together even more than they already do and maintain a low chum bycatch rate fleet-wide. We looked at this retrospectively since 2020, and 4 rolling hotspot closures between 2020 and 2023, I believe, were would have been closed off to all catcher vessels if this tool had been in place. All 4 of those rolling hotspot closures were in 2021 and 2022, and 3 of those 4 were in the Unimac and Shelf Edge fishing ground areas. So clusters 1 and just the very eastern edge of cluster 2. And those are, again, the areas where we have seen historically to have higher estimates of Western Alaska chum. And lastly, this tool is less likely to extend the bee season into the fall, therefore less likely to risk increases in Chinook bycatch, and compared to a larger or a longer duration closure in those areas. So we looked at what would making a larger area look like, what would making a longer duration rolling hotspot closure look like. And in assessing that, we found that continuing to just have an additional safeguard provision to the rolling hotspot closure, that we could have a lower likelihood of extending into the bee season and extending into those times when we see Chinook in the bee season.
Thank you. We have a question here for you, Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. And I'm wondering, Ms. Zagorski, the recommendation for this particular provision that essentially it would kick in when the chum bycatch is 3 times the weekly base rate. Can you describe the analysis, how you arrived at why is 3 times the right number or something else?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think I'm going to let Mr. Hendersheet take a stab at this.
Well, actually, I may need Susie's help, but I want to point something out here about the 3 times, which at the face of it seems high. But if I get a ticket for going 80 miles an hour on I-5, very few of the people that I passed were going 55. They're likely going a lot faster. And if you look at the rolling hotspot program, the average rates of the tier 2 boats is likely over and perhaps significantly over what the base rate is. And so it's really important to understand that the tier 1 vessels or that 3 times is really not necessarily 3 times worse than what we would normally see. It's simply 3 times over what that base rate is. And so Susie can speak to the analysis. And I was surprised when I learned that, there was at two times the base rate, it's almost like doing away with the tier 1 vessels altogether. Says a lot about where the bycatch rates are relative to the base rate when we have these closures.
Through the chair, thanks for that clarification there. Yeah, so we looked at 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, what all of those different multipliers would be and the results of them. And this is all generally based off of the last since 2020. So this is based on fishing data from 2020. And what we found, like John had mentioned, is that 2 times was more similar to just removing the tier designation system completely. And so the tier designation system, as described in our proposal in the Appendix 3, it provides some flexibility to the fleet as well as some incentives. And it's really the incentives that we are trying to maintain within the incentive plan agreements, but also create some additional measures that can kind of incentivize a little bit more, but also have a little bit more penalty if vessels are fishing dirtier, as we like to call it, and we do run into, like he said, 3 times that, it still incentivizes the fleet to stay much lower because they don't want to risk going up into that. And so 3 times it had these 4 rolling hotspot closures that would have been closed in the prior years. When we looked at 4, there just wasn't enough effect, and definitely not effect at 5 times the rate. And so this has not been used in season yet. This is all the 3 times multiplier has been determined based off of the analyses that we did. And given the nature of IPAs, we we can see how this works in this coming bee season and for its effectiveness. And then if in any years we find that it's not effective any longer, we can look at what changing that multiplier could be through another round of analysis. And that would not necessarily need a council process to change that multiplier. So I hope that helps. And then if anybody's interested, for the sake of time, there is an example at the bottom of these slides for some of these provisions to help understand it a little more. But again, for sake of time, I'm not going to dive into those. All right, so our third proposed provision is a Monday chum rolling hotspot closure. This tool would require the managers to assess the chum bycatch and fishing conditions twice per week. So currently we assess for rolling hotspot closures on Thursdays. We would be adding an additional assessment on Mondays. This assessment incorporates any data, including but not limited to numerical, empirical data, skipper information, and local knowledge. We can use this on a week-to-week basis after the week's bycatch and rolling hotspot closure has been assessed for the likelihood of chum. So this would become after that. And it complements the rolling hotspot program. We essentially, if on Mondays we find that over the weekend we gained more information about chum encounters or chum encounters in certain areas where we thought there to be a higher likelihood of Western Alaska chum, or if we're just hearing any information from the grounds that fishing conditions and bycatch conditions are not good in certain areas, whether it be the current rolling hotspot closure or areas around that, we can essentially make management decision to either continue to close the closure to all vessels. We could potentially extend boundaries, or we could set up new advisory areas like we've done in the past for herring. We anticipate this tool to reduce the peaks in chum bycatch and lower Western Alaska chum proportions, given its complementariness to the rest of our IPA tools. And while developing and assessing this tool, we did investigate what a 2-week chum rolling hotspot closure would look like rather than just a 1 week. So looking at the duration. And a 2-week closure had increased the probability of extending into the bee season and therefore likely increasing Chinook bycatch. And so we decided to stay with a 1-week duration, and this balanced the trade-offs. And additionally, it didn't inhibit our ability to initiate or to reinstate this closure in a following week. So if we find that conditions are still, if we find that chum bycatch conditions are still not as low as we would like them, we can continue to make sure that that closure stays closed for the following week. Our last provision that we proposed is a move along rule. And so this is an avoidance tool. It's best used by aggregated groups of vessels like a mothership and its associated catcher vessels, or an inshore co-op, or the entire fleet of catcher vessels if they are fishing in an aggregated area, which often occurs. This tool would look different for both the inshore catcher vessel, the inshore sector, as well as the mothership sector. And that's just due to our operational differences regarding the timeliness of catch data. Like I mentioned before, the motherships receive haul by haul catch and data in a very timely manner. And the inshore sector receives catch data trip by trip basis, shoreside, and usually there's a 2 to 3 day lag associated with that. When fully developed, this would be used as a day-to-day tool. And currently in the mothership fleet in the Pacific whiting fishery on the West Coast, they use a move along rule that's based on a 3-day rolling average that uses that haul by haul data as well as communication. So given the lag that's associated with the inshore catcher vessel fleet and its data, we would likely have to supplement that with any skipper information, local knowledge, etc. This could be anything from a skipper going out and doing test tows or dumping the fish into the tanks at a slower rate and trying to just gauge whether or not they think that they see that there's more bycatch of chum in there or not. While we have not provided an actual threshold to go along with this move along rule, we are continuing to determine what a threshold for either sector could be. We do have to take careful consideration not to create unintended consequences, however. Some of these consequences and complexities that are involved with moving a fleet and displacing them prior to any rolling hotspot closure is that we don't want to risk moving them into areas with greater Western Alaska chum likelihoods, but we also don't want to move them into areas with generally overall more chum bycatch. And at the same time, we want to move them from areas with chum bycatch. So it's a fine balance in being able to use that data in season on the grounds. We will consider tactics that we do currently use to move the fleet around, and we kind of like to consider this as the humanistic element of bycatch management in our fleet. We have many tools to be able to work with our fleet in season, day-to-day communication, given that we are a cooperative fishery, given that we do have the IPA program. And so we use those in certain ways. We have tactics to move the fleet, but we just don't have a prescribed tool yet. And so that is what we're currently looking into and developing. And so we think that a move along rule would help us avoid some of those peaks in chum bycatch, and it could potentially reduce our encounter rates. So not included in the proposal in the appendix, in Appendix 3, are our recommended IPA regulatory language changes. These following recommendations support the catcher vessel proposed provisions. They are additive changes to the 679 language under the IPA, and they are to ensure that these new or enhanced tools focused on Western Alaska chum avoidance are included in the catcher vessel incentive plan agreements. So the first would be to require the fleets to describe in the IPA how historical genetic stock composition data is included in chum salmon avoidance measures. This aligns with our provision 1. Second would be to require the catcher vessel fleets to describe in their IPA the restrictions or penalties for catcher vessels that have significantly higher chum bycatch. This aligns with our provision 2, which was the 3 times multiplier, and it also incorporates the current tier designations for a chum rolling hotspot program. The third would be to require the AFA pollock sectors to describe in their IPAs how they monitor for potential chum salmon avoidance closures more than once per week. This would align with our provision 3, which is the Monday rolling hotspot closures. And the fourth would be to require the use of salmon excluders for the duration of A and B season. Currently in the regulations, it's not prescribed to use an excluder throughout the entire B season. However, the inshore fleet, all the catcher vessels essentially, and I believe the catcher processors, but I cannot speak for them. So all the catcher vessels are using their salmon excluders year round. It's just an operational cost to have to take it on and off. And many of them find that they do see potentially some less avoidant or less bycatch of salmon. And they are not necessarily concerned about pollock loss at this point, since we've been able to refine them quite a bit since their inception. So this would just be more of a housekeeping rule and align the IPA regulations with what the fleet is currently doing to avoid bycatch. And for reference, this is the current regulations, so you can understand how these suggestions and recommendations were written in order to fit within the current regulations. And with that, I'd take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sikorsky and Mr. Hendersheet. Looks like we have a couple questions. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sikorsky and Mr. Hendersheet for your presentation. I was thinking back to the first part of your presentation and the advisory notices for herring and your description of some of the communication that happens and then thinking about things that may or may not be in your proposed changes. And I guess I'm just trying to think if there are circumstances where that kind of communication is maybe a little more formalized, but not necessarily in the IPA. So maybe you see an area where chum may be starting to inch up, but it hasn't reached a threshold yet. Can you or do you provide those kinds of advisory notices to your fleet about something like that?
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, So first off, we send out a weekly report. C-State creates a weekly report and it generally indicates the conditions of that prior week. So it's more so based and in alignment with our rolling hotspot closures. However, in the case of the herring advisory avoidance areas and the communication that was occurring before those were put in place, there was constant communication with the among the inter co-op. So I'm also the inter co-op manager of the AFA catcher vessels, and that essentially means that I work with all the co-op managers. And when we started seeing increased rates, I was talking quite closely about every other day with NIMS in season, just tracking the increases that we were seeing in chum. So to make sure that what I was seeing from the fleets, from their data, was tracking with what NIMS in season was tracking. When it became apparent that more measures and more avoidance needed to occur before we put in the advisory areas for herring, I was sending out advisory notices to the fleet. While it's not a scheduled email to the co-op managers every week or at any specific time period, when we do start encountering conditions that are out of the normal or something that isn't necessarily acting in terms of trends that we've seen in previous years, herring was being encountered in deeper areas that we've never seen them before, at least in recent years. And so I would take it upon myself as the inter-co-op manager, as the IPA representative, and kind of connecting NIMS in season data and our co-op managers and our fleets to send out those emails at times when it was necessary and appropriate. And so essentially it's an increased communication. And when we do have that, it goes out to everybody. Everybody was aware of it. And if necessary, I'll call inter-co-op meetings to make sure that everybody gets together and that we agree on a measure, which is in this case with the herring advisory areas. I had to call a weekend inter-co-op meeting and nobody liked it because nobody likes to meet on the weekends. And we essentially had to walk through it. We had to hash it out and figure out that it was necessary to make that closure, those areas.
If I could add briefly, the mothership sector has rules within its IPA that each day we send out to all of the catcher boats in the mothership sector the salmon bycatch from the previous day. We're able to do that again because of our tow-by-tow information. We have an advisory process whereby over a certain threshold, we send out again to the entire mothership sector fleet specific tow information of anything over certain thresholds. And then through C-State, we get daily reports of tows that for both salmon and herring that are over certain thresholds. So there's a lot of data available on an ongoing basis leading up to an advisory closure.
Through the chair, one more addition as well, kind of going off of that, is there's also alarms that we have set up, and that is one of those tools within C-State that we have. So if a vessel has a bycatch rate higher than the alarm that's set, so higher than a certain rate, then the co-op managers, essentially any of our managers, will get a notice. And those are notices you don't want to see, but when you do see them, you definitely communicate and share those and use them in an informative way to let the fleet know where they need to avoid.
So I think my takeaway there then is that, yes, you do have additional tools that are outside the formal IPA that inform your decision-making and help the program evolve over time.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, absolutely.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoeven and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't know quite how to ask this question, but 3 of your 4 proposed measures are really focused on the task or the objective to minimize Western Alaska chum. And the IPA regulations right now and the proposed regulations that you have in your presentation really don't have any words around that. It's still trying to avoid chum in general. And I'm wondering how we, or if the CV fleet or mothership fleets have talked about how to put something in the regulations that really drives that focus, absent having the tools right now to do in-season genetics and know in season that that's what you're doing. And I ask that because when you look at the language in the IPA measures now, you really just would be, it says don't incentives to avoid chum that don't increase Chinook salmon bycatch and continuing to reduce overall chum salmon bycatch. And while we're supposed to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable, there's really only this component of the bycatch in chum that we care about. And in fact, if we got a lot of those Asian hatchery chum out of the water, we'd probably be better off. So when you talk about moving what you're proposing to do into regulation, how do we maintain the consistency with that objective? Or was there advice that you received from NOAA, not to kind of be explicit about that objective?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, these are brought forward as templates, if you will. I think ultimately, assuming this would be regulatory language, the language would have to be ultimately adopted through rulemaking, and so the agency would be responsible for that language. But I don't. There's no effort to avoid mention of Western Alaska chum. I think that instead this is just more of a structural approach, and those details can, I think, easily be worked into the language. This was not an original part of the council's ask, and frankly, the working group put some, but not a lot of time into that particular part of this work product. But again, I think the notion was to offer the structure. Those details can certainly be woven into the language as the action develops, and as we know the details, they can be worked into that language.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, just to add on to that too. So on the screen, the current regulation, it is essentially what it's requiring us to do is to make sure that we include tools that meet all of these regulations. And we kind of ran into a similar situation with alternative 3, where we found that in season, we don't have the ability to know if we are absolutely avoiding, or what that amount of Western Alaska chum bycatch or any stock proportion is within our bycatch. And so while these are in-season management tools that we can use and that we develop to meet these regulations, the intent is that we absolutely are focusing on Western Alaska chum, but at the same time, we're also trying to balance the national standards to not affect the IPA regulatory language and essentially not take into account all salmon bycatch. And so the intent absolutely is to create these tools with the focus on reducing Western Alaska chum, but we also don't want to corner ourselves into a spot where we now have to try to figure out how to understand what the proportion is in season. And so while there is there's an in-season genetics pilot project that'll be conducted this bee season, we were trying to think about how do you incorporate in a Western Alaska proportion threshold, but we don't know the efficacy or the feasibility of this data yet. We also don't know the timeliness of this data. So it's something that we're really excited to see how this project goes. We're excited to see, the feasibility of this data and sampling, maybe even additional sampling designs. But at this time, we were not able to include the in-season Western Alaska proportion specifics. But I do think that this is a push forward so that we can include some of these measures that have more Western Alaska chum Western Alaska chum avoidance intent to them. So, and then additionally, the chum working group is actively investigating additional accountability measures specifically related to making sure that the fleet's incentivized or de-incentivized to Western Alaska chum.
Thank you for that answer. And so given that, and I know we'll likely get testimony on it as well, but that there is a project in Acatana and Unalaska this bee season, and I think they have funding for 2025 bee season to test in-season genetics. And I realize that the test is, can we put out estimates on a weekly basis that show the genetic stock composition? Did your working group talk about like whether these tools or proposals would be different had you had that in-season genetic information, or if that works out, or whether the tools stay the same, you're just really a lot better at using them effectively?
So the working group, especially early on in discussing how to best address the council's direction, talked a lot about what we do and don't know about the program that may emerge in terms of in-season genetic information. And our conclusion was that there's a lot of promise there, but we have no knowledge of really what the true turnaround time will be. There are questions in my mind about, doing the testing is one thing, but getting the appropriate sampling coverage is, I think, going to be a challenge. And so the working group acknowledged that there's a lot of promise there. And, over the coming years, we may be able to incorporate those data in a way to really strengthen the accuracy and the timeliness of what we know at any given time, but felt that it would be really sort of disingenuous to build a program around a data set that we've not seen and that really doesn't exist yet. And so I think that for now, the working group wanted to acknowledge the long-term promise and opportunity, but in the near term, it is focused on achieving the best results it can with what we know and what we can do.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, to add on to that too, we wanted to recommend regulatory language changes that are more encompassing so that we can adapt these tools to the newest and the best information that we have. And so that in the future, when this information may be available, that we could figure out how to create our tool. So the regulatory language is a bigger, longer kind of task, right? The actual tools that we had proposed, the 4 tools that we had proposed, these would go into the incentive plan agreements that the individual sectors essentially draft, and then they get approved, or we send them to NMFS for approval, and NMFS checks them against these regulations, make sure that they fit within these regulations, and they are agreed to by all of our vessels and our co-ops. And so those incentive plan agreements, those documents, those are what describe more of the individual features of these tools, and those can be amended annually. There's no specific deadline for amendment, and I will be making quite a hefty amendment this year to incorporate some of these tools. So if we find that the in-season genetic testing is viable, is helpful, is useful, and we can get data in a timely manner, essentially we would be able to figure out, how do we craft a tool around that? How do we enhance what we have already currently in here? And then how do we use that in season with our salmon avoidance measures? And so that amendment to the tool would be within the incentive plan agreement and not necessarily through regulatory language.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Hendersheet and Ms. Zagorski. I'm been thinking a lot about your first provision, the weekly assessment tool. But I do have a couple questions about it as it's sort of currently presented. I I think that the ability to look on an even finer scale than we've currently been looking, either at the cluster areas or now just the sort of this geographic fishing areas. The ability to look even more finely offers the fleet and us the most flexibility to sort of balance the objectives of minimizing impacts to Western Alaska chum, but at the same time continuing to try to achieve the harvest of pollock in an efficient manner. But it only works if it actually is meaningful, right? And so I'm wondering if you've been able to actually sort of run some of the statistical tests that tell you whether if a rate in one area that's somewhat higher than a rate in the next area, whether that's statistically significant, or does that not matter? And I'm asking because, the more finely you parse data, the often you lose significance, you lose the ability to actually have meaningful differences between averages.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I understand what you're asking. I think when we were able to look at this tool and how it would work is that we were using likelihoods because we do not know the absolute amount of not only chum salmon in these ADF and G stat areas at any time, but we also don't know the absolute proportion. And the difficulty in trying to come up with some of the statistics to go along with this, or to say that here is a specific amount of savings, is we don't know when we're displacing a vessel. We don't know what is in that area that they're now going to fish to. And so we can't necessarily predict. We can estimate what the likelihood would have been and therefore kind of use judgment to know or determine the likelihood of this area. I can't speak to any specific probabilities or any rates between the areas. That would be a better question for if you hear from C-State in public testimony, if they speak to this at all, or maybe offline. But I also recognize that as you get finer detail, and we heard from the genetics report, that it's difficult with the data and how it comes in and how the mixing model works, and that it's a 1 in 30 sample, is that sometimes you don't have those finer area information. So I don't have a straightforward answer for you. I apologize. But we've been working off of, at least for understanding this, is we're looking at estimates, historic estimates, and then as well as, are we more or less likely given where we are pollock fishing?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, I would just add that, and this would also be a good question for C-State, but keeping in mind that we're creating shapes and not picking points in these closures, that at the end of the day, you have to sort of squint a little bit and lose the pinpoint definition and look at sort of what shape is going to yield the best coverage for a rolling hotspot closure. So I think your point about the specificity of the data is a good one. I think it ultimately informs, though, a broader conclusion about, sort of what shape of a closure, obviously location of the closure. But I don't see management itself or the closures getting that surgical that I think would be ineffective.
Follow up on that, because the concept of sort of the shape is really something I was thinking about a lot too. And so I'm wondering if, when you look at these data now, by week, do you see sort of paths or corridors appear and disappear in the data? Or is it like more just these random areas that sort of flash on and flash off, where Western Alaska chum hotspots are? If there's some kind of actual shape or geographic coherence that really does look kind of like a pathway, It seems to me that would be a lot more useful than just something that looks more like the lights on your Christmas tree blinking on and off.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I'll address this to, yes, my best ability. So when we think of setting a polygon for an area, let me see if I can get back to that slide. We are looking at what the pollock fishing is, where the vessels are fishing, where they're encountering rates, as well as what the rates are compared to a base rate. So there's a lot of factors that are going into determining what that area is. As you can see, that none of them are exactly the same shape and none of them are specifically one ADF&G stat area. We use information from ADF&G stat areas as kind of to know where the data is coming from and then assess it. But the polygon is actually developed based on all these other factors, right? And so we also have to take into consideration that this is fishery dependent data. So this is highly specific as well to where the fleet is fishing for pollock. And so the inshore sector is highly dependent on the inshore fishing grounds. So cluster 1, cluster 2 to the extent. And while all of the rolling hotspot closures overlapping each other could to somebody indicate, or maybe it could be perceived as this could be a specific corridor, is a term that I've heard. We're also looking at it as we know that these are the grounds that the fishermen are finding pollock. This is where pollock is showing up year after year. This is where we are seeing where the vessels are able to fish at in terms of safety, in terms of capacity. You know, we have to think about storm patterns that we see a lot of times, especially in A and B season. And so where are we able to actually go fish? Where are the pollock schooling and traveling? And what is the interannual variability of the chum that we're encountering? Because chum are moving a lot quicker than we find Chinook are moving in terms of large groups of chum moving through the system. And then we're also having to kind of keep track on the vessels, looking at sign, following the pollock. We have to kind of keep track of how fast and where that pollock is moving. So there's a lot more factors than just looking at some squares on our charts, looking at all the rolling hotspot closures and seeing them overlap. It's not just specifically, I guess one way to think about it is it's not an assessment of where chum are at solely. So it's not fishery independent data, right? It's not a survey. This is highly driven by where the inshore sectors are fishing for pollock. And then on top of that, where we're trying to avoid encountering chum. So for us, it's kind of, that's one of the complexities that we have to think about when we're trying to develop some of not only these measures, but think about the alternatives that we have at hand, and some of the suggestions and recommendations that we've been getting not included in the alternatives is how do you balance all of this information, all of these dynamics that we're using to make these management measures in season and keep our fleet still fishing, not send them out to areas where it would be unsafe for them to fish, things like that. And that's the fine balance that we're trying to achieve. So it's not as straightforward as we would prefer it to be.
Not seeing any further questions. We really appreciate your report. Thank you. So next we have our CP IPA. We have Ms. Madsen and Mr. Estabrooks with us.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the council. Stephanie Mapson with the At-Sea Processors Association, and with me today is Austin Estabrooks, our natural resource analyst. This morning, we are here to give you our annual report on the regulatorily required incentive plan that we have and is on file with the agency and approved. Additionally, today we were asked to provide you a little bit of information about our alternative for proposal. So there'll be a few slides at the end. Again, Madam Chairman, the purpose of this report today is to try to demonstrate efficacy of our incentive plan, which is one of the requirements of this annual report. So we're going to go through some of the slides, some of the mechanisms that we're using to demonstrate efficacy you've seen before. But we've added the new data and Austin will go through that. Again, Madam Chair, I just want to make clear that this program is a regulatory required program. We have an agreement that is on file with the agency. It's not confidential. And then if we do modify the IPA, that has to go through a review at the agency before it's actually approved in our IPA, which we did and we'll talk about in 2022. So we'll turn it over to Austin this morning.
Yeah, good morning. For the record, I'm Austin Estabrooks, and I'll jump right in and show you first and foremost, these are the our primary IPA components within the CP IPA that covers both Chinook and chum bycatch avoidance. Again, these are not all of the layers of incentives and penalties that we have built into our program. It is very nuanced and does include additional incentives beyond what's listed here. But I just want to highlight the rolling hotspot closure as being sort of the primary mechanism that we use and the primary mechanism within the CP fleet, simply because for CPs, losing access to pollock fishing areas is a real incentive because of the requirement that they need a continuous flow of fish to the factory, and shutting down that factory and having to move fishing location is operationally very difficult for a CP in particular. Again, just want to highlight that our fleet does have 2 observers on board at all times who are taking a complete census of all of the salmon, as well as collecting genetic information. We do have CCTV cameras throughout the factory from when the fish come on board to observer stations. So we do know with great certainty the number of salmon that we are catching, in addition to having pretty accurate catch data. I want to demonstrate for the council how this rolling hotspot program works in practice. On the left, we are showing VMS track data from our vessels. The white tracks show hauls with no Chinook salmon in them, and then the reddish hued hauls show hauls with Chinook salmon, and so the darker red indicates sort of the highest levels of Chinook salmon. And so this is looking at 3 days of fishing in the early A season on the left. As you can see, there were some hauls that had darker red, and the box that was put in place was for the subsequent week of closures. And despite less than half of the fleet actually being impacted by the closure, as you can see in the subsequent week of fishing effort, all of the vessels moved significantly out of the area that was closed. And then now the previous slide right screenshot becomes the left side of this slide. And so as you can see, when the fleet moved back down to the south west there were some higher Chinook salmon tows again in the subsequent week. And so Sea State implemented a closure for that week. And so this week is showing the old closure as well as the new closure, and then moving to the right-hand panel, showing how drastically the fleet moved out of the closed polygon and moved again up shallower on the shelf, where they were able to find relatively clean fishing, apart from a few other high Chinook tows that then subsequently got closed in that week or the following week. And so we could continue along that process throughout the season, but that gives you a sense of how the rolling hotspot works in practice this past A season. Sorry, not this past A season, but last year's A season. Just wanted to highlight how we implement closures currently within the program. And first, we establish what you've heard before, which is a base rate. And that is a fishery-wide average bycatch rate. It's a rolling 3-week average. Then we look at across the Bering Sea if there are any individual stat area rates that fall above that base rate. So essentially any areas that tend to accrue bycatch at a higher rate than the average. And those are then identified as candidate closure areas. And then additionally to that, we look at vessel performance. And so if your vessel has vessel bycatch performance greater than 75% of the base rate, so you're 25% better than the fishery-wide average, then you are not excluded from a bycatch avoidance area if your bycatch rate is greater than 75% of the base rate. So even if you're average relative to the fishery at the time, you are excluded from those bycatch avoidance areas. So that's how that works. Moving on, we do have some permanent fixed closures within the IPA. On the left here is the A season closure, which is permanently closed due to the historical data that tells us that more often than not, there is high Chinook bycatch in that area. On the right is the conditional B season closures, which are conditional on September bycatch rates. Moving into the actual Chinook bycatch catch limits that we have in place. 2023 was again a low abundance year based on the Three River Index. We managed the performance standard within our IPA, so that left-hand column gives you a sense of what the fleet is trying to manage well below, and that is, for example, the 1.5 Chinook per 100 tons of pollock is essentially the season-wide or annual rate that we are looking at. Moving on to the actual catches from 2023. In the A season, we primarily catch the majority of the Chinook. In the B season, it is majority chum, and then we also have it broken out by season here to give you the relative rates and performance from both A and B seasons. Moving on, just highlighting the Western Alaska component of both Chinook and chum bycatch in 2023. Again, the numbers for Chinook are estimated just by applying the combined A and B season stock proportions from the genetic data. The chum we do actually have broken out precisely for the CP fleet. And just wanted to highlight there for chum in 2023, we had just 4% of the total chum salmon that we caught in the entire B season were returning to Western Alaska river systems. That means 96% of those chum were not returning to Western Alaska river systems, which in my opinion is quite alarming. This gives you a look at Those PSC rates translated, again, just want to highlight that for chum, last season, we were able to catch nearly 500,000 pounds of frozen. This is frozen pollock for just one Western Alaska chum. This is highlighting for you the total number and location of the Chinook bycatch avoidance areas. We had 7 that were identified in the A season. This stair-stepped box outline is the Stellar Sea Lion Conservation Area, and we are again required to. We're only allowed to take 62% of our A season pollock within that area. The rest of the pollock has to come outside of that area. And then the gray box is the red king crab savings area. This is a look at the chum bycatch avoidance areas for the B season. There were a total of 9 chum bycatch avoidance areas that were identified. And again, the majority of these were located within the CVOA. So the CVOA is this catcher vessel operational area in which we are not allowed to fish unless we're targeting a CDQ allocations. And these bycatch avoidance areas get identified based on the combined catcher vessel or shoreside and offshore fleets. Therefore, a lot of these bycatch avoidance areas get identified in areas where we're actually not fishing in the B season. Moving on, this is getting into the more efficacy, effectiveness measures of the program, trying to demonstrate the changes in vessel behavior from pre Amendment 91 to post Amendment 91. So as you can see, in the earlier years, we had an incredible range of vessel bycatch rates within the fleet, which indicated that vessels were fishing in a wide range of areas and incurring an extremely wide range of bycatch rates. And following Amendment 91, you see that there is pretty extreme vessel level accountability. And in this slide, I wanted to have you take a look at particularly the 2022, 23, and 23, 24 years. In both of these recent years, you don't even see any error bars on the left-hand side of the distribution, which essentially means that we feel the vessels have sort of hit the wall in terms of maximizing reductions in their bycatch rate. And again, this is showing the September 1st through March 1st period of the fishery, which is when Chinook are most prevalent on the grounds.
Madam Chairman, I just want to take a moment here to kind of refresh people's memory that when Amendment 91 went into place, it was very clear that it was to be at the vessel level. It is a vessel level program, and it was very clear that the council intended to see fleet behavior changes so that there wouldn't be kind of a broad range. And we're hoping that this demonstrates that it looks like this salmon avoidance plan has been effective in changing fleet behavior and tightening up the performance.
Mr. Estabrooks, before you move on, the slide, can you just spell out for me, if we're seeing less differentials in the base rates or in the bycatch rates of the fleet, how that's impacting some of the rolling hotspot closures that are, based on a differential rate? Does that mean more vessels are actually excluded from the areas or less, or can you spell that out for me, please?
To the chair, I would say as vessels are improving their bycatch performance, there would be fewer vessels excluded from bycatch avoidance areas if they're able to maintain their rates well below the base rate. But again, I would say that even if they aren't excluded once an area is identified, it becomes the obvious information that the fleets use to decide where to fish, and so they choose not to fish there, regardless of whether they're excluded or not.
And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Not sure whether this is to Ms. Madsen or Mr. Estabrooks, but there's, I see what Ms. Madsen sees in this chart, by and large. The 2020, 2021 does stick out a little bit in the recent years. I know that's the pandemic year. That made a lot of things more difficult. But I'm sort of questioning about that. Was there some unique circumstance, and was that enough to trigger the IPA, the consequences in the IPA for being sort of outside the normal, the target range that we're shooting for?
Yeah, Mr. Twite, the 2021, the high air bar there was a unique circumstance. There was a vessel that had some mechanical issues that actually fished quite late in the B season and was the only vessel out there fishing, and actually incurred most of that bycatch in the late B season, which has been generally quite unusual. We've been finishing early in the B season and not having that issue. Mm-hmm. So I'd say, yes, that was a unique vessel mechanical issue. Moving on to, this is another way of looking at the same previous chart, just showing the top bar chart there is it's a vessel count relative to their bycatch rate in the A season during 2010, so the year prior to Amendment 91, and then the lower bar chart shows the fleet-wide bycatch rates for the most recent A season, and so as you can see, the entire fleet was within 0.1 to 0.25, so within 1.5 Chinook per 100 tons of pollock, so the range of the fleet, which is a very, very tight distribution, which also indicates that the fleet's acting very similarly to each other. And there are a couple other figures in the actual written report that show how the fishing areas have shrunk considerably, and the fleet chooses to fish in very smaller discrete areas, primarily in their salmon avoidance efforts relative to the years prior to Amendment 91 and 110, in which the fleet was more broadly distributed in a wider range of fishing locations. This is moving on into our vessel outlier provisions. So we do have penalties in place for vessels that consistently have vessel bycatch performance greater than 1.5 standard deviations from the mean bycatch rate of the fleet. And so the top dot plot there shows you the A season distribution and the mean, the 1.5 standard deviation metric. And as you can see, we had no outliers in the A season. Again, just showing the very similar fleet behavior in terms of where they're choosing to fish and what salmon encounter rates they're having. In the B season, we did have one vessel outlier, but again, I attribute this more to random chance than their actual performance, given that the entire fleet caught just 181 Chinook salmon in the B season. This is the vessel outlier provision for chum. And we did have, again, one outlier in the B season for 2023, and that was actually a repeat vessel outlier from 2022, which was the first year that we implemented the outlier provision for chum. And so this vessel will be the first vessel that is penalized in the 2024 B season. So they will be excluded from fishing in any bycatch avoidance areas that are identified for chum this coming season. This slide highlights the three primary changes that we did already make to our IPA in 2022. Again, after the 21 season, the council indicated their desire for the pollock fishery to take immediate measures to reduce overall chum salmon bycatch in the 2022 season. So these are the things that we implemented, and just wanted to highlight the net effects of those efforts to reduce overall chum salmon from 21 to 22 was that essentially of the approximately 300,000 chum reduction, about 260 of those were either Japanese or Russian origin chum salmon that were reduced from the bycatch. And I'll talk a little bit more about this in a subsequent slide under our alternative for submission, but just wanted to highlight sort of what that looks like over the last 3 years in terms of reductions in overall chum relative to the Western Alaska component.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Estabrook. On that slide, did you happen to look at other previous years or just these 3 years? Can you just tell us how consistent that is? And I ask because there could be some negative effects to having the CP fleet actually avoid chum if the vast majority of the chum they're catching is Asian hatchery chum. And so I just want to know how consistent this looks.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I would say that I mean, so in terms of going back to 2011, obviously the Western Alaska component of the bycatch varies throughout the series of genetics data. You guys have that in the analysis. In terms of the CP fleet, I mean, I can just tell you that the difference between 21 was that there was, for example, a lot of effort on the shelf edge area, as well as, yeah, further to the north that were mostly, I would say, I take that back. Okay. So 2021, we saw a very warm year on the shelf. There was a smaller cold pool. And so in that year, we saw a lot more of the hatchery chum move out of the basin up onto the shelf where the pollock were overlapped. In 2022, the fishing location for the CP fleet didn't change at all, really. But we saw a colder year, a larger cold pool, which resulted in a lot of those hatchery chum that we caught in 2021 up on the shelf. Those presumably were closer to the shelf edge, still in the basin waters, deeper basin waters. And therefore, from the CP fleet perspective, I don't think there was much of a change in the Western Alaska component year over year. In 2023, we did have more effort north of the Cribs, and and less effort south of the Pribs, or east of 170, and that therefore I believe contributed somewhat to our significant reduction or extreme low percentage of Western Alaska chum in our catch in 2023. So hopefully that explains it. And then you're asking prior to 21. I actually haven't had time to really dig into the actual VMS data relative to our proportions, but I still plan to do that. We just got, for example, the genetics breakout by sector in this analysis. So that was the first time I'd actually seen it, was 2 weeks ago. And I still have plans to dig into it more detail over the next few weeks. So I don't have a great answer for you at this time beyond these 3 years.
Thank you. As a follow-up, then, when you do look at those data, do you plan to look at the temperature data as well? I mean, I should have asked the CV fleets that as well, but it's very difficult to parse out, especially in these years where it's very low and you had 1,000 chum from all of coastal Western Alaska and your entire bycatch. So how much temperature played a factor? How much where you fished east of the line played a factor, and how much your measures played a factor? And I think that's such a difficult question, but in terms of like future action, looking at whether you can make any conclusions based on the data, maybe next time we see this would be probably pretty helpful.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm glad you raised the temperature. We present, the official IPA, but as you can already tell when Austin starts explaining, he's looking at a lot of different indicators, temperature being one, cold pull, fleet behavior. We don't often mention all of those indicators that C-State and Austin look at. We start the year out. We try to anticipate to the best of our ability. Does this look like it's going to be an XXX year? Can we make some indications that the temperature's this, the pollock are here, but we haven't been able to identify very strong trends. And so we continue to use as much information like the indicators you've identified, and I think we'll try to maybe incorporate that as you suggest going forward. It just hasn't really resulted in any particular strong trends that we are able to come back and report you on, but we'll make a better attempt to kind of give you the context of all the things that we think about.
Yeah, if I could just add, I mean, if you do a simple linear regression of average bottom temperature based on the bottom trawl survey and total chum bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery, the correlation is, I believe, close to 80.8 is your R square valued. So, I mean, obviously, temperature is playing a large role, and then, I mean, obviously, you have other research with Farley and I think Stram that have indicated that we see the chum salmon sort of following these age zero pollock distributions up onto the shelf in some of those warmer years. But just want to highlight for the council moving on. I think we're done with those previous slides. Just a lot of the salmon research that we are funding that is ongoing. In the lower right, you're seeing some Chinook salmon tagging data. So we are hoping to tag more and more Chinook salmon and use some of that information as well as the bycatch data to develop Chinook species distribution models. There's an AYK SSI project ongoing looking at chum species distribution models. And then we have a lot of PCCRC projects that are ongoing related to both Chinook and chum salmon, and just highlighting that our funding of salmon through the PCCRC has been primarily focused on salmon research. Also wanted to highlight for you our ongoing gear research through our fleet. Again, highlighting that we do utilize salmon excluders on all of our vessels in accordance with regulation, I would say year round. Most of the CP vessels now operate with the Simrad FX80 live feed camera system. Again, don't want to sell this as a tool that eliminates bycatch altogether. We don't know sort of what the relative improved performance is via the use of these cameras, but we do know that the one thing they can do is mitigate lightning strike events, and vessel operators are able to abort hauls if they see salmon bycatch enter the net. We are also collaborating with Craig Rose on a BREP project to continue development on an active excluder and some renderings of that. These are older. We've improved the device significantly. It can fully open and close, I believe, in less than 8 seconds. So a significant improvement, but still not quite able to really exclude salmon in real time. There is still some work to be done there. And then also excited about a new EFP project that's going to specific to chum salmon excluders. So historically, Chinook was excluders were designed for Chinook because they were thought to be stronger swimmers than the chum salmon and more easily able to escape the net. But I have thousands of hours of video looking at chum escapes through similar salmon excluder devices. So I'm hoping to refine those for chum salmon. So I'll stop there. That's the end of our IPA section of the report. And if there are no questions with that, we can move on to alternative 4.
Madam Chair, as I indicated, we were requested to just kind of give you a brief overview of our submittal. I think that is in Appendix 2 of the full proposal. That did include regulatory recommendations that you have seen. So Austin's going to walk you through a little bit of the work that we've done and the suggestions we have.
Yeah, so this slide shows that we have significant operational differences between the CP and CV fleet. I think you heard that in staff presentation as well as the CV presentation before us, but just wanted to highlight that typically 81% of our pollock catch occurs west of this 170 line in genetic clusters 3 and 4. And so obviously we know from the historical genetics data that clusters 3 and 4 have significantly lower proportions of Western Alaska chum.
Madam Chair, if I could just interrupt Austin for a minute. We were asked before, we didn't label it, but you can see the little light red is the catcher vessel operating area, and the unusual shaped lines are in there as the chum savings area that is still on the books. We just wanted to kind of note what those were. Thank you.
So yeah, you guys, the council has seen this map before. We did ask the geneticists to break out the genetics relative to fishing areas, just because those were easier for us to then analyze our fishing effort relative to the genetic information. And so we've identified the Unimac area as having sort of the highest historical relative catch of Western Alaska chum, followed by the shelf edge area. And that's in the recent years. And so looking at those areas relative to our rolling hotspot program, we identified that we have been implementing the majority of closures in the recent time period in those areas. And so then the logical next step was how can we then sort of enhance the rolling hotspot program within those two areas, specifically beyond what we are already doing. And so we worked with C-State going on almost a year and a half's worth of work now to look at what would happen if we lowered the base rate floor, for example, in cluster 1 and 2. And so that's essentially lowering the threshold at which you identify a bycatch avoidance area. And then we also looked at implementing larger closures. So maybe we thought that these polygon areas weren't big enough to protect the Western Alaska chum, and perhaps if we closed larger areas, that this would be able to save more Western Alaska chum then. And the Molly results of those two exercises didn't yield any promising results. We noticed that there was no Western Alaska chum salmon savings in all years, and we also had the propensity for increased Chinook salmon catch under both of those scenarios that we looked at. We also looked at following that exercise spatiotemporal closures, and that exercise actually did highlight that the shelf edge fishing area in sort of this July-August period was optimal for Western Alaska chum savings in some years, but again, it didn't accrue savings in all years that we looked at.
Mr. Brooks, before you move on, I think we have a question from Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. It's a quick one. I just wanted to make sure I understood the last point there, that it was looking at fishing on the shelf edge or on the shelf. I think you also said in July, August was better for Western Alaska chum avoidance. So pollock fishing in that area resulted in less Western Alaska chum than other areas.
Chair, no, Ms. Kimball, it was the opposite. So closing that area from sort of this early July to mid-August period was beneficial to Western Alaska chum in some years.
Mr. Estabrooks, I guess you were looking at this through the lens of the CP movement primarily, or in combination, just to clarify that. Okay.
Yes, we did look at it through the lens of CP as well as combined, CD and CP.
Both the CVs and CPs had availability of the same data. So I think the results were the same, but you're correct that we were looking at it through a CP lens, but the results were shown to us both combined and then broken out.
So for the council, these are the 6 regulatory recommendations that we included in our proposal to you. A lot of these, or some of these recommendations, are already amendments that were put in our IPA in 2022. And just wanted to highlight the first recommendation, which is the optimization of sort of these bycatch avoidance areas, and in terms of minimizing Western Alaska chum salmon impacts in particular. And so I wanted to just move right into what do we mean by optimizing our rolling hotspot program to minimize impacts on Western Alaska chum specifically relative to the purpose and need. And well, this is a strictly hypothetical example of what we mean in that we believe that in identifying bycatch avoidance areas, we not only have to consider what the relative bycatch rates of chum salmon are if we are concerned truly about minimizing our impacts on Western Alaska chum. We also need to understand what the relative proportion of Western Alaska chum is in the areas that we're closing versus the areas that we want to move the fleet to, in addition to pollock CPE. And so this gives you just a hypothetical look of how you can reduce your overall chum catch, but increase your Western Alaska chum catch by moving the fleet. For example, in this instance, if you close the shelf edge area and move the fleet inshore to the Unimac area, you can actually increase your Western Alaska chum catch by 64, but reduce your overall chum catch by what's that, 360. And so this is just an example of how the difference between, there's a difference between two different objectives. And if the objective is to reduce overall chum, you can have a negative impact on Western Alaska chum.
Madam Chair, I really appreciate that Austin kind of gave you a theoretical, because this is a hard concept to kind of understand. It was difficult for me to understand, well, if we reduced our overall chum, wouldn't that reduce Western Alaska chum? And that obviously proves that not necessarily. And it depends on when and where you're fishing and what the genetic proportion of Western Alaska salmon are in that area. So I think it's important for the public and regulatory folks to understand that we kind of do need to understand the objective, because our reaction to trying to meet that objective may be different, may require different movement or fleet behavior changes. So I think it's important to understand that if you want us to reduce our overall chum, our decisions would be different than if the goal was to reduce Western Alaska chum. So I think this is a good example, and hopefully it helps articulate that kind of weird dynamic when you're thinking about chum. And primarily it's because of the hatchery component. We don't struggle with that in the Chinook program because we are trying to avoid all Chinook, because the majority of those Chinook are going to Western Alaska. And that's a different dynamic than in the chum encounters.
I would just add, it's not always going to be the case that you want to move the fleet. For example, in this scenario, from the Unimac area to the shelf edge, the opposite could be true given the bycatch rates and the known Western Alaska or the historical Western Alaska chum proportions. And so, in my opinion, this exercise of optimizing needs to be refined and reviewed. The data changes every day, and so you could have you could change where you want to move the fleet on a weekly basis, given what you know or what you're seeing coming in from the data from the fleet in real time. But so in summary, we just believe that the IPAs are able to achieve the best management outcome for Western Alaska chum specifically, just given the ability to use this spatial information to continually refine where we're moving the fleet. And just generally, as we highlighted earlier, the unpredictability given temperatures and distributions of the pollock and chum on an interannual basis, given cold pool extent, numerous factors, allows the IPAs to be most adaptive to, as you'll hear probably multiple people say in testimony later, is that every season is very different. And then again, we really don't know what the future holds in terms of hatchery release and climate change. Again, we see when we have marine heat waves in the Gulf, we see a large influx in the Goa Pacific Northwest chum stocks into the Bering Sea. And so all of these factors play a large role in what we're seeing in the pollock fishery in any given year.
And just to two final points. I think I've been asked, well, the regulatory recommendations are things that you've already implemented. That's true. But we suggested them in the regulatory sense because I think that we need to assure the public that we're not going to just change the IPAs willy-nilly, and we need to have direction from the council about what your objectives are. And that was the purpose of the regulatory amendment, so that you could direct us in what needed to be required in the IPAs. So we suggested that, you know, some of the changes that we made in 2022 would be a good examples of things that you may want to require us to continue to do, like the biweekly reporting. There were two opportunities last bee season to identify closure areas, and you've heard some of that from Susie. So yes, we have already changed some of our IPA to some of those. We've seen some results, and we do believe that if that's the council wants us to be a little bit more directive, that some of our regulatory requirements would require us to continue to do that. My other point, Madam Chair, and I don't need Austin to go back, but I know there's great interest in identifying corridors. And what we discovered when we were looking at all the closures and where we found Western Alaska salmon, although not really, we don't call them corridors, but we really do believe that the rolling hotspot closure is picking up the salmon on their migratory route. I think that was one of the benefits of having two announcements per week so that we could do a better job. Now, are they perfect? No. Are they the same place every year? No. But we do think that we have the capability, and maybe even the rolling hotspot closures are currently identifying what some are calling corridors. So we would like to work more on this, work with some of Western Alaska traditional knowledge holders that may have more information that would inform us better about how we think the chum moved through the Bering Sea. But we do think that right now, our rolling hotspot closure is capturing many of those areas.
Thank you. See if there are any final questions. Ms. Kimball.
On your analysis of the areas, the spatiotemporal closures, can you characterize for me, maybe absent CDQ, how much fishing there is by the CP fleet in the Unimac area and the shelf? The shelf edge.
Yeah, through the chair, I felt like I should reference my notes to not get it incorrect, but specifically in the Unimac area, CDQ fishing is very intermittent within the CBOA. So that would be primarily, the Unimac area. The CP fleet fishing on the shelf edge, I would say historically there's not always pollock there. And so again, that fishery just, south of the Pribilofs on the shelf edge there is also has a lot of variability. What we're seeing in the bee season with this 2018 cohort, and you see a lot of spatial affinity among cohorts with pollock, is that most of these 2018 fish are right off of Zemchug. And so, northeast of the Pribilofs. So that's where we've seen a bulk of the fishing in the last sort of 3 years. And there's been less fishing along the shelf edge. I would say in 2020 and some of the years prior, there was a little bit more fishing in the shelf edge, but and then again, CDQ fishing in the Unimac area is, I would say, generally quite minimal and not consistent throughout the years.
Thank you, Mr. Messer.
And sometimes, very little effort.
Thank you, Mr. Messer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I understand that there isn't a direct correlation between the encounter rate of Western Alaska chum salmon and the overall bycatch that occurs from year to year, and that things do change. But I just wanted to clarify that to the best of your knowledge, there's still a significant migratory run of Western Alaska salmon that make their way through Unimac Pass and through False Pass that get encountered. It's more a matter of where they go from there and what time they pass through there. Is that fairly accurate? I was really looking at your scenario drawing as well, and it would seem to reason that at certain times a year you don't want to be right in front of those two fish highways, and other times when they get through there, then you may encounter them elsewhere. Is that accurate?
I think that you're correct. You see the cluster 1, cluster 2, and a lot of Western Alaska proportion fish there. And then we don't track them after that because we only are tracking the chum that are in our bycatch. So it doesn't tell us about where they are in the rest of the Bering Sea, when and where, because we only have the data about where chum salmon and Western Alaska chum salmon are in the Bering Sea because of where we fish and the encounters. So because you don't see closure areas going all the way up to Western Alaska is primarily because we're not fishing there. So we don't have any information to share on that. And most of the time our fleet will move west of 170 in clusters 3 and 4. And that seems not to be an area where Western Alaskans are going. I mean, we do have our theories about how those travel, up to Bristol Bay and up to Western Alaska, but there are right now theories, there's ongoing work, but I do think you've identified that we're not tracking them because we're not tracking chum generally, only those data that are available to us because of that, the bycaught fish.
I would I would say if I were able to see the CV fleet data, I might be able to give you a better answer, but I don't see enough catch coming out of that sort of UMAC area to be able to say at all anything at all about a migration corridor or timing. But yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a question about the data that are used for your optimization tool. Are those the same data that on roughly the same time and spatial scale that CVs were showing as part of their sort of provision 1, so that you're looking on a really pretty fine grain and on a weekly basis?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think you can confirm with C-State, but I believe they are looking at estimates. I mean, again, these are estimates of historical proportions on stat area, which is a pretty fine scale. And also monthly time steps, I think we have it down to. So yeah, that's a pretty fine resolution, I would say, given.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your report. I think this is a good time for our mid-morning break. When we come back, we will be taking 3 testifiers out of order because of travel constraints, and they'll be coming up all together. Then we will resume with our SSC report and AP report. And a reminder to the public before the end of the AP report, please do sign up for public testimony if you're wishing to testify on agenda item C2. So thank you. And we will come back at 10:35. Council members, please come back to order. Thank you, everyone. Before resuming our SSC reports and AP reports on agenda item C2, we will be taking 3 testifiers. Brian Woodley, Vivian Cortius, and Melanie Benke. And each of them have signed up separately for organization. So collectively, they will have 18 minutes. And we'll take questions after the completion of all testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. We represent ABCP, CLERIC, and TCC, and collectively, we represent 113 tribes, nearly half of the tribes in Alaska. My name is Brian Ridley, and I'm a tribal member of the Native Village of Eagle, which is on the Yukon River at the Canadian border. I'm the chief chairman of the Tanana Chiefs Conference. TCC is a tribal consortium that serves 42 tribal communities, including 37 federally recognized tribes and more than 18,000 Alaska Native people in interior Alaska, whose health and well-being depend on salmon stocks of the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Western and interior Alaska chum salmon spend most of their lives in the marine waters under the management authority of NIMS and the Council in the Bering Sea, whose ecosystems include the Yukon and Kuskokwim watersheds. The Council has statutory obligations to enact conservation and management measures that take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities, to provide for the sustained participation of such communities, and to minimize economic impacts on such communities. This includes communities on our watersheds, yet our people have not had the sustained participation in subsistence harvests, experience major subsistence economic impacts, and face a multi-species and multi-year decline of salmon stocks. In 2023, Chinook salmon harvest was not allowed and the second lowest return on record. Summer chum and had some subsistence fishing allowed on the lower and mid-river. There were no allowable fall chum harvests on the Yukon River and 5th lowest return on record. No allowable coho harvest and 2nd lowest return on record. Tributary escapement goals were not met and international border crossing escapement goals were not met. We're facing a salmon crisis, yet you continue to allow bycatch and not acknowledge the cumulative impacts of bycatch over decades of commercial fishing. Each salmon caught could have been hundreds, if not thousands of salmon. In October, I asked for an analysis that must be transparent, inclusive of traditional knowledge, subsistence information, different values, tribal community needs and perspectives, and broad and cumulative social and ecological impacts. What the Council produced in the Chum Salmon Bycatch Preliminary Draft EIS is deficient. The DEIS does not reflect a reasonable range of alternatives as were required by NEPA. It does not include reductions in bycatch as required by National Standard 9, does not include social, cultural, and human health impacts, does not account for the decades of chum salmon bycatch, does not meet the NIMS and the Council's obligations of the federal trust responsibility to the tribes. The DEIS is biased towards commercial fishing interests and their financial burden. There is little meaningful evaluation on foreseeable impacts to harvesting communities on the rivers and our financial impact. TCC urges the Council to modify its alternatives by integrating Indigenous knowledge and tribal comments from affected in-river communities pursuant to National Standard 2 and develop alternatives that would result in actual reductions in chum bycatch from recent PSC levels. TCC requests the Council to require additional alternative analysis that include PSC limits on chum bycatch across all alternatives and with limits below 200,000 in order to meaningfully reduce chum bycatch, including a PSC limit of 0. The proposed PSC limits in alternative 2 would only impose bycatch limits during the worst chum salmon years on record. The 91 to 2022 average chum bycatch limit is 188 chum salmon, 188,000. Why are most of the PSC limits in alternative 2 above this long-term average? Because the DEIS is skewed to favor commercial industry by only looking at averages for the last 10-year average, when PSC is higher and does not take into account escapement or impact of subsistence harvest opportunity. Overall, all alternatives in the DEIS are equivalent to no action and insufficient to NEPA. TCC proposes a new alternative to time and area closures to be considered in addition to a PSC cap. The migration of chum salmon and higher proportions of Western Alaska chum bycatch in the B season and cluster area 1 support further evaluation to ease choke points for returning chum salmon and allows immature chum salmon to escape so that they might return to spawn in the future years. Our tribes want action now. Conservation continues to rest on the backs of tribes. Tribes are willing to give up fishing if it means our future generations can fish. We teach our people to take only what you need without waste. The bounties our people receive are treated with respect so that they will continue to return in abundance, compared to the waste and disrespect of salmon as bycatch by the commercial fishing industry. Salmon cannot recover if they cannot make it to the spawning grounds. Every salmon counts, and there's a critical need to err on the side of conservation during severely depressed escapements. If left unaddressed, our people are facing a health and wellness emergency that threatens our way of life. If the council does not help us conserve this resource, we would be forced to take legal action as well as endangered species considerations or advocating for the Secretary of Interior to intervene. Last month, TCC passed Resolution 2024-29, directing TCC to pursue legal action to address the Yukon River salmon crisis, which may include addressing the systemic barriers and failures in the current management systems and broadly improve the accountability for the impacts of commercial fishing on tribal subsistence rights. Thank you. Masicho.
Good morning. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. I am Yupik and a member of the Imanic tribe. Thank you for holding this public meeting and for allowing us to engage in this very important discussion on chum salmon bycatch and the draft EIS. I want to thank and recognize our consortium tribes, the AVCP Executive Board, Subsistence Committee, who are here to offer testimony. AVCP serves the 56 federally recognized tribes on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta and Bering Sea coast. Today, I will address 3 topics. First, I will talk about what is happening in our villages. Second, I will address the draft EIS. Lastly, I will close my comments. Question: what is happening in our villages? What is happening in our villages is not acceptable. We have heard in the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs hearing in Bethel and the last 4 years of the AVCP annual convention, something needs to be done to address the salmon crisis. Our communities rely on the Yukon-Kuskokwim rivers and the Bering Sea for food. Salmon is our way of life. We are salmon people. It is our cultural identity. Right now, our cultural identity is under attack. Our subsistence way of life is being questioned. We will not sit silently and watch this happen. The situation is dire. In my opinion, we are witnessing a humanitarian crisis in our own state of Alaska. This crisis is not fast like a war, but a slow elimination of not only people and unique indigenous cultures, but a whole ecosystem that supports salmon on the North American continent and adjacent seas and oceans. We are here at this meeting to ask the council for your help. We need your help in every one of our villages. We cannot survive without you. It is important that the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council recognize its role in helping us and really listen to the testimonies at this meeting. We are asking that you make transformative decisions to help our communities, just as the council should help any other stakeholder that comes before you. If the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council can't or won't help us, then just tell us straight up. Regarding the environmental impact statement, the draft EIS considered several alternatives. It seems to be leaning towards the status quo. That means no significant change or actions by the council. This is also not acceptable. There needs to be significant reductions below the current measures. Recently, Regional Administrator Curlin wrote a letter to the chair. The letter dated March 29, 2024. In that letter, Mr. Curlin urged the council to pursue a higher range of alternatives in line with the NEPA process. We agree. He also urged the council to consider options for including chump limit below 200,000. While we would prefer it to be zero, we urge that it needs to be reduced. In our view of the report, we did not see engagement with our communities. I did not see conversations with our elders or tribes. I did not see the use of indigenous knowledge to help support or defer any alternative presented. This is not acceptable. My ask is that the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council meet and come to Bethel to hear directly from our tribes and communities about the salmon crash and the EIS. Change needs to happen. The status quo cannot be continued. Our communities are suffering and hungry. Our resources are wasted and our cultural identity is dying. Yesterday, I listened to testimony at the advisory council meeting. A gentleman who testified on behalf of 4 vessels said, "We have enough management to sink a ship." There was a reaction from the majority of the advisory council members in a light way. They were laughing. As I listened to the rest of his testimony, I thought of how this impacts our communities. I thought, we have enough management that we have sunk our salmon, at least in the AYK region. The Advisory Council and North Pacific Fisheries Management Council also needs to hear us when we say, we have enough management that we are sinking not only the salmon, but our communities. As a council, please do not ignore what you hear from even the smallest of our villages. I am asking that you take everything we say into consideration when you make your decisions. In closing, our villages in the AYK region are experiencing a devastating salmon crash. It has touched every household and every family in our region. Spring breakup is about a month away. This time of the year is when we start preparing to put salmon away for food. Are we going to see yet another season with not enough salmon? My question to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is, are we going to have another year of empty freezer bags? And I've shared with you a freezer bag at your table, and I'd like you to use it as a reminder of our discussions about the salmon crash in the AYK region. Thank you.
Good morning. Agyak po kakao nga sibo nga kami nga. Good morning. Bear with me if I stumble on my words, as English is my second language. I am Melanie Banky. I am a tribal member of the native village of Savunga, and I live in Nome. My Laloamka side hails from Sioux City, Iowa, originally. I hold a master's degree in rural development, and I am the president of COERC, formed 51 years ago by the region's tribes to advance the social, economic, cultural, and political conditions in the Bering Strait region of Alaska. COERC is the tribal consortium in the Bering Strait region of Alaska, an area with 20 federally recognized tribes and 16 communities. The region's population is about 9,000 people, of which 75% are Alaska Native. In a state with an out-migration trend, our population is growing. I come from a long line of people who have thrived for thousands of years in the Arctic, one of the harshest climates in the world. We rely on the land, air, sea, and rivers to sustain us. My people were the first stewards of our natural resources before federal and state management systems were imposed on us. I am the great-granddaughter of a reindeer herder, daughter of a bowhead whaling captain, sister of commercial halibut fishermen, auntie to many, a wife married into a family of commercial crabbers, and most importantly, I am the mother of 3 beautiful children who I hope, along with their descendants, will have the opportunity to live and thrive on our homelands, carrying on the legacy of our ancestors. For this to happen, we need sustainability of the resources we rely on. Toward that end, I'm here to testify about chum bycatch in solidarity with my fellow leaders of consortia from the interior and YK regions. In our region, in addition to the declines in king and chum salmon, we face additional threats such as erosion, severe weather events such as the recent Typhoon Merbok, increased shipping traffic, a high cost of living, low employment opportunities, compounding a housing shortage, and social issues related to intergenerational trauma brought on by the federal government's attempts to eradicate our cultural identity. Our challenges are real. And now we face fighting for our core identity as a people, our subsistence way of life. It's not the first time either. Yankee whalers and Russian fur traders nearly decimated whales, walrus, and other species of marine mammals, whose numbers are still rebounding only after protections were put in place. This time we fight for salmon, a core source of food security for us in our region. We've been experiencing chum declines spanning the last 3 to 4 decades, including having had to resort to a Tier 2 fishery. After decades of federal and state management of the resource, this is our reality. COERC has provided written comments outlining our specific technical requests. In short, we would like to see an expansion in the alternatives. Most importantly, we want to see the range of PSC limits the council is considering dramatically reduced. What has been presented falls short of addressing the chum declines meaningfully. We really appreciate and support the AP unanimously passing a recommendation considering lower bycatch limits. This is a positive step forward if implemented. As for industry, I'm keenly aware of the benefit, especially the benefit our CDQs bring. They contribute greatly to their member communities. Our organization partners with them on many initiatives, and my mother recently retired from our CDQ. I myself personally benefited in my pursuit of higher education as a scholarship recipient. I'm not here to bite one of the hand that feeds us, so to say. However, CDQs were created to amplify our prosperity, to supplement, but not replace the security afforded by our subsistence lifestyle, the fabric of our cultural identity. This isn't about trying to kill the industry or even attack it. It shouldn't be us against them. We need to find a way to coexist and ensure our people who have relied on salmon for thousands of years do not become an endangered species ourselves. We live where we do because of our subsistence lifestyle. Economic benefits of industry should not be put ahead of, nor come at the cost of our subsistence harvests. We need to find a sustainable balance and adjust as needed. The burden of conservation must be shared. I believe we all have a goal of abundance. For that to be realized, sacrifices must be made and shared. Until salmon stocks rebound, we need to work together, not against each other. Please develop and adopt dramatically reduced PSC limits to give chum a chance to rebound and afford our people the opportunity to carry on our way of life, the core of our identity. Thank you especially for allowing us to testify out of order today to accommodate our travel requirements, and grateful to have been given an opportunity to provide you our recommendations and our perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this morning and appreciate your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions from council members, and please feel free to pass if you wish not to answer. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And I am asking a question to all of you because I only heard from one representative that the AP motion was something that was supported, and I was unsure if you were speaking for all three groups or if all three of you feel like if the council considers the elements of the AP motion, if you feel like that and enhancing the local and traditional knowledge and the analysis would make you feel like the next iteration of this document would take many of the concerns that you described in your testimony into account.
I wasn't speaking for the other two organizations. I was speaking on behalf of QUARC's response to the AP's recommendation. I think it's a step in the right direction. I don't think it's going to solve everything. The lower bycatch limits, as well as looking at the regulatory space-time cap limits in areas of higher Western Alaska chum bycatch, if implemented, would be a positive step forward.
If I may, so my concern with a lot of the discussions that have happened are on the caps or limits that come into play. My concern, I think one of those discussions yesterday talked about a range of 22,000 to 550,000. And when I looked at the 550, if I'm speaking on the right one, that would only come into play once in 33 years. So what we're asking for, and our tribes and our tribal members are demanding, is that you guys take serious action when you're setting these limits. Because if you do that analysis and then in the fall say, okay, we're going to give you a cap, but it's 550. Well, that's just basically lip service and trying to get us to say, oh, good, we got a cap, when in fact it'll never come into play. And that's my concern with this. And so as you go through the process and you do your analysis, I think it's really important how you set that cap and how realistic and what that cap will actually do going forward is really going to be important.
So, like I said before, we're asking this council as a whole to help our communities. And if we're going to talk about 200,000 or zero, anything in there, the impact has to be felt at the community level. It has to. If we don't see that help that we're asking for, we're asking for from this council, then we really have to look at other alternatives.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. And I guess what the council has to consider right now is the letter from National Marine Fisheries Service that you referenced, that the attorneys feel like our range of alternatives for a cap aren't broad enough to be legally defensible. And so I think that if that letter resonated with you, that the range needs to be expanded, and that's the message that we've received. That's very helpful, and I appreciate the message, and I think your testimony was really helpful. So thank you.
If I may.
Yes.
So I was trying to avoid this part, but as I understand it, how you set your cap either will be legally defensible for you or will open up and give us a stronger case legally. So that would be the part I want you to consider as you're setting that, because none of us want to end up in litigation. I've tried for the last couple of years to follow the process and allow all of you to take the proper action to help bring our fish back. But if you set that cap at 550, that's going to make our litigation much, much easier. And I hope we can all avoid that.
And that's what I'm talking about when I'm asking the council here, if you can help us, tell us. And if you can't or won't, let us know.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball. Thank you for your testimony and sorry. I think one of the concerns I have, and I'm speaking for myself, is that there's nothing in our current analysis that shows that kind of any cap level is going to make a difference to the communities for Western Alaska salmon returns. We may save a lot of other origin chum. And that is why I'm concerned about maybe so much putting so many eggs in the basket of a cap, unless it's so low that the fishery doesn't open. And then I see your point. So my attention has been more focused on what could we do to focus our measures on Western Alaska returns. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about how interested you are in these other, I think in the COERC letter, you called it spatio-temporal measures to focus on reductions in Western Alaska chum. Is my question clear? Maybe that's for you, Ms. Mickey.
I'm not a technical expert. We did provide the written comments, and we do have consultants that are experts in the technicalities of all of this. But if you're talking about the bycatch not being necessarily, all of it isn't bound for Western Alaska in origin, is that what you're asking about?
That is in part kind of what we're seeing in the analysis in our SSC minutes, is that we could be taking an action that then just doesn't help. And you're asking us to be very frank about what we could do that would help. And so, yes, that's a big component of an overall cap that just saves other chum.
Every salmon counts, especially now. We don't know all of the impacts of the hatchery interactions with wild stocks, but that is something you and the federal government should work to address as well. There are no perfect solutions to these issues, but you should be working towards good ones. And there clearly needs to be a bycatch cap. And the alternatives you have now have cap limits that are way too high. All waste is disrespectful to the resource, and we should strive towards zero waste. Many people have been stuck on zero subsistence fishing repeatedly, while the fleet wastes thousands. Why is that okay?
And again, you're going to hear all three of us say that every salmon counts. And it does, especially when you haven't had that salmon for the past 3-4 years.
What they said. That would be my response as well. I try to emphasize in my testimony that every salmon counts, because one salmon coming back could end up being hundreds, if not thousands of salmon over time. And so when I think of this issue, I've heard the argument, oh, you're only this percent of the catch or this percent. I think back historically when our line was in the millions, and our percent, as I understand it from your science, was more in the 40% range, where now we're down at 20%, or I've heard people say 10%. Well, to me, when you look at the bycatch numbers and you look at what was it, 05 and 07, depending on if you're looking at Chinook or chum, you've got to see a correlation. And then you're catching over 100,000 of our salmon. And then what happened right after that? A huge crash. So I need all of you to take some ownership in that and realize that the reason the percent is so low right now is because of those big years that happened in the past. And now, on the Yukon, we're fighting for, what is it, somewhere around 15,000 kings and 20 to 30,000 chum coming up our rivers. I mean, the numbers are super low. But for us, if we could get 100 more fish, 1,000 more fish, that would be huge for us on our rivers. And that's why we say every salmon counts.
So as we sit here in these meetings, we listen to the reports, we look at numbers, we talk about percentages, we debate what the best strategy is. And I'm telling you that this is what our people see. Empty. There's nothing in it. This is really what our people see. Despite the numbers, despite the strategy, despite all the roles and responsibilities of this council, other council advisory boards, this is what our people see. And it's not acceptable.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Not seeing any further questions. Safe travels. Okay. Thank you all. So I think we're ready for our SSC report. Dr. Muter.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the SSC. I'm Franz Müter, co-chair of the SSC, and the other co-chair, Sherry Dressel, should be online. I'm here to present the balance of our SSC report. And I'll start with a couple of small items before we get back to chump salmon. We had a brief administrative discussion and got an update on the climate scenario workshop that will be held in June 2024, as I believe you did. And then I provide a brief update on plans for the SC, the national level SSC meeting in August. We had a plan team nomination and reviewed the nomination of Andrew Olson, formerly ADFNG. Apologies about that. To the BSAI crab plan team. The SSC finds this nominee to be well qualified, and we recommend that the council approve their nomination. And that brings us to salmon bycatch. I'll start with a brief overview of our report. We'll start with the genetics reports that you also received yesterday. And then we have two separate sections, one for the preliminary draft environmental impact statement and one for the social impact assessment that I believe you received a single integrated report on, and then a brief section on the IPA reports and the alternative 4 proposal. We wanted to express our appreciation for the work that the staff did on this DEIS and SIA, especially considering the tight project deadlines they're facing now. Also want to highlight that we received considerable public testimony that highlighted the potential impacts and benefits, as well as the many analytical and other challenges with evaluating these impacts. On the genetics report, we just like to highlight the value of that genetic information for informing the current action on chum salmon by describing the spatial patterns and stock composition. That has been tremendously valuable. We heard that the analysts are that there are ongoing efforts to use a new approach using low coverage whole genome sequencing that could help us refine the genetic resolution of the Western Alaska stocks. And we support the development of those approaches to the extent practicable, but also recognize that that obviously is not going to happen on the timelines that are needed for this action or for and with uncertain success potentially. We also suggested to the authors to perhaps better contextualize the patterns in both total bycatch and bycatch by reporting group. We would recommend that the future reports include figures showing the relative amount of fishing effort by stat area for the most recent year and by pollock fishery sector. We had a few other recommendations for the reports in the future, including a description of any ongoing research or planned research that would help inform the council about advances in methodology and how that could be used in the process. For example, was refining spatial patterns and timeliness of or faster turnaround times. We also asked for including a discussion of individual-based assignments for chum and Chinook salmon, whether it is feasible to assign a stock of origin to individual fish with some probability, and just at least get a better understanding of what the feasibility is and what the challenges with that are, and the levels of uncertainty associated with that. And then we also suggested including a discussion of whether there are meaningful differences in stock composition by fishery sector after you control for all the spatial differences in bycatch rates. That brings us to the draft EIS initial review analysis. Of course, as you know, the council is considering new management measures to try to minimize chum bycatch, particularly focused on Western Alaska chum salmon. And at this time, the SEC finds a preliminary draft EIS and associated social impact assessment appendix inadequate to allow the council to understand the fishery and policy impacts of the alternatives. We recommend that the document undergo some additional analyses and review before it's advanced to public review. We laid out some justifications for that in our report. That includes, with regards to the alternatives, that there is currently somewhat limited information on the impacts or efficacy of the status quo in avoiding Western Alaska chum in particular. With regards to alternative 2, the caps, there is limited information to understand the potential that overall chum PSC limits might actually might not reduce Western Alaska chum bycatch under the caps. With regards to alternative 3, obviously the limitations of how far that has been developed at this point precluded a complete analysis, and therefore limited the comparisons to the other alternatives. With respect to alternative 4, it's not fully developed at this point. And the implementation or how that would be implemented in relation to the other alternatives is somewhat unclear, and the analysis itself is incomplete at this point. We also point out the limitations to assessing the potential impacts of the alternatives and the potential benefits to Western Alaska chum without an adult equivalency or EQ analysis and an impact analysis or some reasonable approximation to better quantify the potential conservation benefits. And then finally, we point out somewhat asymmetric treatment of uncertainty and a differential bias of the impacts on industry versus salmon-reliant communities and how that is characterized in the document. I'll get back to all of these points in terms of our recommendations in those regards. So these are not in a very well thought through order potential probably, but we try to kind of in our written report you see some section headers to try to get a quicker grasp of the different issues that we're addressing. And I'll use the same some of the same headers here in the slides. Overall, we recommend that the potential for unintended impacts on Western Alaska chum salmon be presented and characterized earlier in the document in the executive summary, and that characterization should be done in terms of a potential or likely lower and upper bounds to the extent possible. The SSC was particularly concerned about the potential for increased Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch under alternative 2, as well as the potential for increased catch of herring and Chinook in general under that alternative. And there were some inconsistent statements in the document and in terms of that potential that should be clarified. The SSC recommends also an improved description of the salmon management regulatory process to better understand the potential benefits of the alternatives in terms of the potential for increased escapement or harvest opportunities. With regards to the description of impacts on the pollock fleet, we suggest reframing the current analysis of impacts in terms of lower and upper bounds for changes in pollock revenue and the associated bycatch quantities. And we noted that the simultaneous focus in the document currently on, apologies about the misspelling, decreased costs and increased revenues is unrealistic when examining impacts of potential closures under the caps. In other words, it's unrealistic to realize both the revenues, the revenue loss under a cap and the costs associated with avoidance measures. This slide focuses on the choice of the abundance indices for determining the cap or for triggering a cap. We found that the analysis that was provided in comparing those indices is adequate, and the results indicate that the Yukon Summer Chum Index could be a good proxy for the other indices. At least over the time frame that was analyzed, because there's strong synchrony among the indices. And for that reason, we recommended sub-option 2A using the Yukon Summer Chum Index for simplicity. However, we also suggest to consider using either the Norton Sound or the Bethel test fishery indices, in addition, in case the synchrony of the indices diminish in the future, at least as a supplemental index. The SSC also noted that the PSC limits would only have been in place after low runs already occurred, which would suggest that the purpose and need were not really met and a higher threshold should be explored. I do want to point out that in our written report, we wrote lower threshold here, and that was incorrect, and I corrected that in the slides here. Then finally, we recommend providing variance estimates for all of the indices.
Dr. Muter, I think we have a question on that slide. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you. I did have a question about the second to last bullet in terms of the recommendation to consider higher thresholds. I did read through the SSC report, but I'm hoping you can just confirm for me that while the SSC did make that recommendation, it did not recommend specific thresholds for the council to consider. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes, that's correct. We did not discuss or make any specific recommendations with regards to the threshold. Oops, sorry. The next section focuses on the impact analyses, and in particular the characterizing the relative scale of the bycatch that is occurring in the fishery. We certainly recognize the challenges of doing a full adult equivalency and impact analysis, given the relatively data poor chum salmon stocks. And therefore, we recommend exploring some simpler alternatives to better understand the efficacy of the alternatives for particularly conserving Western Alaska chum salmon during periods of low abundance. We do, and I believe you saw a table that the analysts put together that was not in the document, and we recommend providing a table similar to that, that puts the potential Western Alaska chum bycatch into better context, in the context of commercial and subsistence harvest for the alternatives, with appropriate uncertainties and caveats included in the text or in footnotes, to get a better idea of the scale of the bycatch relative to returns, harvests, escapement, if possible. And then we also recommended exploring a simplified AEQ analysis that uses lower and upper bounds for the age at maturity that would help to just better bracket the range of chum salmon that might return to Western Alaska rivers through these actions. We have some comments on the structure of the alternative 3 and recommend additional discussion on how that would be implemented, and that clearly needs some further development, obviously, and we recommended, if this is carried forward, exploring the feasibility of using historical data to estimate the Western Alaska chum salmon rates for in-season management, similar to the way we implement, for example, Halibut DMRs. And that
Dr. Muter, sorry, before you proceed, we have a question for you, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Muter. I'm going to back you up just to the AEQ recommendation for the simplified. I'm struggling to understand why the SSC thinks it's so important to have an AEQ that the value that they see in providing sort of the lower, it's not exactly simplified if you're actually doing it for lower and upper bounds. It seems like it's even harder to interpret in a way than a point estimate, sort of AEQ. What's the value? Because you can't do an impact analysis except for maybe one or two stocks that may not be representative of exploitation patterns on the whole. Why is the SSC laying so much emphasis on the value of this when it's hard for me to see how it's going to be informative?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, I believe this was in part response to requests from many sites to get a better idea of the actual scale of the number of salmon that would have returned to the rivers. And realizing that we can't do a full impact analysis, it would help put the bycatch savings set or the additional salmon that might be available in the context of the other quantities like catches, subsistence harvest, escapement levels. And currently in the document, it is, highlighted and emphasized that the bycatch numbers represent an upper limit without an attempt to quantify, well, what's a reasonable range to reflect the uncertainty in that upper limit. Then with regards to evaluating the different alternatives, in the document, there is sort of an assumption made that the impacts on alternative 2 and 3 would be similar, but we would question that assumption. And the SSC recommends that a qualitative approach would be provided to describe and contrast the incentive structures under each of the alternatives to better understand the incentives for taking measures to avoid bycatch. We also suggest 2 quantitative analyses, and note here that we added the qualifier to the extent practicable that would use genetic data to provide richer information on the potential impacts of different alternatives. One is to assess to what extent the chum bycatch rates are predictable based on a retrospective analysis or historical information. How predictable are the patterns in the bycatch rates in different areas spatially, and also to assessing the variability or heterogeneity across space and over time, both was in the season and among years in the target and bycatch species relative to past fleet movements, realizing that this may be a limited analysis, but we suggested, given the time available, but we suggested some summary measures that could be provided to better characterize the variability in bycatch rate across space and time that could help inform the efficacy of some of the avoidance measures. With regards to alternative 4, we do support further evaluation of the alternative in the DEIS in the context of the other alternatives, and suggested some discussion of the mechanisms that would be in place to modify or to try to avoid chum salmon under alternative 4, and particularly in terms of contrasting the alternative with alternative 3, and what additional benefits that might provide. And in general, suggest further discussions of the interaction between alternative 4 measures and the other alternatives. For example, again, the effect of hard caps under alternative 2 on the efficacy of alternative 4. And then finally, we suggest that analyses could be better informed by the proposed analysis on the heterogeneity of bycatch in space and time and past fleet movements that I noted. Some other considerations, we highlight the spatial differences in bycatch rates that you had some discussion about here as well of Western Alaska salmon versus salmon of Asian or other origin, and the potential for spatial management measures to avoid Western Alaska chum bycatch. And then finally, we recommend scheduling a performance review of any new management measures relatively soon after implementation. And I believe that's all on the all I had on the DEIS. I'll stay for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just had a quick one on the last one, Dr. Muter, and last slide about, was the SSC highlighting the spatial differences, the potential for spatial management measures? Was that in reference to the current hotspot program that is being run that moves people off of high PSC rates and those proposals under alternative 4, or was that in reference to something different that's not currently covered in the set of alternatives?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, thank you for the question. I think we were thinking about both possibilities, in part because there's still some movement in the alternatives, and we definitely thought about it in the context of the fleet's ability to avoid areas of high bycatch where it would be obvious, and we saw some of the presentations and then some of the testimony that there are efforts underway to perhaps use historical patterns of where the highest bycatch rates are to try to avoid bycatch, but this could certainly be potentially implemented through other spatial management measures if the council so wishes. Oops. Okay, proceed. So that brings us to the social impact assessment initial review. We reviewed a fairly comprehensive social impact assessment. Again, thanking the analysts for putting together a lot of information in a short timeline. We had a number of recommendations that were really geared at kind of streamlining and clarifying the layout of the document more than anything, to better help the public navigate it and the council navigate it. And then some additions or specific requests. So we recommended some changes to the regulatory context discussion in section 2 of that assessment, specifically expanding the discussion of national standard 4 to clearly state that the proposed action alternatives wouldn't result in direct distribution of fishing or redistribution of fishing privileges, including a reference to National Standard 6, and provide a summary that ties each of the regulatory or executive order elements that are discussed in the report to specific sections of the SIA. Under section 4, on the description of community and regional participation by fishery, we suggest several changes, in particular providing consolidated tables that would make it easier to compare across communities with respect to, or made some specific suggestions for Bering Sea pollock fishing community engagement matrix to show the level of engagement of the different communities. Community population and demographics table that could be color coded to identify social vulnerabilities each community. Then Alaska community tables of census data that is currently in the document, but just in a more consolidated form. And then a consolidated table on demographics for Unalaska, Akutan, and King Cove that better describes the relationship between the non-group porters and group porters populations in those communities. Under the same section still, we also suggest providing a consolidated discussion of the relationships between commercial and subsistence fisheries at the beginning of the individual community discussions for consistency in treating these descriptions across fisheries and to focus individual community subsistence discussions of the variability. I apologize. I think that bullet may be slightly misworded. No, but the focus here again, reducing some redundancy, trying to streamline and provide consolidated discussions and tables. Under section 4.2 on the community development quota program, we recommended that the analysts expand the description of how impacts to the CDQ groups could vary based on their patterns of CDQ quota leasing and investments and partnerships with industry partners with direct fishery involvement. And then also to describe how chump hard caps and other proposed alternative features could change the bargaining power of CDQ groups relative to the CPs. Oops.
Dr. Meter, a question, Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Muter, that last bullet, is that relative to some concerns we've heard about the potential that low enough hard caps could leave CDQ groups essentially without a platform? That in some cases the CDQ harvest may have been precluded by reaching a hard cap. Is that what that was getting at, or is it getting at something different?
Yes, thanks for the question through the chair. Yes, I believe so. That was the impetus for that, because we heard that the differential patterns of fishing during the season could change and affect CDQ groups disproportionately potentially.
Thank you.
On the section, moving on to section 4.3 on subsistence harvest of salmon and 4.4 on commercial harvest of chum salmon, we recommend that the order of those two be reversed to improve the flow of the document. And the reason for that is that the commercial harvest section takes into account engagement and dependencies similar to or parallel to those that are used for describing the pollock fishery in the preceding chapter, and then there are parallels in the relationship of commercial and subsistence fisheries in both the pollock and commercial chum fisheries. And also because the commercial salmon fishery would be shut down before the subsistence fishery if choices had to be made, and so it's a more consistent order. We recommend providing a map or a series of maps to highlight kind of larger patterns of community engagement and dependency for communities that might be impacted by the alternatives, and those could overlay federal management areas, so CDQ regions, state commercial chum management areas, and other geographies. and identify the commonalities, help identify commonalities and differences in existing conditions and the distribution of varying outcomes across a range of communities that might be involved in this act or might be affected. In the pollock fishery, the shore-based processing community status quo and alternatives discussion, it's kind of a mouthful there. The SOC recommends highlighting the recent changes in annual rounds that are not apparent in the quantitative community level data. This would include closures of the major BSAI crab fisheries, trend of declines in the Pacific cod fishery, worse than average year returns in the smaller but also important halibut and sablefish fisheries. While these conditions are not directly connected to the proposed action, they are part of the larger context within which any of the direct, indirect, induced, or cumulative adverse impacts that might result from the proposed actions would accrue.
Dr. Mueller,
sorry.
excuse me, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Mueller, maybe I'm the only one in the room that doesn't know what annual rounds are.
Mr. Dwight, through the chair, I was stumbling over that as I read it. And I may ask for a lifeline if Sherry is online, if she can recall that. I'm trying to look at
Dr. Dressel.
Yeah, through the chair. Have to admit, as not being an economist, I too am with you on the term that was used. But my understanding of that is the changes that we've seen in the last couple of years, like Dr. Mueller described, as far as the crab fisheries declining and other market issues. The focus, as I understood it, was even though those aren't direct impacts as a result of this action, it was trying to describe what the processing sector and what the markets are going through right now, because there's more dependence and they're counting more on pollock because of all the difficulty they're having from all the other fisheries. So that doesn't define annual rounds, but that was my understanding of the point.
Yeah, apologies for that. I'm looking at the section in the minutes and I'm afraid I can't be very helpful there either. Then the LTK, the SSC also expressed its appreciation for the work that went into the development and the ongoing refinement of the LKTKS search engine that was used for preparing this document. And we recognize the successful use of that search engine in identifying materials that were used in sections of the report. Then finally, we received, as you did, we received the separate reports on the IPAs and the alternative 4 proposal. We reviewed and appreciate the information in the IPA reports. This is not something that we typically take up as an agenda item, so it was useful to see the variety of tools that the industry is currently employing to reduce salmon bycatch that would be refined and expanded under Alternative 4. The SSC supports incorporation of historic genetic data with real-time monitoring to further salmon avoidance. And that again goes back to our Alternative 3 comments to that there may be a potential for and the spatial management comment that there may be a potential for using past years patterns in chum salmon bycatches to refine responses to better avoid those high Western Alaska salmon bycatch areas. And then the SSC recommends that council staff explore the use of publicly available data on historical fishing patterns to provide any quantitative analyses on the retrospective or prospective performance of the alternative four proposals given council recommendations. And again, that's an as practicable, and that's a big as practicable here. And that is all I had on item C2.
Thank you, Dr. Meter.
Okay, just a brief update on research priorities. We saved you some time by not taking that up. The SSC was unfortunately unable to take that up at this meeting due to time constraints. We did discuss possibility of taking this up in June at the June 2024 meeting, or possibly in a virtual public meeting, pending a discussion with the council staff on scheduling such meetings or scheduling the June meeting. We also would like to thank Nicole Watson for all her efforts and contributions to the research priorities process. That was, as you know, substantially different this year from before, and wish her the best.
Thank you. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Muter, just a question about timing on research priorities. The SSC wasn't thinking that it would go any longer than June, assuming that the council might have time in June to deal with it. There's no thinking about putting it off for half a year or anything like that, was there?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. No, we did discuss that, offline quite a bit. And we certainly hope that we can wrap this up by June, because it won't happen in October and December, most likely, just because of time constraints. And if it gets pushed back too far, that would, potentially, require a lot of time to catch up on what research might be needed to address the next crisis.
Not a question, Madam Chair. I was hoping we could sort of flag this then for discussion at staff tasking. It's unfortunate that the SSC wasn't able to get to it. It's been several years since we've addressed research priorities. And I think over those several years, there's been some real potentially some shifts in how the SSC might view those, and certainly how we might view those as well, as events related to climate change and other things have unfolded. So I would really hope we'd have some time to talk about how to fit this in sooner rather than later, just because if we do let it go, and reflecting Dr. Muter's sentiment as well, if we let it go a lot longer, that the current research priorities may not be as relevant as we'd like them to be. So.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Yes, I think it's reasonable to revisit this in staff tasking and have that discussion. Thank you. We see if there are any other questions on the report. No. Thank you for.
We do have a few other slides on we have another item.
Sorry about that.
The workshop report. Yeah. And just brief follow up on the research priorities. I mean, we did have, it is very unfortunate we didn't get to it. We had a fair bit of discussion at the end of the day whether we should plow through and cover it. But we felt it wasn't really fair to anybody because people were leaving, and it wasn't fair to the public process, and decided that this would be the better course of action, but definitely want to do what we can to make it happen sooner rather than later. Our last agenda item is the Sablefish IRA workshop that we held, and perhaps this is more than you want to see at this point, but we thought it would be useful because it's developed through council SSC, through council SSC discussions. Both council and SSC have expressed interest in developing some kind of tool to support management decisions for stocks that experience climate-induced shocks or variability, such as recent extreme recruitment events in sablefish. And we convened a workshop at this meeting to identify the scope for a potential contract that could be initiated with council IRA funds. And if that goes through, then the SSC recommends developing a management strategy evaluation tool that would include additional economic and social dynamics that could be used to inform the council at the time of tax setting. The tool would address the fleet, community, market impacts of the variability that that may occur under climate change that we have seen in a number of stocks in recent years or decades. And initially, the tool would be applied to sablefish, but could be adapted to inform tax setting for other stocks that might experience similar climate-induced variability or non-climate induced variability. The SSC specifically recommends a postdoc or analyst who has been trained as an economist and has skills in coding simulation models and preferably has experience working with stakeholders. The SSC also recommends that the candidate would be co-located with mentors engaged in research and that are developing similar models to sort of maximize the potential for co-developing a useful approach. And the SSC drafted some suggested terms of reference and qualifications for the position that we will provide to the council to move the discussion forward. We see this as sort of a multi-step process and recommend the project proceeds kind of along these lines. There are currently 2 biological management strategy evaluation models of sablefish that we're aware of in development. One is specific to Alaska, one that is coastwide. We suggest initially explore partnering with authors of the Alaska-specific model to add model elements with any of the economic dynamics to that particular model, because it's more specific to the scale of Alaska and inactive development. For the initial analysis, the response of the fleet was an emphasis on how TAC utilization by different sub-fleets might happen. As you know, that TAC has been well below the ABC in many years in that fishery. That the response of the fleet to kind of dynamics should be the primary modeling focus. We also recommend then developing a high-level model of fishing costs, which reflects differences across and within gear types. There's not a lot of data available to inform that, but it could be calibrated by using some of the limited available proxy information from some previous surveys, and maybe this could definitely be informed through meetings with stakeholders and so forth. And then finally recommend approaching the issue of response to the market conditions through developing kind of future scenarios relating landing size and price, which are then applied how that would play out on a different policies. And I believe that concludes our presentation.
All right, Mr. Twine.
Apologies, Madam Chair, for all the questions. I realize the timing, but I'm trying to understand why recommending the Alaska specific model for an MSC. Maybe I have too complicated an idea of the MSC, but I don't know how you do an MSC that doesn't take both Canadian and lower 48 harvests and marketing into account, because it seems like so much of what's been driving a lot of where we're at are the global seafood market conditions that certainly at least the Canadian fisheries are also determining factors in. So maybe you can help me a little bit there about why focusing only on Alaska fisheries makes sense and when we're looking at global market dynamics.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Dwight, for that question. So we do have a little bit more now minutes on that. We are not precluding using the other model and working with the authors of that model in particular, because one of the SC members has been involved, I think, in the development of that model. I think it was primarily based on reasons of practicality to focus on Alaska and make it as useful to this council as possible. My understanding of the coastwide model is that it's more of a research effort at this point and would require substantial work to make it make it practical for the council to use. And that's also a concern given the IRA timelines or the timelines for that funding that is supposed to lead to actionable items for the council by some deadline. And one other thing I'll note on that is the market conditions. I think we heard are, since it is a global market and it affects all regions very similarly, there's obviously region-specific dynamics, but I think it's not unreasonable to focus on one region.
And through the chair, may I add one point?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you. The only thing that I would add in addition to what Franz mentioned is that the Alaska model is actually ongoing and actually in development right now, whereas I believe that the other one, Franz may know better, I think may already be sort of completed. And so there was a practical consideration there also of being able to work with the modeler as this is developed rather than trying to do something after the other one's done.
Thank you. Thank you both for the report and for sticking around to give it in person. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you. Thanks. So I think it's time to break for lunch. We will come back at 1:15. Just another reminder to any members of the public wishing to testify in C2, please do that before the conclusion of our AP report, which will take up when we return from lunch. Thank you. So we'll see you at 1:15.
Council members, please come back to order. So we are on our AP report, our last item for agenda item C2. And just a final reminder for anyone wishing to testify, please do sign up before the end of this agenda item, as the sign up period will close at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, Brian Ritchie, Advisory Panel Chairman.
Good afternoon, council members, Heather Mann, co-vice chair of the AP.
I'll read the motion. There's a brief preface before it. This motion is based on the previous motion passed by the council. New text is underlined, removed text is in strike through. The AP recommends the council move forward with the chum bycatch action item to reduce chum bycatch and refine associated alternatives. The AP recommends the council revise the alternatives for an initial review analysis as follows. Alternatives and options are not mutually exclusive unless otherwise indicated below. Alternative 1, status quo. All action alternatives apply to the entire Bering Sea pollock bee season, the season in which chum salmon are taken as bycatch. Alternative 2, overall bycatch limit for chum salmon. Option 1, chum salmon PSC limit based on historical total bycatch numbers, range of 22,000 to 550,000. Indices, option 2, indices can apply to all alternatives. Chum salmon PSC limit triggered by Western Alaska chum salmon abundance indices based on the prior year's chum salmon abundance. Sub-option 1, 3-area chum salmon index based on summed rounded value midpoints of Yukon River summer and fall chum escapement goals plus ANS plus guideline harvest limits, 2,539,000. Kuskokwim River composed of the Bethel Test Fishery CPUE, that's 10,000, plus Bethel Sonar plus Kagrukluk River Weir escapement plus harvest information. And that's to be determined through work with Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. And then Norton Sound composed of summed escapement for the Snake, Nome, El Dorado, Quinnipiac, and North Rivers, and total Norton Sound harvest. It's 268,421. If 3 out of 3 areas are above index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit for the following year is X. If 2 out of 3 limits are above index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit for the following year is X. If 1 out of 3 or no areas are above index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit for the following year is X. Option 3 must be selected with option 1 or 2. PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors using a blended adjusted CDQ bycatch rate as with Amendment 91 based on sub-option 1, historical total bycatch by sector using the 3-year average from 2020 to 2022, sub-option 2, historical total bycatch by sector using the 5-year average, that would be 2018 to 2022. Sub-option 3, pro rata 25% AFA pollock allocation and 75% historical total bycatch. That's 2020 to 2022. Sub-option 4 is pro rata based on AFA apportionment. The sector limits are further apportioned at the cooperative level in proportion to each cooperative's pollock allocation. Chum salmon PSC can be transferred between sectors and among vessels within a cooperative. Reaching a limit closes the pollock fisheries sector to which the limit applies. Alternative 4, additional regulatory requirements for incentive plan agreements to be managed within the IPAs. Incorporate industry proposed measures developed to further prioritize avoidance of areas and times of highest proportion of Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon chum salmon stocks and analyze the associated savings and trade-offs. Include in the IPA regulatory language at 50 CFR 679.21 the following additive changes. 1. require the pollock sectors to describe in their IPA how historical genetic stock composition data is included in chum salmon avoidance measures. 2, require the pollock sectors to describe in their IPAs how they monitor for potential chum salmon avoidance closures more than once per week. 3, require the use of salmon excluders for the duration of A and B season. 4, require the pollock sectors to describe in their IPA the restrictions or penalties for vessels that have significantly higher chum bycatch. 5, require IPAs to provide weekly salmon bycatch reports to Western and Interior Alaska salmon users to allow for more transparency in reporting. 6, require the catcher processor sector IPA to prohibit fishing in bycatch avoidance areas for all vessels regardless of performance when ADFG weekly stat area bycatch rates exceed 5 chum per ton of pollock. 7, require the catcher processor sector to develop chum salmon vessel outlier provisions and implement within their IPA. Alternative 5, time and area closure. Consider times and areas for closure to maximize avoidance of Western Alaskan chum and or a regionally specific cap prioritizing genetic cluster area 1 to enact a conservation corridor for Western Alaskan chum. Analysis should consider work regarding the development of a salmon conservation corridor in the state managed area M fishery. Include the following information in the analysis to the extent practicable. An impact analysis that includes all removals of Western Alaskan chum and known returns of Western Alaskan chum to determine the magnitude of impact of the bycatch of Western Alaskan chum in the pollock fishery has on the Western Alaskan chum stock. Additional ecosystem impacts to the Bering Sea and Alaska river systems, including but not limited to predator-prey dynamics important to chum and pollock, species shifts north due to warming conditions, and conservation concerns of increased proportions of Southeast and Northeast Asian hatchery chum in the Bering Sea. Additional context to better understand the impact to CDQ programs by capturing revenue streams via additional communications and estimated percentage of pollock associated with CDQ and or some additional description of potential implications for harvesting partnerships. Potential unintended consequences of apportionment schemes that disproportionately affect individual sectors, including CDQ in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Vessel level apportionments under alternative 2 and vessel level impacts of the alternatives. Include in the economic analysis a review of the AFA mothership, CP, and CV licenses and endorsements to determine the extent to which those vessels could move to other fisheries in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. This should also include a review of applicable regulations such as sideboards that would further limit vessels with the correct LLP endorsements to participate in other fisheries and areas. Data on the salmon decline to Western Alaskan rivers and around the turn of the century, 1976 to 2005. Data on pollock harvest and PSC rates in the trawl fisheries in numbers for the same time frame, 1976 to 2005. Data on subsistence harvest for the same time frame. Data on return to the rivers and escapement for the same time frame. The AP recommends the council request a status report by BBSRI detailing the 2024 in-season genetic testing pilot project at either the October or December 2024 NPFMC meeting. Include a discussion on impacts of crab and crab habitat as a result of changes in fishing behavior by the directed pollock sectors in their effort to avoid prioritized PSC species and potential increased effort in the red king crab savings area. That motion passed unanimously 21-0.
Thank you for the report. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your report. I have 2 questions, and one of them involves a rationale point that talks about it suggests that the council follow the recommendations from the letter that NIMS has in the packet. But then the motion suggests a lower boundary of the cap to 22,000. The letter that was presented in the packet from the agency speaks to suggesting a lower limit of 100,000 to expand the range to ensure compliance with NEPA. And so I'm just wondering, I understand what everybody voted on, but I don't understand that rationale point as it applies to the ranges that were selected by the advisory panel.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. I think that the motion maker and some members of the AP felt that a lower limit still reflected the intent of the letter provided by NIMS and the supplemental DEIS.
My second question for you is in regards to the bullet that suggests including a discussion of the impacts of crab and crab habitat as a result of the changes in fishing behavior. And I'm just wondering if you can help me understand the discussion that followed that, since we've spent several meetings looking at the impacts of pollock gear on crab and crab habitat and been unable to really determine what those impacts are. I'm just wondering if that came up in the discussion or if we just want to repeat the same work that showed us that again and add it to this for some reason.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, some AP members continue to be concerned about the crab decline and didn't see crab impacts called out specifically in the analysis, where other species like herring or other PSC had been called out, as well as habitat. And they felt it was important to once again make sure that crab is included along with other species.
Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report. My question is on the new alternative 5, the time and area closure. And it's really that last sentence. Analysis should consider work regarding the development of a salmon conservation corridor in the state managed area M fishery. And it's not clear to me from that or the rationale that's in the minutes, what exactly the AP is expecting to come back with, or the analysis to come back with. And I guess I'm just looking for a little more information on what that discussion was.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Vanderhoeven. That's a great question. We did have some discussion on that at the AP. I think that the intent of that last sentence is to capture that the council should be encouraged to communicate with state management in area M over development of any corridor to make sure that there's some alignment in there to make sure that any corridor would be as effective as it could be.
I would also just follow up, Ms. Vanderhoeven, that there is a bullet point that does note that, for the record, we are fully understand that the council has no jurisdiction over area M.
So to clarify, that was more about coordinating and communicating, not that we would actually like analyze what they're developing for a corridor. Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven, that's absolutely correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball, then Ms. Baker.
I was just, apologies. Thank you for the report. Actually, can Ms. Baker go first?
Through the chair, thank you for the AP report. I have a couple of questions. The first one has to do with the AP's recommended changes to alternative 2, specific to the index. And I see not only did the AP recommend some additions to types of indices for the 3 area index, but it also recommended removing the Yukon only indices that we were looking at. And I saw rationale for removing the Yukon only indices in the AP report, but I didn't find, and please correct me if it's there, any rationale for the suggested additions to the 3-area index in sub option 1. And I'm very interested in that because I think as the additional indices that were proposed by the AP, I think you're probably both familiar when we're identifying indices to trigger things like bycatch caps or other measures. We traditionally have looked for readily available, really transparent, and as few indices as possible to simplify things, quite frankly, for the public and for fisheries. And so the recommendation from the AP adds quite a number of indices that would need to be incorporated into the 3-area index approach. And so I was really hoping you could help me if the AP discussed it, the additional benefits that would be provided by those recommended additions so the council can consider that. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, the maker of the motion felt that it was really important to take in more information on indices to capture a broader picture of the environment that they are living with up on the Yukon. And so she spent a lot of time discussing how those indices didn't take into account some of the other things they felt were very important, including traditional subsistence, but above and beyond that, making sure there was enough fish for animals, making sure there was enough for escapement to support a commercial fishery. And so looking at broadening all of that. And I think, and maybe people can speak to it in public comment as well, but I think also with the latest situation that's happening with Chinook and the Canadian agreement on a 7-year moratorium, I think the maker of the motion really believed it was important to have a more holistic approach that just examined a lot more things. We didn't discuss, that I recall, the fact that made it much more complex. We deferred to her suggestion.
Through the chair, thank you for that. I appreciate it. My second question is pretty general. It relates to the AP recommendations for alternative 4. And I think the rationale that AP provided answers my question, but I just want to confirm it. It's my understanding that the recommended regulatory language put forward and the 7 points that you're recommending fully capture or comprehensively capture the recommendations in both the catcher processor and catcher vessel and mothership proposals that were submitted to the council. Just that you captured everything.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mrs. Baker. Yes, I think that was the intent.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. My question was on the additional language under alternative 2, option 2, that says the indices can apply to all alternatives. And so that option clearly has indices that then work with a cap. Can you better explain the intent of the AP? Was it such that this is supposed to signal some support for an index also being associated with alternative 4, so that if abundance was high, maybe you didn't have as restrictive measures under alternative 4. And then did that also then apply to this new concept that you have under alternative 5? So I ask because there's no, like, the repercussions of being below or above the cap aren't spelled out in your motion at all. But you're asking the council to at least consider that concept. Am I getting that right?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Yes, we did have a discussion on that. And that was the intent here. Yes, is that this could be applied to the other alternatives.
And then my second question was just on the, and maybe it's too similar to previous question, but this rationale or determination of the range under alternative two, option one, and that the current range wasn't reasonable. And you probably didn't get to hear our SSC report or that level of discussion. But we had a pretty extensive discussion, at least SSC did, about not yet being able to see like foreseeable impacts of any of the action alternatives, and thus not even being able to discern how we're changing our impact of pollock fishery on Western Alaska returns between the options and the alternatives. And so I was just wondering how you came to some conclusion that the range wasn't already a reasonable range under all of the national standards, because I just don't see that in the analysis anywhere. And maybe it was truly just from public comment, but if there was something more than that, I'd like to know how you got that determination.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, if I understand your question, there wasn't anything in the analysis. A lot of it did come from public comment. I think a little bit of it was triggered by the letter from NPFMC, but we discussed that the range, the original range that had been included, the maker of the motion felt that that was just more reflective of status quo. And she really was interested in having a deeper dive into something much more restrictive. Yeah, so I think I would say that.
Thank you. Then, and through the chair, then, and maybe I'm reading too much into the rationale points than I should be based on that explanation. But I appreciate the context. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. If I could add, I think that it was discussed in the AP that lower range of 22,000, as opposed to the 100,000, which was suggested in the NIMS letter, that 22,000 was a number that came out of the Salmon Bycatch Committee, as I recall, and we discussed that. I can't recall the rationale as to why it was in the Salmon Bycatch Committee. I think it may have been the lowest bycatch in the time series. But that was the rationale discussed during the AP deliberations.
Yeah, I would just add to that in 2012, bycatch of 22,000 or less had been achieved, and that was part of the rationale that was used to put that in.
Thank you. I have a question on alternative to option two as well. It looks like there was some language that was not carried over from the previous motion regarding an option for a no cap at certain levels of abundance. So just wanted to know if there was any discussion or concern about a potential scenario where there would be very high levels of escapement and very high levels of hatchery interaction, or if there was just general agreement that a cap was warranted at all levels of those conditions. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. That was I would say that what you've identified there did drive most of the discussion that we had about this entire action. Sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts. Can you help me out?
Sure. We did spend a lot of time discussing hatchery fish, our inability to control how much fish is released or even really understand how much fish could be released and how that really complicates a cap. There was discussion that a cap really, many felt just would save hatchery fish, and we weren't sure how you could measure that it was also saving Western Alaskan chum, but there is a sense that there would be some proportion of Western Alaskan chum saved with caps. There was also the discussion that a low cap was essentially could be, have the same impacts as zero. And if the pollock fishery were shut down in the bee season, then you would not be having any chum caught, and that would potentially also save Western Alaska chum.
Thank you for that. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick comment. I think, this is a tough issue, and I understand that there was a lot of collaboration in this work, and I heard some, I don't know, was it clapping or cheering or something happened at the end of this? And I just think, the AP and the maker of the motion did a good job working through a really tough issue. And I think it's important on issues like this to recognize the good days, because they're not all good days. So I appreciate everybody's effort and testimony, and just wanted to put that on the record.
Through the chair, thank you very much, Mr. Mesereau. We had a lot of guidance through public participation, and I think that helped us a lot.
Thank you. Thank you both for your leadership. So that concludes our presentations and reports on agenda item C2. We will begin public testimony. It looks like we have 103 people signed up. We've already taken 3 testifiers from that list. Regarding testimony, a reminder that companies and individuals will have 3 minutes, and organizations and associations will have 6 minutes. If your time has been allotted or reached, I will offer a friendly reminder and ask you for a concluding statement to the extent possible. If we could all keep to the time limit, that would be, I think, would provide the best opportunity to be able to hear from everyone over the next couple of days. Your introductions will not be counted towards your time limit, and we will try our best to identify when your introduction is over. Because of the number of testifiers that we have, I will ask council members to limit their questions to 1 each, with a follow-up if it's specific to the question that you had just asked. And I think that there is a potential that we may need to readjust some other items on our schedule towards the end of the meeting, but I will try to give as much notice as possible if that has to happen. So we certainly look forward to hearing from everyone. So with that, we will begin with Brent Payne, followed by Melanie Banky. Oh, excuse me, I already heard from Melanie. Ernie Weiss. Excuse me, Brent, 1 moment.
Sorry. Just quickly, I know there's a number of folks that have opted not to have questions, and I know it's all our responsibility to keep track of that. But at any point, Madam Chair, if you're able to notify us ahead of time that questions aren't to be asked, that would be so helpful.
Thank you. I will try my best. Okay. Mr. Payne.
Okay, thank you. For the record, my name is Brent Payne. I'm the Executive Director of United Catch Boats. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the council. In way of introducing myself, I was born in Alaska on L Street at the old hospital. My dad started a fish camp for set netting on Ketchimak Bay, Kitsitna Bay. I grew up on the shores of McDonald Spit. My family still has a fish camp there. I look forward to taking my aunts and my nephew and nieces, my sister and brother, and my 2 grandkids to McDonald Spit this summer. We still fish for salmon there, and we. So I say that because I truly understand if there were no fish in Kitsitna Bay, I certainly would be having a really difficult time. It would be very disruptive to my family and my way of life that I've known for 65 years. So that's my introduction. For the last 31 years, I've worked as the Executive Director of United Catcher Boats. UCB is a vessel owner trade association based primarily in Seattle. We have 69 vessel members. Very much appreciate table 6.29 on page 3 of the addendum that Sarah Merrigan presented. Of the 35 vessels that are owned by CDQ corporations, they are all members of United Catcher Boats. So it's an honor to be able to tell you that I work for Alaska corporations as well as Seattle-based companies. That's a wonderful thing. the first wholesale value of the fish we catch in the mothership sector is roughly between 70 to $90 million for the beef season. And for the inshore sector, our vessels first wholesale value generates about $350 to $400 million. We have been doing that. Many of the boats on that list have been fishing out of Dutch Harbor and Akutan for 5 decades. Most of them have been delivering into Akutan and Dutch Harbor and King Cove for 4 decades. The pollock fishery in the Eastern Bering Sea is a fishery we were highly dependent upon, and we were very involved in the management of this fishery, especially after the American Fisheries Act passed, when we thought we are able to be co-managers of the fishery with the agencies. Through the American Fisheries Act, we were able to, with the ability of the American Fisheries Act, we were then able to enter into the abilities to establish the tools to manage bycatch. And as you know, in the pollock fishery, as you've seen, our primary species of encounters for bycatch is salmon. And beginning in the year 2000, we filed for an EFP to get an exemption to the chum salmon savings area. Why did we do that? Because we felt, John Gruber, I wish I could channel him here, because we felt we could develop rolling hotspots that were superior to a time area closure that was established by the government and by regulation. We did the same thing with the Chinook salmon savings area. So over the years since 2000, and then Amendment 91 and Amendment 110, number 110 enhanced the ability of the IPAs to do a better job. Amendment 91 established the ability for us to have incentive-based programs to minimize Chinook salmon. Priority on Chinook, but it also had elements that would also manage chum salmon as well. So right now, where are we at? We're with, we support the SSE's minutes, we support the AP's minutes, and we want to be very involved in this issue. Between the last council meeting and this meeting, we formed a chum salmon working group to roll up our sleeves and see if we can come up with an alternative 4 that is better than a hard cap. And our alternative 4, just like we did with Amendment 91, we feel we can be very surgical in addressing the problem statement of the council. And that is how to minimize and avoid Western Alaska chum. And I think through the presentation that you saw from John Hindersheet and Susie Sikorsky today, that is what we think we can come up with, trying to use recent genetic information as a way to model that and predict where we think Western Alaska chum are going to occur. I guess I would look at the presentation that Susie Sikorsky presented to you and the chum salmon rolling hotspot closure boxes that were established for 2023. You can go back to previous years too. But if you look at the particular closures in late July to early August near Unimac Pass, that would be cluster area 1. They're quite large, and they also extended them for more than 1 week. They extended them to 2 weeks. The first closure at the end of July, there were 2 closures actually, and the one of them that was south was extended for another week. So that's using the best available information that we have to determine where chum are occurring. Getting into why we think our measure is better than a hard cap gets into it's a ratio thing. You know, I said to the AP, these are Putin fish, right? So every 10 fish we catch last year, 9 of them were not Western Alaska fish. So that again is the hard nut to crack for us. We can use really good information, but if we're moving fish away, moving the fleet away from Western Asiatic produced hatchery fish, we're not achieving the objective of the problem statement. So how do we develop tools that can get the fleet to minimize Western Alaska chum that are out on the Eastern Bering Sea fishing grounds in our bee season? That's the trick, and that's captured in your problem statement. So what we've come up with, as you saw from John and Susie's presentation, are a series of some additional tools to minimize Western Alaska chum. So I guess I'll stop right there. This has been an amazing thing. I've never seen an SSC report so thorough and so critical on an issue, and I ask that you look at that and enhance the analysis as that comes out next time with some of those critical comments. I think getting an AEQ is very important. If it's even just a quasi AEQ, you know, Amendment 91 AEQ is very important on Chinook to know what our impacts are on Western Alaska streams for Chinook management. The The issue of alternative 4 is just in your appendix. We ask, and I think the SSC said this too, that you turn that into a full-blown analysis of alternative 4. And it'd be really great if somebody in the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, who is an ecosystem modeler, could work with Merrill Rudd to fully flesh out what that tool could be. Because that's the trick to alternative 4, is knowing where Western Alaska chum are based on Pat and Wes's from Lock Bay Labs genetics information on an annual basis. So I'll stop right there. I'll answer any questions for y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. See if there's any questions. Mr. Sagata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony and through the chair. Mr. Payne, speaking to some of the public members, alternative 4 is an incentive plan agreement. I've often heard it described as voluntary industry measures. So it was good to see in Ms. Sikorsky's presentation that these are actually legally binding contractual agreements that have some teeth. But I guess what I'm looking for is, what is that? Is it a $10 fine for every violation, or is it really a deterrent? What is the deterrent in these IPAs?
Sure, through the chairwoman. First of all, the agency has to approve our IPAs every year. So we present what we have in a legal document, and if it meets the criteria and the regulations, we get the permit so we can operate. If that doesn't meet that criteria, and that's why Ms. Sikorsky put those recommended bullet points in what we want to see in regulation. And I'm thinking back of Sally Bibb, because she was so great working with the agency of incorporating IPA regulation language in federal regulations. So we can't violate those. But more importantly, our program is based on moving vessels around. And, Ms. Sikorsky talked about the tier 1, tier 2. If a vessel goes into a closed zone that we have created and said you can't fish there, usually if it's a federal type of thing, a fish cop will give you a NOVA, right? And then you got to go to court. But in our case, we fine the captain. And the first violation of a boat that goes into a closed area is a $10,000 fine. If they go into that closed zone and fish again, then within that period of time, it's a $30,000 fine. And then also we back that up. I'm thinking back at Carl Haflinger here, but we would contract out with a third party to review the VMS data on a random basis to see actually if what we're doing is accurate or not, and it has been. So when we first, I'll be quick here. There were fines established the first couple of years of the Amendment 91 IPA. After those first fines, they stopped. I know, because I hold the money, and the APA and UCB hold that money in an account, and we use that for salmon enhancement type work. That's what it's required to be used for.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I had a question, and I think it's related enough to, using under alternative 4 genetic information as possible, or historical genetic information. Maybe you heard the question when Susie was providing the IPA report, Ms. Sikorsky. My question was about the use of in-season genetics and that testing happening this bee season and next bee season. And if you could kind of characterize like the level of participation. Are all boats interested in that? Are they participating in that? Is it anyone that's landing fish on Alaska and Acatan that's participating, and how that might be used, if at all, this year? Are we waiting to see test results before we know whether that data is usable?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. Yeah, we're very excited about this. I first learned about it two or 3 years ago. Michael Link from Bristol Bay CDQ Group met with us and said, I want to launch this idea. We worked very closely with him because one of my vessels does the Port Muller survey index work for BBRDC for the Bristol Bay sockeye fishery to determine stream of origin for those river systems in the Bristol Bay. Very important, helpful tool for ADF&G to manage, the Bristol Bay sockeye fishery. And we said, well, let's just do this for the Bering Sea pollock fishery too. See if we can do this. So UCB has been very supportive of this project. A group of people went to Dutch Harbor 3 weeks ago to begin to, it's complicated. You have to develop a sampling design. Right now we have a sampling design that we helped sponsor years ago. It's 1 out of every 30 chum and 1 out of every 10 Chinook. And that's the observer program at the plant, pulling those samples, getting them to Arc Bay Lab. So Dr. Berry and Dr. Larson can do their thing. So it would be great because we're now using Dr. Berry and Dr. Larson's information in a retrospective manner. If we could actually use real time or in season time genetics data that helps us predict where high amounts of concentration of Western Alaska fish are in time and space out on the Eastern Bering Sea, we could use that tool to try and do the best job to avoid Western Alaska. So it's proof of concept right now. There's going to be a genetics lab put into Dutch this June. There will be sampling at the plants in Akutan and Dutch Harbor. And hopefully they've got to build a database that communicates with the Arc Bay Genesis database. And hopefully at this time next year, we'll have some data and report to the council if it's on the first year, if it's actually going to be helpful or not. So we got to develop a sampling design. We got to do the logistics, and we got to work closely with Arc Bay Lab to make this happen. But I think it's very exciting to see if we can do this.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Payne.
Yep.
Next up is Ernie Weiss, followed by Rob Sanderson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Ernie Weiss. I serve as Natural Resources Director for the Aleutians East Borough. I submitted a comment letter on the e-agenda under this agenda item. The Aleutians East Borough includes the communities of Akutan, False Pass, Nelson Lagoon, Cold Bay, King Cove, and Sand Point. All are salmon fishing villages in one way or another. I came to King Cove many years ago to teach, raise a family, fish salmon in the summer with family. My wife Wanda is from King Cove, and we currently reside in Anchorage. Aleutians East Borough levies a 2% raw fish tax on fish delivered to our ports. Pollock is a major contributor to the borough fish tax, and we depend on revenues from pollock delivered to our shore plants, in particular Akutan and King Cove. We are even more dependent on pollock with the loss of crab fisheries and processing. We support actions to reduce chum bycatch. We also support the pollock fishery remaining open. We think incentives are the best way to achieve lower bycatch, and I think alternative 4 is going to be your best alternative. The recent chum bycatch genetics report is good news. 2023 B season chum bycatch way below the 10-year average, and the proportion from Western Alaska down significantly. It's just 1 year and 1 data point, but I'm hoping to see continued improvements in future reports. And also the 2023 chum escapement numbers for the Yukon and Kuskokwim showed improvements over the previous 3 years. The pollock fleet is working hard to avoid all chum. They can do better, and I think they will. I appreciated Ms. Vanderhoven's question on the AP report because that last line on the new alternative 5 was confusing to me, and I'm not sure appropriate here, but I just wanted to give some quick background if possible. I have time. As Member Jensen is well aware, at the February 2023 Board of Fish Area M meeting, a proposal, which was RC 190, was adopted that established longer closures in June, more area closed, and chum harvest triggers that if reached would trip even more closures to incentivize low chum harvest. Even before the February meeting, the South Peninsula salmon fishermen stepped it up, worked together, and developed technology and a process to communicate chum hotspots within the fleet in real time and self-impose closures and stand downs. And the 2023 June chum harvest on the South Peninsula was way below the 10-year average, the 20-year and the 30-year average June chum harvest, with a low percentage of Western Alaska chum. So again, we support alternatives that don't close the pollock fishery potentially while reducing chum bycatch. And we think alternative 4 meets that criteria. I did want to compliment both the SSC and AP. I think the council is being well served by both bodies. Also thank the council staff and Science Center staff for the analysis and presentations. And thank you all for your service. And thank you for the time to testify. And I can take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Weiss?
Oh, yes, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I don't raise my hand very often. A question for Mr. Weiss. They also gave up a fishing section when they made that agreement, correct?
As I remember, and I don't have it in front of me, but I think the Sanak area, which was prone to high chum bycatch, was completely closed for June.
Yeah, that was all of June. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Weiss. Can you give me a sense of the current sort of state of the borough's finances with the recent developments, really negative impacts and to the processors in particular, and sort of what that has done to the borough's finances as a whole, and whether there's any particular communities that you're most concerned about?
Yeah, sorry about that. I am concerned about King Cove, and in particular the people who are losing, their work. And the borough is kind of dipping into our reserves. We're going to make about half of what we expected as far as fish tax. All of the communities really are at risk at this point with the loss of crab, the uncertainty in the markets. It is a very turbulent time, and we're scared. I'm not as particularly scared for the governments, although they're going to be hurting, but more for the people in the communities.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Rob Sanderson Jr., followed by Tommy Kriska.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the council, I appreciate this time to speak before you today. My name is Rob Sanderson Jr. I serve as the second vice president of the Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska. I'm no newcomer to the council process. I've been attending these meetings 19 to 20 years now. I've been with Tlingit and Haida for 20 years, 24 years, 17 years as a vice president. And I grew up fishing in the eastern Gulf of Alaska. Before I go further into what I want to say, Madam Chair, I just want to thank the Dena'ina people for allowing us to do business on their land. I want to make sure that's on record. What's going on here? In my testimony, I'm not going to speak about numbers. I think it's high time that this council really takes a deep dive and look into what's really going on in the interior and Western Alaska. Tlingit and Haida stands with our brothers and sisters along these rivers, Tanana Chiefs, and the many villages that I can't name right offhand right now. They're in dire straits. When I look at this council, I see people, right? Do you see people when you look at the villages in the interior? What's going on now is death by 1,000 cuts. A lot of people are afraid to use this word genocide. That's exactly what's going on. Kill the Indian, save the man. I'm sure you've heard that one before. When I look at this council here, I see people here, and I can compare that to old generals sending off young people to die in war. What has been said over the last couple of days over in the panel, that's exactly what's going on. Our people are dying. Their food is being taken away from them. I put this question to you. What would you do? Your children, your grandchildren were starving. What would you do? Really? I know what you would do. You'd do something about it. when I first started coming into these spaces, there's 2, 3 tribes here. And it really makes my heart feel good to see this many people behind me. You know, because of what is going on in the interior in Western Alaska. To my understanding, I know a lot of these villages haven't fished in years. Now, I'm an ocean-going fisherman. I'm not an expert in river fisheries. I'm not an expert in what you guys do, but I do know what I see. My father was an expert in fisheries. He wrote the book on subsistence lifestyles of the Kaigani Haida in southern and southeast Alaska. Fish experts went to him. And during his time, he's gone now, we would talk on the boat about this very same day that we're sitting here now. Bycatch. He talked to me about the fisheries that were killed off around the world. And he predicted and said to me that this day would become because they're not going to stop it. Everything that we've tried over the years to try to reduce bycatch has not worked. This is the council that has to get it right. Really. The greater body of our citizens in the state of Alaska are catching on to what's going on out in the Bering Sea. Now, I'm not pinning all this on bycatch, right? I'm also smart enough to know there's a lot of things that are going on out in the oceans that are out of our control. You know, ocean acidification, climate change, you name it. Our fish are starving. I talked to our local trollers down there in southern and southeast Alaska, and when they go to gut their fish and clean it to ice down, there's nothing in their stomachs. You go back and look at the Derby winners of the fish that were caught in our southeast villages years back. 70, 80 pounders were not out of the norm to win derbies. Nowadays, a 40, 50 pounder makes the news down there. It seems to me that in every entity that I've ever worked with, and really working to protect our environment, it's always tribally led. Transboundary. That's another big issue that needs to be tied in with what we're talking about today. And I'm saying that to my brothers and sisters that are behind me, that representing their tribal groups, pay attention to that one. So, Madam Chair, I would ask that during your deliberations, when you come to that, to really consider what is going on out there and do what you think is best. And that, in my opinion, is let's have some escapement to these river systems and see what happens. Everybody else is having to take a cut. Everybody else but Big Trawl. Hell, if you guys can shut down the crab fleet, what does it say about us? I'm not saying you guys did, but you know, there's a lot of things out there that point to a lot of the destruction by the trawl fleet over the crab grounds. And it's kind of like, who do you believe? But one thing I do believe is that you guys can do better. You guys are going to term out eventually someday, and you guys are going to look back on what you have done for the state of Alaska and its people and its indigenous people and what you've done here. And you're going to reflect and you're going to look at yourself and you're in the mirror and said, have I done good? Was it about our people or was it about the money?
Mr. Sanderson, I apologize for interrupting, but your time has gone past and wondering if you have a concluding statement to offer. Thank you.
I didn't quite hear the last part of that. I'm sorry.
Do you have a summary statement?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would just like to see you guys do something. All right. We're not going to stop coming here. Long after you guys have turned out down the road someplace doing your own thing, we're still going to be here. Tribes ain't going nowhere. unless you guys continue to let this happen and our people continue to starve in the interior and out west. I understand I'm from Southeast, but my position here today demands that I be here and help our brothers and sisters from the interior, because what is happening in the interior is definitely going to be happening in Southeast Alaska. Greed does some bad things to people. Yes, it's illegal to trawl in Southeast Alaska, but will that remain the norm in the future? Who knows? I don't know. So I just ask you to really consider what others are going to be saying and speaking to you. There's a lot more people that are a hell of a lot smarter than me in this room and seeing what's going on out there in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. So, you know, I don't get to see all that because I'm fishing in the Eastern Gulf. So that's all I have. And Madam Chair, I'm one more thing, if I may. Okay, I talked to the NOAA tribal liaison here. And this needs to be said because it just has to. During testimony down there, over here in the hall, the AP needs to be reeled in. I'm not saying the whole AP, and there's a few members on there. We had a young lady testifying about how she lost her mother and father on the river and how she had to go and provide food for her family when he had people up there chuckling around and this and that. How much more training do they need to show respect to our people? We show you the respect. Give it back to us. And if that AP is not reeled in and you, Madam Chair, cannot do that, then we take it to the next level and start talking to our lawmakers about just exactly what's going on in the treatment of our people at these meetings. Not here, over at the AP, but you guys can reel them in. They're not all knowing. They couldn't survive in the world in what I do.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Really appreciate your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We appreciate it. And I'm happy to talk to you on the side. I was pleased to hear some really positive feedback from this meeting about the AP and the productivity. So very interested in hearing from you on the side. So I'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So next up is Tommy Kriska, followed by Percy Lunitz.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and everybody else, I guess. I don't know where you're all from, but I'm from the interior Alaska. I have here representing a lot of folks because they always look up to me talking about what are we going to do. And it's 880 miles of Yukon River, and that's going from Eagle to, I'd say, Grayling. Maybe a few villages from there. I say Grayling because they're in that CDQ. I don't have nothing against CDQ, but when you're dealing with somebody else from the trawlers, and it's hard for us to, we don't get anything from there. We're dealing with them, and I don't know how and why the rest of us are left out. It's, you know, it's like an in-house battle with our own people. We can't do nothing about it because we respect them very much. Some of them are blood cousins and can't even look at eye to eye, and that's what you caused, okay? I don't like to get upset about things, but I like to be direct because I have my children back at home. You have a $7 billion industry. I have not even a fish cage to feed my kids, grandkids. This is way, I don't know, you guys, all this data, everybody is pretty smart, but when you come up with a $7 billion thing on one side, and not even a fish to feed someone on the other side, I'd trade you, put the shoe on the other foot and think about it. Like the guy said before me. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how this will work, but I thought of, I always try to figure out how to fix things. And I was thinking about the fishermen
in the Bay of Alaska, who's, I don't know where the fish enter, but I'm sure there's, area in. There's other fishing fleets out there, probably different brand, companies or whatever, but I think we should have some sort of like a fisherman association out there. And they're pretty smart. They know where this fish, they didn't get $7 billion from nowhere. I'm pretty sure they figured it out. But then I was thinking that, you know, from where the fish come in, they should be notified and sort of let some of that fish through, notify the next guy, maybe area in, and into other fleets or whoever is out there up to the entry of the Yukon River. Protect those going through there. You know, it's kind of crazy that I don't really work for them. I don't know, Board of Fish work for the government. Board of Game work for the government. You must work for the government. I don't know. But I know all that data had to trickle back in order for this to be this way. I don't know if you got the data from here, brought it up to here, but it won't work. So you had to run it the other way. Put the data back down here so this will work. I don't know. I'm not a scientist or a brain guy, but it's just simple things like that I think of. I don't know how that we're in this situation. It's kind of hard. Just 2 days ago at home, there's a few of us from home here. We're getting videos of our village. There's 15 moose running on the streets. There's not a lot of people on the streets, but we have more moose walking on the streets of Kaikuk and a pack of 14 wolves in the back. This kind of stuff is what's causing that. They're hungry. They're trying to, you know, eat as well as you are, and I'm trying to. And the bears just do the same thing. So we have to manage all this stuff ourselves. Our moose count is high, but we manage it because if we don't, we're going to Dire Straits or Dire Straits without the moose mix. It's coming, but you know that you guys can really do something. You are very smart in order to be sitting on the streets. I don't understand the numbers that you come up with to put us in this situation, but I'm pretty sure that you could fix it too. It's not that hard. You don't have to make billions and billions of dollars. Think about the next person. Because we all got to go upstairs one day, and I hope they let you in the darn gates of heaven. I don't know. That's it I have to say. Sorry to say that, but it's kind of crazy. And there's a little bit more things I had that I want to say, but you know, you really think about it. Okay, I got it now. So the two guys before me was talking about he didn't know what his people is going to do for work now that they're shutting things down in those fisheries. Well, about 3 years ago, Biden shut down the whole pipeline. About 3,000 of our people had to go home and figure out things for themselves, go home to their wives and kids at 40, 50 below. But they had to figure out something for almost a year and a half there. They did. It's just occupational. They wind up guys that are on the slope trained to run the oil rigs had to go learn how to be carpenters, electricians, and they did it. They were successful with it. So there's a lot of other things that you could do. Don't depend on fish. If I was to depend on fish, I wouldn't be sitting here. I mean, I want the fish to be eaten. That's what we need because our diet, like the diabetes and everything, skyrocketing. The suicide rates are going up. There's just a lot of things. And I know I'd really appreciate it if you guys can help us fix that. I think it's simple for you to do. You have the money, we don't. But just really think about it. And I don't like to be kind of little up there with my mind, but I thought I only have this few minutes. Someone lit, you know, if I'm going to say something for those people, 880 minutes on that Yukon River, I'll make sure I'm direct with it. Okay, so I just thank you for your time and hope you guys go home and can sleep tonight and all that. But you could just figure out the best thing to do for everyone. So anyway, I better let you go because I can speak all day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. I'm seeing none. Thank you for traveling.
Okay,
on this
thank you
day.
so much. Have a great day.
You too. So next up is Percy Lawnitz, followed by Leo Lawnitz. And I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that last name correctly. Is Percy with us?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Percy Dahlnitz. I'm from Kaikook. Kaikook is on the middle Yukon. And here we go again. It's another round, another uphill fight over the same thing. There's some of you out there that witness or probably read the media about what was going on in Alaska. I know you can't miss it because you're dealing with fish. Out there in your Bering Sea, there's a lot going on, more than you can think. You have to put your heads together and you need to fix that problem. I'm not asking you, I'm not telling you. I'm just saying this coming from my heart that you need to fix that problem. That problem out there was man-made. Maybe a little bit of global warming, other factors, dumping a whole bunch of hatchery fish in there, mix them all up. Something bound to go crazy. We were talking about this over the course of God knows how many years. I'm not really new to this fight. I spoke before you guys before. I went before the Board of Fish, the Board of Game, Federal Subsistence Board, and yet very little is done. Don't ask me why. You need to ask yourselves why. I'm not going to ask for anything today. I just want to let you know that I live a simple life. Nobody bothers me. I don't bother anybody. I try to take care of my own business. But when you have something like this going on, you know there's something wrong. Now, if you go out there and you go out to the village, you stay out there for a little bit of time, you're going to recognize an imbalance. If you know anything about outdoor life, you're going to recognize an imbalance of the ecosystem. That's only part of it. I heard a lot about this bycatch. I've been hearing quite a bit of it, matter of fact. And so far, there's maybe some things done in a positive manner. And that's good. At least you give us an idea that you want to work together. And I testified before this board a few years back, and there was a bycatch limit of 60,000. Well, you think about 20 years ago, when 2000 is when you start noticing the fish were going. And we did successfully lowered that bycatch. Since then, it never moved. So I just come to you with humble heart and say, you guys go fix this problem because there ain't the darn thing I can do about it. We only come here just for solutions. And of course, everybody behind me, they're willing to work. They're willing to offer sacrifice and commit, work and learn off each other. So that thing that my friend brought up earlier, that's the imbalance I was talking about. And I want to share something with you that when there was a few fish in the river on the Yukon, I took my little boy out. He was only, I would say, about 3.5, 4. Well, he was my grandson. And one day him and I went across 6 o'clock in the morning because that's time to open up the fishing. We caught some fish. And he's 10 now. He's going to be 11 this summer. But he asked me with open eyes and looked at me. He said, "Grandpa, we're going to go fishing this summer?" I looked at him. I said, "No. What do you have a boat? You have everything there." So I told him, "No, we can't. There's no fish out there." But he's a very adventurous young kid, and he goes out there and looks down in the water, and he sees fish swimming around. And when you have to say no to your grandchildren, we all lead different lives, different walk of life. When you have to say no because you're being regulated, it's a hard thing to do. And as a reminder, in Alaska, we're regulated by 2 different systems, the federal and the state. And we're the only state in the whole United States that's regulated in that form. So anything that comes our way, so far, in my time, I'm 68, but in my time, I haven't yet seen any Native person bend their back, turn around, and give up. That's just not our way. So I know my friend earlier said, we're not going away, and he's right. We've been saying that all along these numerous meetings we go to. We're not going away. All we do is ask to work with you, or if you want us to work with you, then you go fix the problem. When you have a broken system, you have to fix it. If your faucet leaks, you fix it. It's just common sense. And one more thing I want to add before I conclude is that we talked about traditional knowledge. And I was surprised. I was really surprised a few days ago, just finding out that this sport don't even know what traditional knowledge is. You may have heard it, but it's not even in this fashionable form on your papers, on your resumes, on your proposals. It's nothing. There's nothing there. And I expressed this in an AP meeting. My testimony was that somewhere in there you need to add it. You need to put that in there because that's where we come from. It's just simple as that. That way you can learn about where I come from and I can learn where you come from and what you do for a living. Or if you're having a hard time, grandchildren can't go fishing because they're regulated by someone else. There's ways you can work around it. I probably went over my time. I'd say time expired. So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you.
Come on. No, just kidding.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Next up is Leo Lolnitz.
Good morning, ladies and good afternoon. I know for a few days now, it's essentially like morning to me. Anyway, good afternoon, Madam Chair and the board members. I come to you this afternoon to just give you a little insight in past history and everything else and whatever else that I'd say. As you know, when I come up here to speak in front of people, that's not because I want to speak, it's because I want somebody to hear the facts of life, and what we think and how we think. Because everything we say is facts. We don't try to hide nothing. We all out of them. We're all transparent people. And we're all people that survived for thousands and thousands of years. And we're still here. And we'll be here for the next 10,000 years. So listen really carefully what I have to say. Back in the past, there were a lot of fish. You can almost walk across the river on top of the fish packs to get on the other side of the river. That was how much fish there was. It's because there was nobody regulating it but the native people of the land. They take what they need, and that's all they take to make it through the winter. And they're the long, harsh winters, good 7 months anyway. So you see, back then there was hardly any disease also. It's because of the fact that we used to live off the land, eat the fish off the rivers and waters, lakes, the animals off the land, the berries, wild fruit and veggies off the land. That was our grocery store, supermarket, right in our backyards. And now we have to travel to Fairbanks, Anchorage. Fairbanks cost us $500 a round trip. That's just very pretty fair. Much coming road for anything else. And then when we used to live off the land, we didn't have no kind of disease at all. Our people were healthy, clean, strong, tough, good-minded people, very smart, intelligent people. Nowadays, I see people, how all this disease has exploded just from the Western society food that were put into our bellies. All this conservative stuff didn't agree with the native people because we never lived off that kind of stuff before in our lives until we started getting to the store because we've been shut down from our most vital diet, which is salmon, the meat off the land, the poultry, the veggies, berries, all off the land. Never had to go to any supermarket store. It was all out there. Nowadays, our freezers are empty. Not even one fish in our freezers for the past 5 years. And now they're trying to impose a 7-year moratorium on us between the Canadians and the state government, I would assume. And I don't think that's right at all, without even consulting the people of the land. That isn't right. That is totally wrong, unacceptable. So you guys listen to this very carefully, because that's the way it is nowadays. We come to meetings every day. I mean, not every day, but we come to meetings every time we have to come to meetings. We have to fight for whatever we need. We have to get, because that's the way you make us do. We've been over-regulated for a good many years since statehood by both sides of the government, state and feds. But we abide by the laws. With that said, now I wish you guys would abide by your state law, that Anelka law, which was implemented in 1971, I would think, that the indigenous people get first priority when there's low numbers in fish. I don't see that happening today. Instead, they just let them. That's what you call. I don't know what you call it, but it's something way the heck off there. Out of this world anyway. I don't know, it's just sometimes sort of colonialism to me. But that's not right. That's not the way you treat people. God put all these natural resources on the surface of the earth and waters for everybody to share, not for one side. That's for us. Back then, we used to have all kinds of fish because we regulated it. We regulated ourselves. We took what we eat, and that was it. Nowadays, you get all this law you throw into us, and that's why you see all the fish gone. Commercial, but there is. Every time you take a big back, I remember back in the day, these 90-pound kings, you don't see that no more. Those were the 8-year-old fish. But now you don't see that. You guys already took them out of sea a long time ago. They used to tell me that 500 million fish in one salmon run. With all the oil, what happened? You went down way, come out there someplace, and you created us version fishing down there for the king salmon and king salmon roll. That's where all your fish went. But you wouldn't admit it because it's true. I saw that. I was there. I didn't go fish down there. I never was a commercial fisherman in my life. I was solely a subsistence user. Take what I need, and that is it. Leave for the rest of the people if they need it. That's where I'm coming from. That's where you should be coming from. I mean, we're not selfish people. We share with all the people of the earth, whether he's non-native or native. Matter to us. That's the kind of people we are. We're true Athabascan loving people. We are the greatest people on this earth. I'm speaking on the 9 lands right now, but I'm sorry I forgot to ask for permission from them to speak on their lands. But they know where I'm coming from. They all know where we're coming from. It's not about shutting you people down. It's the idea, share alike. Because we gotta exist too, just like everybody else on the coast or out in the sea. So let's think this very clearly and very hard. Don't forget us people. The last basking people off the island of the interior, because we're the ones that's hurt now. We're the only ones on the Yukon that survived, and we're the ones that sacrifice year after year. We're going on 5 years now, and then we're going to publish this 7-year moratorium, and that's up. That'll be a good 12, 13 years. We sacrifice not even one salmon in the freezer, not even one slice. That's not right. That is unacceptable to my native people. So anyway, it's really sad, but I just really had to express my feelings and let you know what's really out there, what's really happening to each and every one of you. We abide by your laws. Why don't you abide by ours? Help us out. I mean, there's no equality out there. Nothing. No equality at all. It's all one-sided. That's why we're fighting a battle, uphill battle. And one last thing I'd like to let you know. Back in the days from 1967 to 1970, I fought the war down there for you people just so you can walk around safely on this earth like everybody else. There's the Vietnam War. I was over there 67, 8, and 9. So in a sense, I guess I protect you people too. So just keep that in mind. Right now, I'm fighting a war to try to get our fish back, or even get one fish. Last time I had the opportunity to fish with a permit in the fishing game for subsistence use for our traditional the whale potlatch we had last summer. They allowed me 5 fish. I got 5, but they were something like I used to get. These were only little tiny fish. Those are the 3 or 5 year old ones, I would assume. But anyway, they allowed me again. I got 5, and I reported it and recorded it down. Just for our memorial potlatch, I did that. And I'm trying to figure out how am I going to pass it out to 300 to 500 people. So I made up my mind when I sliced up that fish in pretty thin slices so it would stretch as far as it can go, 5 little fish. And you know what? I turned around and made sure the elders got that first. Nobody but the elders. Nobody else got it but the elders. And especially the out-of-town elders. That's very respectful of our people, how we do things. We respect our people, we respect people, and most of all, we respect the animals and the fish and the birds of the land. So, it's really, it's a hard thing to swallow when you say you can't fish no more, especially when your kids ask you, your wife asks you, your people ask you, when are they ever going to let us fish? Are they ever going to let us fish? I said, say someday they may, but by then, that's when they'll be relevant. There'll be no fish in the river by then when they come to that decision. It's already getting like that. It's already like that. That's not nice. I mean, you guys want to have to take a step back and check this out and look at and think it over. See where you can come from. You know, it's I don't know. It really hits me here when I speak like this because I'm speaking for so many people. I'm speaking for the elders, for the children that's unborn, my grandchildren, their children, and I also speak for the animals of the land, the birds, the fish, because they can't come up here and speak for themselves. They're pleading too. They're pleading to have them escape so they can respond and rebound. But yet you don't let them do that. You block them off. Every chance they go through, you block them off. Kill them all right there. That's not nice. That's inhumane. And when it boils down, all this bycast, you throw them overboard, you get rid of them. That's all wanton ways. Because the people of the land could have used that, what you're disposing of. That's their most vital fruit that they can get in their system to be healthy people again. It's the protein with the vitamins you get off the fish and the animals off the land. It's really true, people. So I want you to think really long and clear about this before you make your final decision. Because when you make that decision, it's not only us you're thinking about, it's people of the whole state of Alaska. I mean, we got to share alike regardless. It's not about money for us, it's about feeding our children, teaching them our ways of life. We can't even do that now. Pass this culture on down to them. You killed that already too. And that's not nice. We are survivors. We're still trying to survive. But you know, it's something that's really hard to swallow. I have a bunch of people sitting behind me right now, and those are the people that you'll hear the same thing coming from. Maybe not the same kind of words, but it all boils down to the same thing. The bottom line is that
Mr. Lonitz.
let the fishes rebound, replenish, so we can all be happy. We wouldn't have to be sitting around like this, fighting over things like this, you know. My time has expired, I see, but I thank you for listening. I wish you come down with a good, clean, honest decision on this topic we're speaking today. Listen in your minds now and just think really hard and do the right thing for once, okay? And I thank you very much for listening. That's all I got to say.
Greatly appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions?
I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you so much.
What's going on now? Thank you.
Thank you. You covered quite a bit in your testimony. We really appreciate it. Thank you. So next up is David Dayton, followed by Robert Walker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is David Dayton. I'm an Athabascan Indian, proud first chief of Kaikook, village of Kaikook. We're federally recognized. Also, we're recognized by the NCAI, the group down in lower 48. We formed our government here for the sole purpose of looking after the safety and health and safety of our people. And that means, you know, all we got to protect our rights is to fish and hunt on our land, which we are also sovereign. We're sovereign members of our land, and that's what I'm here to speak on right now. This bypass thing, I think, is really hurting the health of my people right now. That's like I stated. That's why I'm here. That's my sole purpose to be on this earth, is to look after my people and their health. So when we take the fishing, when we limit the fishing, you're hurting my people. My people are suffering from the last 5 years. We're under a 5-year moratorium right now. So you can't even fish a single fish. And I have my people going to jail, having their boats taken, have their fish nets taken. And just because they fish, they're trying to survive. They're trying to put food on the table. And that's what I don't like to see. And I wish we'd come up with a viable solution where we all, I know we're all, somehow or other, that fishing must be important because we all want it and we all need to be able to get our fair share as well as the rest of the people in the world too, whoever these fish. I know they don't belong to us, but they belong to the world. They're brought to, I wouldn't say them, I don't know, I can't say who owns them. But our health has been engraved and also our we suffer from we don't have lack of jobs. So this food provided for us by this fishing industry and fishing industry, I wouldn't call it industry, I just call it of providing for fish, and that's what I would say it's a business or not, because we don't make money. It's not for money. It's just for our way of life, and I really want to have to strive that because and we're hurting away because since we don't have our salmon, nothing. Our children, they can't learn how to respect the land, how to do things for the land. We take our fish off the river and just don't start there. It starts as soon as we get that fish. It's a learning process. The children all come out to the river, they come out to the fish tables, and they're before they know it, they're scrambling around trying to get those fish outs. Trying just to once they get hangover, they gather fish outs. It's a playing thing, it's a learning experience, and I wish everybody would somehow or other get a chance to live that. If I got one more thing to say, that's it. Okay, let me come back to this. I lost my chain. Excuse me, I lost my chain of thought for a minute. Just give me a second. We all, ours, like our traditional knowledge, it starts from the time before, I've heard mention all you say you're driven from generation, like fishing generation for the last 5 decades or so. 5 decades is it's a toss in the bucket compared to how long my people have been on this earth surviving along the Yukon doing the same thing we're doing today. And we never at once ever did mention anything like over harvest and all that thing, because it never was. We had a system in our system where we fish 1 year and then we do really well. Next year there's fishing, there was hiding spots, we'd go to a different fishing spot. Not having fun, but we do our fishing there. And then on a yearly two, and it's a 7-year cycle, say, but some years even after cycle they come, the river changes to erosion. So we have to move our fish nets and just to get enough to survive, and we never get more than we need. And with that, that's all I have to say about that. And I'm pressed for time too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
If I have any questions, I'll be glad to.
Great. I'll see if there are any questions for you.
Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So next up is Robert Walker, followed by Rochelle Adams.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board, Les Department of Fish and Game, and also United States Fish and Wildlife Service. My name is Robert Walker. I was born in Holy Cross. I live in Anvik. I am the first chief there also for the last 20 years. I'm on the Western Ontario RAC board. I've been there 15 years, and then I took a 15-year break because I was being burnt out because of all the reading and all the policies that you have to work with. I know that all of you who work on this board have a lot of reading to do too, and a lot of listening to people like me, which come up and, ask for the best that we can be. And I'd like to thank you for your time. I'm going to speak on two things today. One is the game in our area and in Western Alaska and in Eastern Alaska. Bears, grizzly bears, brown bears, black bears, also the birds. Golden eagle, hawks, crows, the ravens, the seagulls. They're all here because of the circle of life of chum salmon. I don't know, but if you do know that the Ambic River is one of the biggest spawning chum salmon in Western Alaska. In 1979, it had 1.75 million chum spawn. And that's on record because that's when they first started doing the counting on the Ambic River with the mirror. So this is amazing to find to see. And also to have it crash all the way down to 10,000 chums returned 4 years ago. As of 2023, 140,000 chums have showed up at the Ambic River. And that really has created a lot of activity that was never seen before ever, talking to the elders, because we have bears in our village now. We have wolves in our village. They're killing the dogs. They're breaking into people's smokehouses and breaking into people's caches. And this never ever was before ever. It really seemed like the tribal people had some kind of agreement with these bears. And it just kind of like took everybody back and took me back because they came like a little step. I took a red skin, I put it out, I hung it up, the bear jumped back because that's a person or that's another animal that we have to compete with. And they are both fishermen too. So how are we going to get by this? I don't know. I brought this up at last year, February, when we had the salmon meeting there down in Anchorage. And I did state to the board of fish that we shot over 30 bears unnecessarily in our community. And I would take the blame because I'm the chief. I was surprised to see that the board again didn't show up or say anything. I was surprised to see that the friends of animals didn't show up and say anything. Why did the outdoor council say this is where you make our money? Where were they? They didn't show up. Because it's all money. It's what it is. Fishing industry has commercialized Western Alaska or the AYK region and the ocean chain in Southeast. To have somebody do something like this is not the way that God has put us here for. But to share, somehow we're not. The birds are starving, so are the birds. They are starving. They're coming. When you get killed in skin, there's no fat on them. And it's always October. How will we survive? You're put here to help. OSM was created in 1990, I believe, to Office of Justice Management to protect the tribal people. I don't know where they are. Maybe they're still coming. I'm not too sure. But I got back on the rock board for one reason. This, not a threat, but to try to find a solution. Where are we going to go? How long can it take us? Am I going to be dead by the time we get something done? That's a question I'm going to put to you. The second thing, I got 1 minute left. We had a meeting, a tri black board meeting a month ago. I brought up the OSM. I said, I was born in Holy Cross and I was born into a religion, the Catholic religion, where I was baptized and raised to be an altar boy, to be in the church, and to have something that sometimes it was cruel, And sometimes, like, this is something maybe about coming out of it that might be good for us. I don't know yet, but I did bring it up to OSM that the Catholic Church emphasized a point to the people in the village. You have to eat fish on Friday. That was their doctrine. And where is that now? Do we lose it? Did the Catholic Church disappear? Or the other religions disappeared? But that's something that I put to them. And they were kind of taken back by that because they never heard this before. So they did analysis on this. People in Washington, D.C. And it's coming back. I'm going to find out all this stuff that we were raised, because this country was purchased from Russia by America. And the federal government implicated all these churches to come into rural Alaska and educate the tribal people. Just how, and this bottom line, my time is expired, but the bottom line is all we want is food. I'm as a tribal chief for the last 20 years, and I advocate for our tribe. I have fought for food, nothing else but food, no money. I fought for food for all the tribes. Winston, Haida, Tlingit, Athabaskan, Nupia, Yupik, Chupik, the Aleutians, and that's what I spoke for. Very quietly, but I did talk to some people that did say, you really should be a politician. I said, no, I'm not a politician. I'll just take and I'll do my job and I'll stand back the line. That's what I'll do. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Chief Walker. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mesereau has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief Walker, for your testimony. It's good to hear from you. I was wondering, because this issue has been going on for so long, if you feel like the other food resources in your area are getting depleted, like other freshwater fish, like pike and other game animals. Is this situation made it so that it's harder to get any food from the environment?
Yes, thank you for that question, because that is a very important question. The freshwater fish that we have in our area, they migrate too also. We had a biologist come and report to us that they tagged the whitefish, I believe, somewhere around Grayling, and where it was caught was up on the Quebec River. So there are various things that do happen here that a lot of us don't really understand, or the biologists, state biologists don't really tell us everything. But a freshwater fish to us is like a traditional using for potlatches to make fish ice cream. Some people use it for a main staple because that's all they had in the side streams, Milk River, or, and other places like that. Where mining has depleted the chum salmon and the Chinook salmon up in Iditarod from all the minerals that were put into the river, dumped into the river before, World War II and after World War II, when mining was very heavy up in that area. So the fish didn't come back for a long time. So it was a main staple in that part. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
And next testifying will be Rochelle Adams.
I'll begin with my introduction and include acknowledgement to the Dineina people. I'd like to say amen to them for the stewardship of these beautiful lands and waters in the past, present, and into the future. I'd also like to say masicho to all Indigenous people, many of which are showing up here today, subsistence users, who are the original stewards of these lands. We are the stewards of the lands. Adams Oji, Kuchajets at Sandukotsamushi, Shiki, Tukwani, Chukran, Shidron Sashoj, and Gauchupurti. My name is Rochelle Adams. I was raised in the villages of Fort Yukon River, along the Yukon River. My heart is really happy to sit here amongst my people, but I'm also really sad to be here today. I'll do my best to work through public comment, but this is such a big issue that it's really heavy on my heart, so I'm going to be here, so I'm listening for hearing this. I was raised along the Yukon River. My first memories of life when I became aware as a person was at my grandma and grandpa's fish camp below Fort Yukon. I have memories of being at fish camp, cutting fish and seeing my family all together. These are the best memories I have in my life. Our way of life is our connection to our lands and waters. It's our lives. We call it the good life. Hunting, fishing, gathering is how we are complete people. It's how we pass our knowledge to our young ones and our relationship and show our respect to our family relatives. It's how we show love to our families and keep them healthy. This way of life has greatly been disrupted due to poor management decisions that do not align with our traditional stewardship, which has been successful for tens of thousands of years, in balance and reciprocity with our Sami relatives, and all animals, plant, fish, birds. It goes back to a time when we all spoke the same language. It's very hard life in rural Alaska, and one that you will never fully understand, but we're not asking you to understand that. We're asking you to hear our voices and make the right decisions for all people in the Sami. We're not all on the same level playing field here. Indigenous people have extreme inequities with colonization, assimilation, erasure, and genocide. Not being able to have access to our Sami relatives and ways of life contributes to genocide. In the past few years, we've also seen increased illnesses such as diabetes in our communities, depression, suicide, all of these things. It's hard to see our people suffer without our Sami. Our physical bodies, our mental wellness, our spirituality, our relationship, and obligation to the Sami has been broken, and we have no control over it. This inequitable governance has affected us greatly. That's why we're here today. Not only are the people hurting, but you heard from all of the testifiers, the animals are hurting as well. Their behavior is changing. Our people have done our best to advocate. We show up in these spaces that weren't meant for us. We find our ways here with each other. It's nearly impossible to get here. And I do my best to remain hopeful and have trust in you to make the right decision. And I hope that you hear the voices of the people, the subsistence users, and do what's right for our future. We need to allow the Sami a chance to come home to our river. We have to stop by catch. The Sami need a conservation corridor so that they can make it home to our spawning areas. It breaks my heart to hear the waste. Because just thinking about how valuable one fish is, one Sami was the taste of that. But one fish, every salmon counts. And you've heard that over and over because it makes such a big difference to us. When we have nothing in our smokehouse, We can't continue our ways of life. In my language in which our month of July is called for the King's Salmon. The month of August is called for the Chinese. And for those times, I don't know to tell you about children. Just urge you to listen to us. These are intelligent people. We are scientists. We have a lot of knowledge. And the salmon goes back to before time began. We have those stories with us. So I just want to say my citron and I'm going to be available for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At the end of your testimony, you gave us the words for the month of July being the month for king salmon, the month for chum salmon. And it was related, I think, to your concept of a corridor. And so could you expand a little, maybe not on the king salmon, but on the chum salmon timing that you understand, or anything you can share on that?
Well, I don't think that we can say exact times for when the fish are moving. Maybe the local people of the area can say that. But I do think that it's, we need to listen to the people who live there. And I wish I could say exactly which I'm moved through that area, but I don't have that answer for you. I would also like to know the answer to that question as well.
Thank you again for your testimony. So before taking up our next testifier, we'll take our mid-afternoon break, come back at 3:30, and then we'll resume testimony with Kathleen Dementieff.
Council members, please come back to order. So we will continue with testimony on agenda item C2, beginning with Kathleen Dementive, followed by Maurice McGinty.
Through the chair. Thank you, Madam Chairman and the board members for the opportunity to testify on behalf of me, Nana. I was given a prophecy to help people. This is why I keep coming to testify for the Yukon River and the river drainage. What they call the drainage is like Tanana River. I always ask the questions to Fish and Game, why are we not included with the Yukon? They could never answer it. Then I found out when I got here this year, that it's a drainage. So I'm calling it a drainage. All the other rivers coming off. We are not the issue. Why the Chums has depleted on the Yukon River, a river drainage. All subsistence users on the Yukon River are barely surviving for the last 4 years. I request alternative 2 with option 1, so the fish can go back up the rivers to spawn. And we noticed that I'm on all these different fish committees, and we noticed that some of the fish that go up the Yukon can't make it, so they end up spawning wherever they can. We had some go up the Nenana River because we have Tanana, and Nenana connects with the Tanana River. So we found some king salmons in the fish creek, they call, where we fish for grayling. And that was kind of sad. It's your vote to put a hard cap to help our people get our fish back up the Yukon River's drainage to spawn. I believe that everyone has a heavy heart. Everyone that's sitting behind me that came up here and traveled and's been here for a whole week have a lot of heartache, which I also do, since last year when I came to testify in front of all of you, my heart was really heavy and it still has not gone away. I just want to take this time to protect our subsistence rights, rural rights, protect our fish, and protect the ecosystem, which I notice on Facebook, which is a lot of people look at it. And there's pictures of our fish being walked on, and we don't take care of our fish like that. It's just like, they don't care. They just want to get that fish to make money. I think that we need to just all get together and figure out a cap, or else just shut everybody down, since we're all shut down. And I just found out the 5-year moratorium, what? Oh, 7-year. We weren't consulted. None of our boards were consulted by the state. They just do whatever they want to do. And so I just feel that it's up to you guys to do something to help everyone in the villages, the coastal areas. Our animals are scarce now. The moose are getting killed by the wolves. The wolves are coming closer to the villages and the towns. We have coyotes right across the river from us. The birds, we feed them all the time. We put the food out on the river so animals can eat whatever we have, scraps we call from the food we eat. That's how we're protecting the ravens. And I just wanted to tell someone that we didn't have crows here. We only have ravens in Alaska. Thank you. And I have Rachel here, and I lost my father, and I would like her to sing a song for me. And I just want to thank you for your time, and please listen to our TCC president, because no one wants to go on that route. And we're just here trying to stop the, what do they call stop the damages in the ocean. I know that's where the problem is in Area M. It's been talked about for a long time. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for asking me to join you, Kathleen. Out of respect for our elderly and those that we have lost, I will invite you all to stand with me, and we're going to face this direction. This is the direction we're calling to the salmon, facing that way. And I'm going to be singing, and you can follow me in the motions. We're going to be asking the salmon to come to us, telling them that we love them. We appreciate them to come back to us in plenty. So we'll face this way. I'll do my best to hold this.
Any questions? Oh, you're supposed to say that. Sorry.
Thank you. I've said that plenty of times today. Yes. Mr. Fassbender.
Thank you thank you, Madam Chair. You used the term walked on,
What?
walked on, fish were walked on. Can you?
Well, when those trawlers come in, they have to, I never seen such big nets and the fish all squished. And nets are tight. And it's just like a round circle and it's about, I don't know how long, 20 feet, 40. And these people run on the things while they're pulling it out. And you can see all the fish are dead. The ones on the bottom are dead. The ones on top are alive. So they're putting all this fish back into our ocean that are dead. And I just feel that was very uncalled for. We're animal lovers. We always pray to our animals so that even the dogs, we have a bunch of dogs, but we can't keep too many dogs because we don't have anything to feed them. And dog food is getting more expensive. So I just feel that they don't respect our fish. I just noticed that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and thank you for the song. Our next testifier is Maurice McGinty, excuse me, and followed by Ron Yatlin.
How did you pronounce that last name?
Would you please correct me?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I said McGinty. Is that?
Thank you to the chair and thank you to the council for allowing me to give you a few, let me bend your ears a little bit. I'm Maurice McGinty. French first name, Irish last name, full-blooded Indian. That came from the church, Catholic Church. The priest was from Lyon, France, and he gave me the name Maurice. So a little history of that one. I represent the council of Milano, and I am not going to waste a lot of your time reiterating the importance of fishing as you heard from the people speaking before me. What I'd like to talk to you about is how can we fix the problem? You as educated legal entity of the fisheries got the final say so on whatever is presented to you all this week and the rest of the week. I think that AP had a very good point when they addressed the proposal this morning to you. I like the idea of a low count of 10,000. I would have preferred 0, but 10,000 is better than nothing. It's a beginning point. At some point in time, I would really like to see Alaska Fish and Wildlife and Fish and Game collaborate with AP and yourselves to come up with, come up with solutions that would help us to reiterate the importance of the Chinook salmon and the summer chum. Right now, nothing is done. I have not seen any kind of documentation showing of any kind of records of the Chinook salmon all the way up the Yukon River to the borders of Canada. This kind of infiltration is eminent. It has to be there in order for you and us to make an educated decision on what we're going to do with the fisheries. You heard the Pollock people. They're all crying bloody murder because we're talking about cap that affect them. They're talking about low income in their communities. They're talking about communities that's going to shut down if the economy gets any worse. So right away, they're telling us that their economy is based on the pollock fishing and the importance of it to them. We're talking about traditional lifestyle, the life of all the people from the mouth of the Yukon River to the borders of Canada and all its tributaries. It's vital, and yet it's not even being discussed. Yet we're looking at shutting down communities if pollock fishing gets in the pool. Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, the ecosystem is so unbalanced. I'm surprised that the earth don't tip over. We need to start working on these kind of issues, and these are the kind of things that you can do with the information that's given to you by the AP. With that being said, I very strongly support what they said this morning. I hope that you all have an opportunity to work with it, dissect it, put in, take out wording that would make that work so that we as sovereign people can see salmon back in our rivers. I'm more luckier than most people in Mulatto. I am a retired teacher, principal, counselor, 13 years of fish and wild BLM. I got a lot of years. I did everything. I was the chief, I was the mayor, you name it. Those things don't do beans. They're putting fish back on the table for my people. It's you people who's going to make a difference. And I really urge you, I'm not bothering you out in no way. As a matter of fact, I am urging you to step up to the plate. Get away from these high stools that you all sit on. And get with the AP people. Fish, Alaska Fish and Game, Alaska Fish Wildlife. Look at what's going on and then say, okay, if we did this and if we did that, would that make a difference? Because at this point in time, anything you do is going to make a difference. Anything needs 0. And that's where we're at now. We cannot go any lower than that. I don't give a doggone what you do or how you do it. We cannot go lower than that, which is an encouraging note. That means you can only go up. And with good effort, good work, and good camaraderie with other agencies, those kind of things will happen. And we will not have to shut down the pollock fishing and deprive them of an economy. We wouldn't hurt the crab fishing. We wouldn't hurt the halibut fishing, but we would improve the subsistence and the way of life with salmon in our rivers. Coordination, 100% by all entities. Remember, you guys got together, all begging, crying, screaming, and hollering ends at your table. You have got a very critical position that you sit at, and you need to respect it as such. And helping us is just only one way of doing that. You heard the pollock fishermen. They got a legitimate concern. But so do we. I'm going to end that right there. Thank you for your ears.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. McGinty. I was wondering if you could just, I was wondering if you could tell us where on the Yukon Nulato is. Is it in the middle Yukon, the upper, or?
If you went cross country on the Iditarod, it's 90 miles from Unalakleet. So I would say kind of like Western Alaska. That's what I'd say. But it's as empty as fish as Ilana, which is at the bottom of Yukon. Oh, I want to share one story with you. I just to show you the importance of fish. We have 3 species of salmon that we use on the Yukon River. Summer chum, fall chum, Chinook. Chinook is put away to stabilize our usage of fish summer, winter, and fall. The chum is put away in the fall. We have to dry those in the smokehouses to use during the winter. The summer chum was used to cook and feed our dogs. And I just, funnily, some person brought it up to me this morning, but you know, I can remember when we used to cook fish all day long for our dogs. I said, yeah, now we have to kill our dogs so that we can eat their fish. You know, that's how bad it is. We're down to little bit dog salmon and nothing else. That's how vital this thing is, ladies and gentlemen. And if I can switch over to moose, it'll get even more dire, but I'm not going to do that. Right now, I'm more concerned about getting Chinook salmon back on that Yukon River, summer chum and fall chum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you again for your testimony. So Ron Yatlin is next, followed by Janet Woods.
I get this to work. Okay, anyway, Madam Chair and the Council, thank you for making the time to listen to my testimony. Good afternoon. My name is Ron Yatlin. I grew up in Huslia and I moved to Beaver in 1975. Today I will be testifying for the village of Beaver. I serve on the Yukon Flats Advisory Council. Our most recent meeting was in February 2024. The village of Beaver is a very small community of Athabaskan, Inupiat, and Gwich'in people. Beaver started as a supply point for the miners in the Chandelar country. All the native people in the area moved to Beaver when they started the school. There was an abundance of moose, fish, bear, beaver, rabbits, and grouse. With all the gardens that people planted, there was plenty of food for everyone. I believe that's why it attracted so many diverse people. All the old stories of Beaver told of a very productive people. They were running supplies from the steamboats in the summer and by dog team from Fairbanks in the winter. This went on for many summers and winters until the gold played out in the gold mine town of Caro and World War II started. All the able-bodied men were drafted and went to war. The rest started depending heavily on trapping and the natural resources in the area. The woman had to learn how to be the provider because some of the men did not come home. Since those days, the woman took the lead in fish camp. Whatever they said to do, you got it done. In the earlier days of fish camp, it seemed like it was easy. You put your net in the river and you got your fish and you took care of it. At some point, somebody said, hey, maybe we could make some money off this. There's so much fish, it will never run out. I think people put their money together and bought a commercial permit from the state of Alaska. This went on for years. People up and down the river couldn't wait for fishing season to open. I believe the last commercial permit was issued right where the Yukon Flats started. Even during those commercial fishing years on the Yukon River, we were putting up 300 king salmon every summer, and that was plenty fish for the whole family. All the school-age children of Beaver went to Grandma's fish camp and learned all about fishing. The last year we met our subsistence needs was 2019. All the years before that, we got our first fish on July 4th, just in time for the 4th of July picnic. That year we got our first fish on June 20th. Most days we got one fish and some days as much as 4. By the 20th of July, we caught 51 fish. And that was enough fish for our subsistence needs. Sometime during the abundance of fish, some fish buyers started buying fish roe and offering a good price too. In my opinion, this was the beginning of the end of our fisheries. It was not very long before someone looked at the escapement goals and said, we are not meeting the escapement goals of the treaty with Canada. Someone at the state level said, oh, we could fix that. Let's study the fish and then build fish hatcheries. They did this with all the latest scientific knowledge. In our opinion, they did this with a total lack of indigenous knowledge because that knowledge was not legal. In our opinion, or in my opinion, this is the first thing we need to fix. I imagine this could be accomplished with an executive order by the governor of Alaska. The really hard questions we have to face is, how do we meet escapement goals? How do we meet subsistence needs? How do we allow the pollock industry to continue to fish? I do not know the answer to these questions. I could tell you what I think and why I think this way. The 4 proposals before us needs to be thrown out because they will not answer all 3 questions satisfactorily. The only real answer to the first 2 questions is we need an adequate number of fish, male and female, to reach the spawning grounds. As far as allowing the pollock industry to continue to fish, I am all for it, believe me. I don't want anyone to not be able to fish. I know how it is to not be able to fish for 4 years now. And with this 7-year moratorium, it will be a minimum of 11 years. As with any species of fish, you are most likely to catch the most vulnerable and weakest fish. That would most likely be the fish that are full of eggs. The strong males have the best chance of escape. Most likely the trawlers are catching the female fish. We need the female fish to reach the river. The trawlers need to find a way to fish to minimize bycatch and target the preferred species while you still could. The subsistence fisherman has no preferred species anymore. We are putting up whatever fish we could find. We are trying very hard to make it work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up is Janet Woods, followed by John Ashton.
My name is Janet Woods. I sit on the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission and also representing Manly Hot Springs Village Council. And I just wanted to say, I live in Rampart, and Rampart is pretty much the middle of the Yukon River. And as the fish make it up, we get very few species by time they reach Rampart. So we are really dependent on the Chinook salmon to make it that far. Because like I said, there's very few species that make it or that we have there in Rampart. So option 2, we support the hard cap on chum bycatch as presented. However, the proposal bycatch are too high. Based on historical information, any alternative hard cap above and including 200,000 is status quo. Nothing over 300,000 shared should be included in the EIS. Abundance based on hard caps are not working for Chinook and now for the chums. How many of our salmon that didn't make it back to their spawning area? The complete salmon life cycle must be considered as all other wild stock species. The vessels are still catching Western stock. Even though they are equipped, they are still killing the Chinook and now the chum. Especially when you think about the metric tons of incidental bycatch historically ground up and thrown back into the ocean. All the salmon destroyed could have fed how many families up and down the Yukon River? Because of lack of management and a 7-year moratorium placed on the Yukon River, and the majority of the Yukon River has no CDQ, so we have nothing. We are struggling with our traditional way of life taken away because we, the people of the villages, are not considered when the rules and regulations are made. Even sectors, every sector must and should share the brunt of no fish. And we think about the corridors, the fish passage. The vessel sometimes just need to take a stand down just to let some of those Chinook and now the chum go through the passage. We need to remember that every fish counts. Every fish counts, especially when they're caught. And I think about the Yukon River chum and the Chinook that, like I said, could have fed how many people in our villages and up and down the Yukon River. I also want to, when I think about our traditional way of life, we all as families have happy times. You have happy times with your children, grandchildren, and so do I. I can't help but think a few years back when my children and grandchildren and myself got together and we were fishing, catching the fish, cutting, everybody was working, getting water, making sure we had smokehouse wood, cleaning the fish poles. But our family was so involved together, and it was just a happy time. Everybody was laughing, talking. My younger grandsons they talked together, laugh, getting water, getting the wood. And now that is just totally gone, because my grandchildren are older now. They want to work. And so that part of their lifestyle is gone because we can't fish because of the 7-year moratorium that's in place. We talk about our traditional knowledge. And at one time, because there's just few eddies on the Yukon, where we can throw our set nets. And so I share an eddy with my sister, the Senator Georgiana Lincoln, and her family and my family. We share an eddy. And she used to talk about, and I could remember, and I keep asking her, you hear that little bird, the glogluth? I could have the native name pronounced wrong, but that glogluth would start above her house, and she was up on a hill, and it would tell her as it's going down, get your net ready, get your net ready, get your net ready. And as it hit the bank, the water, it would say, time to set your net now. Get your net, set your net. So that even that glogluth would tell us, but we haven't heard that bird in how many years? Because no fish. Because there's no fish in I keep asking you, hear that bird? And she said, no, I haven't heard that bird. Glogluth. And then the other thing I could remember, back behind my house, I have Rampart Creek that runs behind my house. And there used to be clusters, huge clusters of the monarch butterflies. And my mom told me one time, there's going to be lots of fish because you see all that clusters of butterflies. And to this day, it's been a few years now. Maybe I'll see one or two in our area because there's just no fish. But my dad used to also say, you know, we never used to start fishing until after the 4th of July in that time frame. And so because the Native people were so in tuned, the Native people and the animals were one. And my dad used to always say, so I knew they let that first pulse go up. And my dad used to say, those are the scouts because they're the strong ones. They'll make it up so they can spawn. And then that cycle, their cycle, 7-year cycle will begin. And so that's why we never used to fish until after, because I know that first pulse would go up. Those are the strong ones. And we would fish the second pulse. And I know in earlier testimony, it was mentioned, I know my time is up. It was mentioned that they're going to try to start tagging the Chinook for scientific information. But Benedict Jones from Kaikook said, and I've seen it too, is we can't tag the fish. When you tag fish, they get mixed up and they'll swim the other way. So I want you to remember that. Tagging fish is not going to work because it only kills the fish. So Anabase, and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate your time. So next up is John Ashton Career Academy, and there will be no questions during this testimony. Welcome.
Madam Chairwoman, along with the council, my name is John Ashton Tanuchuk. I am 17 years old, come from Kotlik, Alaska, from the north mouth of Yukon Delta. I am a Y1 fisherman. I have fished until the day they were shut down. Trawlers are owned by the Yukon Delta Fisheries, yet acting like they're helping us along with YDFDA. Where have the fish been? What is happening to them? Is it from Mother Nature's global warming, or is it bycatch? It may also be part of the water getting warm along with climate change and the permafrost melting. We may or may not know the answer. One reason is bycatch and pollock fishing is not letting the fish get where they need to be. We need to ban trawling and bycatch before the companies have to make artificial fish, which you people will not like. Trawling and pollock is damaging the seafloor. Not only that, they are killing whales and seals. One day your kids are never going to know what a king salmon is going to taste like. Not only that, they have almost killed the crab population. And what are they doing about it? We are at the point where anytime they're going to be extinct. We need this to stop to let the fish get to their breeding grounds. We the people need our voices to be heard, not only just to speak. We the Alaskans need to step up a lot harder to let trawling and pollock be banned before the time is too late. I'm done.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next testifier is Jody Potts Joseph, followed by Nathan Fisher.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can. We're taking Jody Potts Joseph remotely first. Sorry about that.
Oh, this
Nathan.
is Jody. This is Jody
You're very
Potts Joseph.
faint.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. This is Jody Potts Joseph.
Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. First, I just want to say masicho to the council for allowing us the opportunity to testify on this really important issue. My name is Jody Potts Joseph. I'm a tribal citizen of Eagle Village and a resident of Eagle Village. And I also sit on our tribal council and on the Doyan Board of Directors. However, I am speaking for myself as a subsistence hunter and fisher and dog musher. I grew up in a subsistence way of life here on the Upper Yukon River in Eagle. For those of you that may not know where Eagle is at, if you're going upriver, we are the last village before you hit the Canadian border. And matter of is about a mile from the Canadian border. My grandmother was from the Canadian side, and I'm also a First Nations citizen of Trondaquichin, which is the tribe in Moose Hide and Dawson City. Just looking back in history, I just know and understand that through colonization, our land, water, animals have taken a tremendous blow over the years. And often I find myself just feeling like a stranger on my own ancestral lands compared to the lands that I grew up on here in the same place. Because, when I was growing up, our fish nets were full. I remember checking net, whether it was a white fish net in the spring with a full. By then we were so low on food for ourselves and for our dogs. We'd always set a white fish net as soon as we were able to after the ice went out, and we'd caught plenty of small species fish for ourselves and our dog team. And in the summer, we also had plenty of salmon that, our fish cache was always full. And then, we almost always got a moose, and times are tough now. And that was for every family in our village back then. And when I was growing up as a child of the 80s, and never in a moment would I have ever considered that there would be a time in my life that we would not be able to fish, or that the fish weren't plentiful as they were when I was growing up. And that's where we're at right now. And I know that all of you on the council have some very tough decisions to make, but I've been listening to this meeting for the last few days, and my husband listened on and off. And there's a lot of really important information. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree from Arizona, but a lot of the information was just data. It was all scientific. There was stuff about the economy, there was this and there was that. And I feel like there wasn't enough information on the actual, I heard some comments about the impact to Athabascan people or other people on the rivers in our traditional way of life. But I can tell you that, we are informed. Those of us that are Indigenous and speaking and testifying today, I hear so much of a common theme that we are all informed by our traditional knowledge and by being on our lands, by our observations, our experiences, and really what a lot of people that are making decisions don't understand is this multi-generational relationship with this place, with this land, with our salmon, with the animals. And, our world is very holistic and we see how everything is connected. We see how, has my time expired already?
It has,
Okay.
if you have a
I'll
concluding statement.
I do, yeah. And, there's, we have a lot that is under threat right now, and I didn't hear a lot about, and I would love the opportunity to go more into all of the ways in which our people are facing threats to, not only our food security, but our physical health, our wellness and mental health, our economies, our food sovereignty is a part of our economies. And I guess I'll just close in my recommendations. I definitely see a important need that the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council needs an indigenous or two indigenous subsistence users with voting rights on your council. I think you guys need to include traditional knowledge, and that needs to have equal weight to all of the other data that you guys review. The other thing is, we look back in history and we see how many decisions were made that impacted indigenous peoples throughout North America. And that always ended up being a wrong decision. And now agencies, federal government, all kinds of money is being put into correcting these wrongs, whether it's from reintroducing animals to taking down dams to reintroducing indigenous languages and knowledge systems. So I just ask all of you, make the right decision to be on the right side of history, vote to place a hard cap on chum, and to prioritize conservation in the corridor for the salmon to get through to their spawning grounds. Thousands of people, whole cultures, and ways of life depend on you making the right decision. And I am available for questions if anyone has any.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I was wondering in your comments on trying to better incorporate traditional knowledge, and I don't know if you've had a chance to see the social impact assessment that was done that I think Quaskaqum River Intertribal Fish Commission was a cooperating agency on to try to help make that a robust document that's part of the draft EIS for decision making. And if maybe you could help me understand your comments were that part of the document wasn't complete or that it wasn't presented enough in the presentation to the council. I just wanted to better understand what we could do to improve that.
Well, I definitely think improving would also mean having indigenous peoples on your council that hold this knowledge. We have generations of ancestral and traditional knowledge. And I do think that some of that document may have been lacking. And I think if you have it for the Kuskokwim, it definitely needs to, we need, and not just expecting that the tribes give up this knowledge. Like, it's important that you guys welcome it and also do the work to secure this knowledge in your decision making. There are so many social impacts, and I don't think that our people or anyone that is, has an interest in this issue really fully understand the implications of what our people are really going to face and the devastating consequences of not allowing these salmon to make it to the spawning grounds by continuing this practice of bycatch. I can go into already, and I think you may have heard about the physical health issues that are already we're already experiencing in interior Alaska for the Athabascan people. I feel it as well. And I don't want to, get into the weeds. But I think one of the most important is that I'm sure a lot of you understand that the mental health crisis, the wellness crisis in Alaska is real. It has been for a long time. But some of the most healthy things that our people do is when we come together as families and communities and we practice our culture and every person has a role, it expands their self-worth, it expands their knowledge, the mental health increases by you can't even imagine. And I definitely feel like not being able to go to fish camps, as other people have talked to you about, is really, and not just that, but we know that diet, vitamin D that we get from salmon, especially in a sun deficient place like Alaska, interior Alaska, we really need this in our diet. And I just know that, wellness is really gonna take a hit. And I know as a dog musher, my wellness is my subsistence and cultural activities, being out on the trail with my dogs. There's so many families that are having to get rid of dogs. There's a musher, not myself, but even here in Alaska, in Eagle, that one time when the salmon runs were either so low or we had such a small amount of time to get fish, he had to kill off like half of his dog team, because he didn't have enough fish for his dog team. And, these are real life consequences, and our people have already been affected. We've been saying this for 2 decades now. We've been trying to bring attention to this, and, we're almost at the point of no return unless your council acts, because we are the ones facing the consequences, the most harsh, real consequences, and we already have been for several years. And, it's important for people to have a way of life and economy. And I understand and respect the needs of the pollock fishermen, but there has to be another way, in order for them to continue with their fishing, however, letting the salmon through to the Yukon. And that's the way that we have to go. And so I do really, I support conservation, and I support a hard cap that was presented in alternative to option 1. And so that's where I'm at, and I think that's where a lot of people on the Yukon River are at as well. We have a
Thank you
lot to
very
lose.
much. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any further questions. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Merci.
Nathan Fisher. I apologize for the false start earlier.
Thank you, Chairwoman, members of the council. My name is Nathan Fisher, and I am from Hooper Bay. I am happy to share with you how fishing has changed in my lifetime. Temperature changes affect ecosystems from the bottom up, with overbrating impacts on the entire food chain. More profoundly, these climate changes have impacted our way of life, commercial and subsistence fishing. What have I seen within the few years as a fisherman? In the 7 years that I have been fishing, I've noticed the waters have become warmer by climate change. In the Bering Sea, there have been dead fish along the shore after the oil spillage back in 2016 on the Bering Sea coast. The water was polluted with very bad chemicals. Between bycatch and the unknown effects of climate change and warming waters, fishing has been shut down. It was so bad that fishing was closed for almost 6 years. Also, we are having trawlers that are affecting across the fish, as we currently have climate changes and seeing different changes in the water. My family went through 6 years of no fish because of this. That has impacted our household with no fish in our freezers. We had to buy fish to feed our family because it is our way of life and main source of food. Some of our family members were forced to go down south to areas like Kenai, Homer to get fish so that we are able to have fish in our freezers. If we are able to fish every year, that would be a good thing. We would be able to fill our freezers. We wouldn't have to go places for our fish. A piece of culture would be preserved. That's it.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Conrad Woodhead.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Conrad Woodhead. I'm the Director of Career and Technical Education for the Lower Yukon School District and of Kuzelvac Career Academy right here in Anchorage. I'm proud of our students who spoke here today. I think the voices of our youth are important to this conversation. KCA is a quarterly option boarding school that provides a myriad of CTE opportunities through many partnerships, including one with King Tech High School right here in Anchorage that gives our students access to over a dozen CTE pathways. KCA has established itself as a unique, viable, and integral program in developing job skills in students from all 10 of our Yukon and coastal villages. I've heard testimony from different user groups about the importance of a viable fishery. I've listened to testimony about the science. I've listened to testimony questioning the science. And I'm just an educator trying to build workplace skills into high school kids. But in my nearly 25-year career as an educator in coastal communities throughout rural Alaska, I have seen firsthand the importance of both commercial and subsistence fisheries and experienced firsthand the value of CDQ programs in our rural communities as well. I spent 2 summers working in a CDC leading beach cleanup crews throughout Norton Sound and St. Lawrence Island and saw firsthand the good that came from that employment for the men and women on my crews. I work with students from the Lower Yukon region every day. I hear their stories and their views of what the lack of fish has meant for them and their families. During testimony, I've heard a lot about the need for more impact analysis, but the impact for our students and their families is felt every day of every season. I wonder about the loss of traditional knowledge and skills imparted by elders and how long it will take for the knowledge to be gone forever. And then I wonder if it's already too late. I see the numbers provided on bycatch. I see the photos, I see the videos, and I wonder, how did we get here? And how can we find a balance? I'm not a biologist. I'm not a commercial fisherman, but we've all had that uncle 12 beers in when we know he probably should have stopped at 2. KCA does not offer, nor do we promote careers in the fishing industry, and students don't request them. Fewer talk about the money they made fishing or the summer spent at fish camp. I believe that's the true cost of what's happening in our waters and in our region. I don't know what the answer is, but I hope, as I do with my favorite uncle, that you continue to search for the right balance. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to the many testimonies as you consider the impacts of your decisions on each and every user group. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Woodhead, and thank you for bringing your students here.
Absolutely.
To join us. See if there are any questions for you. So next up is Steve Martell and Merrill Rudd, followed by Jacob Ivanov.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the council. For the record, my name is Steve Martell, and with me today is Merrill Rudd. We both work for Seastate Incorporated. I wanted to start by commending the authors and the collaborators of the DEIS and the genetics report for their exceptional work in compiling this analysis. I have 4 points I'd like to share with you today. First, the data available indicates that the impacts of the pollock fishery on Western Alaskan chum salmon is minimal, with figures showing less than 2.5% impact. As of 2023, it was even lower at 0.6%. There's a figure on the screen you can have a look at. However, it's crucial to note that in this figure, the upper bound is overestimated. This is an upper bound due to missing data on catch and escapement data for numerous chum salmon streams in Western Alaska, while there are no missing data from our bycatch program. 2, estimating the trawl bycatch AEQ and its impacts on Western Alaskan chum salmon serves as a grading system for measuring the performance of a proposed alternatives. Just as in schools where the same grading system is used in different classrooms, the same assumptions in constructing the AEQ can be applied to compare the performance between the alternatives you're considering. Third, hatchery chum salmon releases by the Pacific Rim countries are currently surpassing 3.2 billion fish annually, with a steady increase of 2.2% per year since 2010. Projections indicate that at this rate, hatchery outputs will reach 4 billion chum salmon by 2034. Moreover, Japan has the potential to double its hatchery production overnight, adding an additional 500 million chum salmon releases annually. The Genetic Stock Identification Program highlights the dominance of Northeast Asian chum salmon reporting group on the pollock fishing grounds over the past decade. Fourth, predicting changes in fleet behavior in response to a cap and an IPA is challenging. While caps tend to alter behavior late in the season, only during years of high chum abundance, IPAs influence behavior throughout the season, regardless of the abundance. However, uncertainties remain regarding how behavior will adapt to both a cap and an incentive plan agreement, and how that cap might intensify the incentive to avoid the more abundant hatchery fish. In conclusion, based on the current catch and escapement data, the trawl bycatch impact is minimal, though likely overestimated due to the missing data for the Western Alaskan chum salmon stocks. The council needs to be able to understand the impact of the fishery under status quo so that it can understand the impact of how the changes under these alternatives are going to affect the AEQ. The potential benefits for Western Alaskan chum salmon from a total cap are unclear, and there's risk that it could worsen the decline in the face of increasing hatchery abundance. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Martell. I think we have a question for you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I guess this is going to count as my question, but your slides were not advancing as you were talking. And so it is what was attached to your name online, is it the same as what you had up here? Okay, so we could just go back to that document if we want to follow along.
Sorry, what was the slides weren't advancing?
I'm making sure that the document you attached to your testimony online matches what you put up here, because they weren't going as you were talking.
Yeah, sorry, due to the 3-minute time constraint, I didn't have time to go through the slides.
Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you for your testimony. And since you did have limited time, I think your main point was a total chum. One of your main points was a total chum cap would not necessarily lead to lower Western Alaska chum bycatch, and that given the dynamics of fishing effort and fleet behavior. And so, but I think we've talked a lot about at this meeting that the staff really have trouble analyzing that very thing. And so since you're the experts and you have a lot of data and experience doing that, do you have suggestions for us how to, in essence, ground truth the things that you're saying here? Because that's what we do in our process to help the council understand the point that you're making there.
I think that we do have a tool that we developed to develop different ideas of what could be done. And it's really similar to what was done for the red king crab analysis at one of the previous meetings to explore what would happen if fleets are kicked out of certain areas. It is difficult to model effort distribution, and so it's never going to be correct. Like, I think the tool that I've been looking at is not correct, but it's definitely more helpful than not thinking about it and not going through the process of considering where effort would go and what would be the expected total chum and Western Alaskan chum take from those areas. It's hard to gather exactly what would happen just by looking at the rates inside and outside. And so going through the simulation, I think, is the best way of considering what might happen in different scenarios.
I will add, the objective of us developing this product is twofold. And it's been in development for several years now. And so this is a very difficult topic. Our objective here is to develop a tool to understand how alternative policy options would impact fleet behavior. And what we effectively tried to do here was we actually tried to guess what the council might do under this policy action. We created 4 alternative contrasting scenarios. What this allowed us to do is it allowed our clients, the shoreside sector and the offshore sector, to actually go through the details of their IPA and find out what appropriate rates or what appropriate areas, et cetera, would actually enhance the conservation of Western Alaskan chum salmon. We provided in our 3-minute summary here the sort of general conclusion that what we found is that caps tend to drive behavior late in the season and only when the abundance is extremely high. Whereas the incentive plan agreements, because there's a penalty for not moving, it doesn't matter what the abundance level is of chum salmon. And more importantly is that we can actually focus on, or try to get the fleet to focus in areas where we know that the chum bycatch rates may be high, but they don't have to operate under the fear that the fishery will be shut down. And so they have the chance to actually move to a cleaner area and try and fish. Whereas without that incentive plan agreement, they would just stay there and continue to operate. And so this is why we developed this sort of quantitative tool, is we wanted to understand the trade-offs in the behavior between individuals trying to prosecute their pollock and making decisions about where and when to fish in order to complete the fishery and complete the season.
Thank you, Mr. Toy and then Mr. Mesro.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Martell, I think I heard you say that Japan could increase their production of hatchery chum by about $500 million, essentially overnight. And I'm just very puzzled by that, because in the hatcheries that I've got some experience with, it takes 5 to 10 years to go from deciding you want a hatchery program to actually having the facilities and the fish to take eggs to release fish.
I'm not clear what the question was, but my statement is based on the fact that since 2011, during the Fukushima accident, Japan has actually curtailed its hatchery production for chum salmon, and they've reduced their chum salmon production since 2011 to this date by over 50%. So they have the latent capacity to dump out 500 million salmon next year if they wish. And it doesn't take long to build that much brood stock to supply that many fish. We're talking about 2,800 individuals.
Thank you. And Mr. Mesro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for your presentation. I think your work has probably resulted in quite a bit of conservation already just by the program that you offer your clients. And I understand your comments about an overall cap, and because I'm familiar with this line of thinking, I understand that. And I'm sure you understand the odd paradox of saying that the bycatch is only a small percent of the run when we have people that have testified that every salmon counts. My question for you, though, is more about the concept of a time and area closure and an associated cap with that. And if there was a time and area closure during the time that we think that Western Alaska chum salmon are passing through various areas, and an associated cap that was with that time closure, do you have any idea how that might affect fleet behavior? Because after the time period's over, in theory, if the cap wasn't met, it wouldn't be something that would happen at the end of the season, like an overall cap would. It would be a cap that would happen during the peak migration period. So it would be curious to get your take on whether that would change behavior in adverse way?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. Yeah, I think the biggest change in behavior you're going to see from the fishing fleet is when the threat of removing a complete closure goes away. So if you have a time area cap that's restricted in a place that still offers fishing opportunities elsewhere, that would presumably have reduced impacts on Western Alaskan chum, I could see behavior changing in such a way where fishermen would be probably less inclined to go fish in areas where they're terrified, frankly, of getting a large lightning strike. And so you've heard already the example of what happened between 2021 and 2022 when we had a big lightning strike in 2021. John Gruber and I sat down and basically closed the shelf edge and tried to move the fleet into an area where there was less chum. And what we've learned subsequently through the genetics is that what we did is we moved the fleet off of hatchery fish. We saved roughly 200,000 hatchery fish, and we killed an additional 3,000 to 5,000 Western Alaskan chum salmon just by displacing the effort. We haven't had the chance to do the reciprocal experiment, but that would essentially be the experiment I'd like to see, is where we would close the shelf or the UMAC area and put the fleet out on the edge to see if we got the opposite results. Again, where we catch probably more chum, but a much lower number of Western Alaskan chum in addition to a lower proportion of Western Alaskan chum. That's the experiment that I would like to see happen before we make a big decision to do that. But I understand the urgency of this action.
Thank you both for your testimony. So our next testifier is Jacob Ivanov, followed by Shannon Carroll.
Madam Chair, council members, my name is Jacob Ivanov, and I am here testifying on behalf of the native village of Unalakleet. I grew up in Unalakleet my entire life, except for 1 year on the Yukon. And I am a commercial fisherman, a subsistence user, and part of the Southern, and I'm the chairman for the Southern Norton Sound Advisory Committee. And I've had 13 years of working with NSCDC, the CDQ group, in the Fisheries Research and Development Department, studying salmon on the Unalakleet, Shaktoolik, and different areas in the Norton Sound. I'm here to say that over the past 4 years, I've noticed many changes within our region due to climate change, with the increased rain, the increase of water during spawning season, and the 2019 heat wave, which killed off a lot of chums and pink salmons in the river. The water temperatures in one of the areas that I was doing some reading was high as 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And knowing that had reduced the dissolved oxygen had a major impact on our summer early run chums. And in 21, the area and fishermen harvesting as much as they did made it hard for us to make anything, put any fish away on the table. And I know that there's also the 2022 Alexandrian bloom in the Barents Sea in the north, or in Chukchi, where there's areas anywhere from 30,000 liters per 30 cells per liter, 30,000 cells per liter, and up to 100,000 cells per liter. And I've done some research on the Alexandrium cantella, and I found a paper written by the University of Chile showing that when they exposed their Atlantic salmon, the farm salmon, the juvenile salmons, to only 1,000 cells per liter of Alexandrium, they had a 100% mortality rate of the salmon within 24 hours. And so with all of these climate change effects that we're seeing and having, there's a major need for sharing the burden of conservation on the salmon to allow the return rate to increase again. And I don't necessarily support the idea of having a hard cap on chums only because it can have negative impacts on the fleet fishing harder in areas that have a higher possibility of intercepting the Western Alaskan chums. And also it would decrease the amount of Asian and Russian hatchery salmon. We need those salmon out of the river. They're out competing the natural stock salmon on the food. The food limitation in the ocean is so low for the salmon that I know that there are studies done on juvenile salmons eaten in the ocean. They've gone from a protein diet to eating squid and jellyfish. And so there's a lot of, there's not enough food to support the amount of chums that are in there that were pumped in by the Chinese, Russians and Asian hatcheries. So I don't believe that a cap would be the way to help reduce the amount of Western Alaska chums harvested during the trawl. I do support the idea of a corridor closures to reduce the areas where there's a higher impact of Western Alaska chums harvest. And with the understanding that there's going to be an in-season immediate genetic testings, I think that's when the time to start considering doing a cap on coastal Western Alaska in different cluster areas, and not to do it throughout the entire season, but to set a cap based upon different clusters in different areas of the trawl surveys during, or the trawling during bee season would probably be the best approach. But until we have until we can get confirmed that the in-season immediate genetic testing is able to be completed, by catch is not an appropriate way, but with all the data that has been provided, to kind of avoid the areas that have the highest CWAC chum catch. And I do believe that if we are able to get any kind of research in the migratory pattern of the chums, tagging them and tracking them might be a way to do it. I have worked with Fish and Game on the Unalakleet River in the early 2000s, doing the chum and coho tagging to see the distributions of the salmon on the river. And I know that the tagging method doesn't necessarily have a major impact on the salmon. So I would support the corridor closures if they were to, I think that was alternate 5, if I'm correct. But that's my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanoff. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yep. Mr. Dwight?
Thanks, Mr. Ivanoff. I almost had a hard time continuing to listen after you said 80 degrees Fahrenheit in a salmon river. What's the normal high temperature in that river, or in the rivers in the area? It's just stunned by
The high temperature is the normals around 11 to 13 degrees Celsius. I want to say that's around 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit.
That sounds right. Wow.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify when you spoke about being interested in a limit on the amount in the corridor where we would see Western Alaska chum. Did you say you didn't think that was timely because we don't have in-season genetics, or that we could look at that now? I just really didn't hear quite what you meant. That was my fault.
What I meant was that until we can have proof that the in-season genetic testing is accurate and can provide that data immediately, then that's when you can start considering an in-season or having a cap set for coastal Western Alaska chums in different areas.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
Thank you again for your testimony. Next up is Shannon Carroll, followed by Peter Paul, and then Ray Oni, and Ray will be our last testifier of the day.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the council. sorry to take up more of your time today. My name is Shannon Carroll. I work for Trident Seafoods. We operate a shore plant in Accutan that's primarily a pollock plant, but it also buys fixed gear cod, halibut, crab, and sablefish. We also operate a number of trawl catcher vessels and catcher processors that are highly dependent on the pollock fishery. And we have several salmon and multi-species plants around the state that rely on the stability provided by the pollock fishery. I'll start by noting that we support the council's efforts to minimize the pollock fishery's impacts on Western Alaska chum to the extent practicable. But given where we are in the process, I'm not here to advocate on specific alternatives. Rather, I'm here just to offer some revisions I would like to see to the DEIS to better inform decision-making. Much of the focus of this action has been around balancing the trade-offs between the benefits of conserving Western Alaska chum salmon and the impacts on pollock-dependent communities. However, this balancing can't really take place before the council first figures out how to characterize the impact of the status quo fishery on salmon returns. Only then can we evaluate the differences in that impact under each of the action alternatives and tell what type of action may be beneficial, may cause harm without any benefit, may meet the council's purpose and needs statement, balance the national standards, and avoid the perverse outcomes noted in the SSC report. It would also be helpful to have a better description of the impacts on the shoreside processing sector in the analysis. It's really critical to understand these impacts, as without a shoreside processor, there is no catcher vessel pollock fishery. We incur an enormous amount of risk just to open the doors, and pollock makes up about 95% of our beach season revenue on average. And describing this risk relative to the impact of a closure or foregone revenue is really important to sort of understand those trade-offs. My third ask is that the council include a review of the correlation between warm sea temperature and chum encounters, which we believe is a strong driver of high chum interactions. And I think this is important because it directly relates to the practicability in the future in which we expect to see an increase in marine heat waves and warmer sea temperatures. And my final ask is for a better analysis of how alternative 2 and alternative 4 interact. Certainly that first requires an analysis of alternative 4, which we support. But broadly, it's important to understand how they interact, because right now, alternative 4 is the only alternative that can really target avoidance to Western Alaska chum instead of all chum. And it's critical to have a better discussion as to how alternative 2 could affect the efficacy of those salmon avoidance measures. I'll stop there and take any questions if there are any. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carroll. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. And the ask for the analysis to review warm sea temperatures and cold sea temperatures. And you mentioned it in terms of being able to understand the practicability of the action in the future. And I understand that. Is that something, those kinds of factors that you feel are ever going to emerge in terms of like alternative 4 or the IPAs or anything of a predictive nature for people to understand when or where they might need to have more restrictive measures in order to avoid chum, or less restrictive because chum and pollock are more spatially separated due to warmer or cold temperatures? Do you understand my question?
I don't think I do, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, but I'll try to answer how I thought I understood it. And so I think when you're looking at in the past at how those warmer temperatures sort of impacted pollock, it's relevant in the context of alternative 2, because I think you're trying to look at, certainly when you're looking backwards, you're trying to understand how constraining a cap would be. And you're then looking forward to see whether or not the action is going to meet the purpose and need and the national standards. I think in the context of how do you consider those warmer temperatures in the context of alternative 4, I think what your question was asking was how do the salmon avoidance measures sort of account for that? And I think that's where, we certainly see the benefit of the salmon avoidance measures, and that they are more adaptive and can sort of respond to changing interactions on the ground, right? Because they use rolling hotspot closures and different measures that push the fleet away from salmon. So we obviously see a lot of variability from year to year in terms of when chum are encountered. I think if I'm remembering correctly, like in June 2020, there was 0 chum bycatch in the month of June. And then the following year it was very different. So those kinds of things are driven in part and largely by temperature, and so the IPAs have an ability to sort of respond to that. I would know, I understand why there's some the reason I'm asking for the alternative 4 to be analyzed by the council is I think it would help sort of explain some of those things in a way that's understandable. I don't necessarily think we always do the best job explaining how the IPAs work.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Peter Paul, and he'll be joining us remotely. Followed by Ray Oni, and he will be our last testifier. And there are no questions for either of these testimonies. Thank you. Do we have Peter online? Can you unmute yourself, Peter?
You're going to need to push *6 on your phone.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Is it my turn?
It is. Welcome.
This is Peter Paul calling from Kipling, Alaska. 74 years old. I'm used to be a commercial fisherman in Kuskokwim area and subsistence fisherman. I used to fish back then even in Bristol Bay. The thing that I hear about the closures about that, we have to weigh in all the aspects on that for Western Alaska chum salmon and all that stuff that affects the whole area here. There's a donut hole here in our area down there, and they say that the fish go up north, but we start catching a few years from now chums, kings, red salmon and all that, and Yukon don't even get those things up. And the biggest worry is that like the old people used to say, we're getting the climate change, and they became true, and the water's getting warmer, no snow crabs and all that. Starting for the past 2 years, all these sloughs out there used to be full of tomcats, but they disappeared for 2 years, and they're starting to come back because of the warmer weather. And one thing that I like to see is that the native people in Western Alaska rely on the for subsistence use out there. We don't used to catch all that fish down there, but now we do periodically, and start fishing. We only fish for what we can, and with the 20 communities that we have, I'm sure that the CVR has a trawler that was fishes out there. That benefits on the long run, that it just helps the community, because people have no jobs out there, especially the elderly people and the people who are poor. That benefits on like the 30% of the stuff that snow machines outboards, they pay for it, and they get this. The stove oil cost about $8 a gallon. They gave us like 19 gallons to help us out, and they have the shops that benefits. So we have to weigh in all that stuff in there. And the biggest thing that I wanted to know is how Western Alaska some salmon migrates. Well, I never see where they came from and all that stuff. So that's the biggest problem that I see. And what I like to see is more study. What can we do to improve all the benefits? Because everybody's involved, whether we like it or not, and everything is going slowly deteriorating. Fish and other species in our area, which used to be. But there's an old saying, when God made the earth, He let us live off the land. But we have to consider what can we do to improve our fish race and all that stuff to do that. I'm an elder out there. I'd like to see the future generation. But the biggest problem is that the climate change, the water's getting warmer. So we need to do that consideration that people to look into that. All the fish that migrates, like the tomcats, it affects from Kuskokwim Bay and all the way to Yukon area. So they started to come back right now, but it's really slow. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Paul. So our last testifier of the day is Ray Oni, and I believe he's here in person. And there will be no questions during this testimony.
First of all, I'd like to thank the people of this land for giving me an opportunity to come before you to give public testimony on the chum bycatch and the EIS. For the record, my name is Ray Oni. I come from the village of Alaknak. Alaknak is on the mouth of the Yukon that spills out into the Bering Sea. So we're very close to the Bering Sea there. And we feel the fish when they're coming in. We know when they're coming in because we read the waters and the land and the air. And that's what we call the traditional knowledge. And that's built over time. And I've seen that growing up as a young boy. I am here to say that I am not in any way in support of the alternatives mentioned. I feel that more directives are needed, goals and objectives to rebuild the Chinook and chum stocks for the AYK region. As you heard from many testifiers before me, that the Yukon River has not met our needs for the last 4 years. Our native communities have relied on the subsistence way of life for generations. We follow the seasons. We hunt, fish, pick berries, and store for the long winter months. We use our knowledge of patterns, cycles, the earth, the sky, and the water to show what, when, and how to live and survive. We are a community that believe in the cycle of life. The salmon shortage is a dire situation, a crisis, which is threatening who we are as a people. Salmon has been the main source of sharing during our annual potlatch. And to let you know, we had our potlatch yesterday in our village, and it's an annual event where we invite our neighboring village to come and share dances and songs, especially for those that are new dancers. And the way they do it is that when an elder passed on, the next person gets the name of that elder that passed on, and it's an honor. It's an honor to bring that person in this way when we have annual potlatches. For the last 10 years, we haven't been able to do that. We're having to rely on other food sources such as moose, seals, and small game. The state of Alaska and Canada Fisheries and Oceans have signed a 7-year moratorium on Canadian-bound Chinook without any input from tribal communities along the Yukon River. As a recognized tribe of the state of Alaska, there was no consultation to any of our tribes on the Yukon. For the last 20 years, I've been attending this meeting. My first meeting that I attended was in the mid-90s to early 2000 when it was in Kodiak, and I was testifying on Chinook at that time. This was like 30 years ago. And at that time, I brought up Chinook and some bycats that we heavily relied on, as you heard from many of my brothers and sisters that spoke before me. We relied, that first meeting was in Kodiak when I first attended NIMS meeting. And the second one was in Nome, I believe in the mid-2015, somewhere in that area. And I was testifying on the same issue, Chinook and summer chum bycats. And to this day, and I'm hoping that you're finally hearing where we're all coming from, because we rely heavily on the salmon, as you heard from many of the people that spoke before me. It's a source that we look forward to every year, because during the winter months we sit in under ice net and we catch other species of fish such as cheefish, the whitefish, the pike, and other species that come into the Yukon River. And we always look forward to the summer, and we're always prepare for the coming summer because of what we expect during the summer. We're preparing, we're getting ready in hopes that the salmon would come. And then we'd wait, and then sure enough, we'd get them. But over the years, as you've heard, a lot of people have been making a lot of sacrifices on the Yukon by themselves. Commercial fishermen have sacrificed a lot of time in trying to rebound the salmon that's coming into the river, not knowing a majority of the bycats have occurred outside of our area. So there are a lot of fishermen, a lot of people have made a lot of sacrifices in hopes of trying to rebound the Chinook and chum salmon for both the Yukon, Kuskokwim, and AYK region. And we're asking to protect our food source and to do the best we can within your control to prepare and rebuild stocks for the AYK and other regions that are showing declines over the years. So please listen to us. Please listen to the people that come here to provide testimony. We took a lot of time from our families to come here to let you hear what we're bringing to you. And please consider the words and the effects that's been imposed on our people. So please listen and take into consideration and trying to rebuild the stocks for our people, because like many of the people that testified before me, we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here. And I'll go ahead and end my testimony there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the time and effort you've spent joining us this afternoon. That'll conclude our public testimony for today. We will reconvene in the morning at 8 a.m., beginning with Thad Tikian, followed by a Harley sundown. Thank you.